And it makes them think a little bit like,
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
how it impacted our family directly. There was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad. And then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent, because Depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma. And then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such a intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated. This was life or limb, you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people even at that age in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. Working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because it just, with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children that where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma, and then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard. And I said, well, why don't you go and do that? She goes, because I can't do that. I'm too scared. So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. You know, I think we needed a different government, you know? Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. You know, I've probably lost 5 years of business that, you know, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Hi, I'm Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour is 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact that my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, you know, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with like the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such a intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that, like, you know, hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating, with this uncertainty and just this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids like in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is, like, where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, you know, as the vaccines started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, you know, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, like, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it, but it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, you know, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not healthy, in my opinion. So my question really comes down to, like, was it justified? And was anybody thinking about what this would do long term to their communities, children, and other people? Me personally, it's one word: unity. As soon as we create divide, this is unhealthy. In families, we've seen divide. Personally, this all created a great deal of divide within our own family through ideology and other ideas that came through. If we can't accept each other for who we are and the choices we make, then we're fractured, and I don't believe that's healthy for anybody. Families, community, cities, provinces, federal, the world. So as everybody talks about all this unity, well, this is the first step, is we have to get to the point where we accept people's choices. And I don't believe that there was many times where we accepted everybody's choice for what they were or factored in why they made that decision.
So some of the impacts my family felt, specifically my children, was the lack of social interactions with their friends. You know, working or being online, they weren't able to go out and enjoy their times with their friends. They just, you know, they kind of became not little hermits, but they just were a little antisocial. And the spark in their eye kind of disappeared with it, because they weren't allowed to go out and hang out with their friends and just have that social aspect of being a child. So with the grade 12s that graduated in 2020 and 2021, they were unable to write their grade 12 graduate diplomas. And I fear that when they go or decide to do post-secondary, they're going to have a harder time being able to do post-secondary school, because they were not able to write those diplomas. And having that aspect of writing a diploma, being in a crunch time of writing a diploma, and being able to study appropriately for that diploma, those skills are going to lack. And I think a lot of those grade 12s also, when they found out that they wouldn't have to write their diplomas, they were just like, well, what if I don't have to write it and I don't have to worry about it? Then why should I bother trying my hardest for the rest of the year? I can just kind of slack off and not put my full effort in, if they're just gonna say, hey, you can just graduate anyway. I did, because with eliminating them, it just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense on why they would eliminate that. Like, in my own mind, I can come up with solutions of how they could do that. You know, select children where their last names end from A to Z, I don't know, A to F, or make it even smaller. Say, you come to the school or you come to this location and you can write your diploma. And then just do it for each diploma. I think there could have been ways for those children or those kids to write their diplomas. My kids now, I think they're doing okay. I think one of my children still struggles with school. Another one of them struggled with social things. In one case with gymnastics, she was like, "Mom, can you ask my teacher if I can move up a level? I'm not finding this very hard." And I said, "Well, why don't you go and do that?" She goes, "Because I can't do that. I'm too scared." So like that social aspect of not being able to go talk to people or ask people questions, even though that she's worked with that instructor, she was still scared to go ask a question. And that's concerning. I don't know. I think that's going to be a long battle. It's going to be a long process of them trying to recover from whatever they struggle with because of the lockdowns. Why did you so abruptly pull the children out of school, flip their whole worlds upside down without any, I think, real thought into the long-term effects that it could have on the children? It's heartbreaking, really. I think we needed a different government, Like, I think the government has to change in a lot of ways. A lot of ways, a lot of aspects need to change. Because we're just going to keep going in the same cycle. It's just the same cycle. It's going to go over and over and over again if this were to happen again.
Hi, I'm Donna. I live in British Columbia. I'm a small business owner. Some of the effects COVID had, personally, it affected family members. It affected my business. We were forced to shut down for 3 months. And then we were open up to restrictions, and every time we turned around, the restrictions changed, and tried to keep on top of it and come up with plans that were acceptable. It affected my customers and how they were able to access my business. Family members got sick from shots. I've got grandkids that were affected by school and not being able to attend, not being able to access medical and evaluations and stuff that they needed in a timely manner. It affected the community. It's been astronomical, the effects it's had on the population here as well as around the world. And we're still in recovery. I'd probably lost 5 years of business that, just downturn and trying to turn it around and keep going and being able to find staff now. It's just mind-boggling. We're still struggling.
Kathy Jones. In early 2021, I prematurely retired from my job on This Hour's 22 Minutes after 28 years due to work protocols and government mandates because of the COVID-19 pandemic. As difficult as it was for me to handle the protocols, which I found completely insane, many people didn't have the choice to walk away. They were in the middle of a 5, 10, 15, 25-year career and had a mortgage to pay, children to feed, children in school, and they didn't feel like they had a choice. And many of the choices they were forced to make had disastrous results. The fact that people's stories are not being listened to or told as they typically would, or even believed, adds an extra layer of stress. We lost our voice. We were censored. We were canceled. And what people had to say about their experience fell on deaf ears. That's why the National Citizens Inquiry is so important. Make sure you take the time to hear what Canadians have endured over the last 3 years. The National Citizens Inquiry, NCI, a cross-country initiative, wants to give those who are harmed or damaged by the government's response to the pandemic a voice and a safe space to share their experience, along with the support of expert witnesses who will share their insight and knowledge to the lawyer-led hearing of testimonies.
How it impacted our family directly, there was a couple different things, but I'd like to probably start with my kids first, because that was the biggest impact to my wife and I felt. So as things started to progress, the biggest challenge that we faced dealing with, we were fortunate our kids were elementary, early middle school, so grade 7 and grade 9 at the time. So they were a little bit more advanced than younger kids. But the biggest challenge as they started to roll out the first was the mask mandating. So a lot of back and forth with mask on, mask off, offline, online, in the schools, out of the schools, no contact. And as kids are going through these development years, it's very hard already socially for them. Education-wise is one thing, but just learning who they are and how they are intermingling with their peers. This created a lot of divisiveness that we found, a lot of uncertainty, a lot of confusion, and ultimately depression is what we found. So it was something that my older daughter really had to go through, and we worked a lot with her. She's a very intelligent girl, so a very avid reader. So one of the things that I helped to do was to get her to start thinking a little bit, because one of the personal issues I had was some of the messaging that was coming from some of the teachers. Again, it could have been just a personal viewpoint, but when they're looking at a class of grade 9 students saying, this is what's happening is on you, and if you don't do a certain thing, your grandparents are going to face the price. And it makes them think a little bit like, they're already uncertain of who they are, maybe are listening to an influential speaker, and they come home with that, and they feel bad about themselves. So that really started to disturb me. And what I've found is that maybe not all, but some of the teachers were not really asking the kids to think, it was just do. So I took the initiative, and we basically got my daughter to start reading books. I decided I'd pay her $20 per book. I get to choose though. So we started with the 7 Habits of Highly Effective Teens, and then Rich Dad, Poor Dad, and then because she's such an intellect, we got all the way down to Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. And this was really just about critical thinking and to give her some comfort that hard times, this is sometimes what happens, right? So we got to a point pretty quickly though that we were not happy with the way the schools were operating with this uncertainty and this one size fits all for everybody. So we ended up pulling them both out of school. We went to an online schooling system in Alberta here, which we found they thrived. It was teachers that were just communicating the curriculum without any add-on messaging. So for us, it was a big question to why such an impact, especially with these kids in school. They're already having a hard enough time. So one of the things we'd want to know is where was some of the data that would support that the mandating of masks or the separation of kids was actually more important or had a bigger effect, but nobody factored in the social issues or ramifications. That was concerning as a parent because depression is already high. We've seen suicide rates, even in the city I live in now, happen, and they increased because the kids are already dealing with enough. And then they added all this layer, but it almost seemed like that wasn't even part of the question. I was in the oil field at the time, and I was also running a construction company. So I had a bit of a paradigm because I was in rural Alberta working in the oil patch, but also working in the cities doing some construction work. So specifically what was happening with the bigger oil companies, that there was discussions of, as the vaccine started to get rolled out, there was dialogue within some of the companies that this was going to become something that was a prerequisite of employment. What really affected me personally was when those decisions started to get rolled out by some of the bigger major companies. And, what point was there enough data to support that this was something that needed to be done to a workforce that literally is in the middle of nowhere? We had operations side that there was one person by themselves in a pickup truck all day. That's their job, to go look at wells and look at other opportunities. But this was so important that they had to make a decision based on employment. And I do know people that had to, and it has affected them, because regardless of someone's decision if they wanted to or not take a vaccine, their livelihood was on the line. And if they had kids, well, what choice does a dad have to make, or a mother for that instance, or that fact? And that's something that was really impacting a lot of people. Is this was something that was communicated, this was life or limb, like you had to do it. But it wasn't necessarily, the stats weren't showing. And then again, these were people that are working independently by themselves. So a question that I'd have on behalf of National Citizens Inquiry to the government, and I would put the government at large, municipal, provincial, and federal. And I would ask the question regarding the vaccine passports that were implemented. At what point was there the data to support that this initiative needed to be put upon all citizens? And the reason that it impacted us personally is I did not get affected by an employer asking it of me, but I know people that did. But secondly, my daughter is a minor still, working at a restaurant, was forced to be the gatekeeper of policy that was implemented by government. She had adults coming into a restaurant that she had to then ask for personal medical information. We had to have many discussions about this and why, she was being put in that position as a young girl developing her career and learning how to work with others, but putting people in a very uncomfortable position, because not everybody that came into these restaurants were that accepting of it. And it was something that was quite distressing. And it was a lot of dialogue that we had to have. And I don't know where the governments looked at that factor of putting people, even at that age, in a position where they had to be this gatekeeper. And I don't think it was fair to people, let alone just children, but even other adults and others in the community, because all I personally saw was divisiveness from it and a lot of divide within the communities. And this is not.
Welcome to the second of 3 days of the National Citizen Inquiry hearings in Saskatoon. I have been asked to remind people to go to our website, NationalCitizensInquiry.ca, and to sign the petition, and also to donate. Every time we do one of these sets of hearings in the city, it costs us about $35,000, and we hope to recover our costs as we go along. Now, Commissioners, this morning I'm attending as agent for the inquiry administrator, the Honourable Chess Crosby. I wanted to speak a little bit about masks, because that seemed to be a theme yesterday from various witnesses. It got snuck in one way or another. And as I was thinking about masks, I was asking myself the question, surely our governments knew, surely the health authorities knew that masking was not a good idea. I mean, I think, what is it, the Capers made a study has come out We had Steve Kirsch yesterday at one of his slides indicating, the media and the public health authorities were relying on this Bangladeshi study, which, apparently anyone reading it can understand that it's it's not there. We had Joe Bourgeot here yesterday, who, just as a businessman with employees, they brought in an expert to actually measure CO2 levels and oxygen levels within masks, and were able to determine very quickly that they were not dangerous. And so when I'm a little along in my presentation this morning, I want you to keep that question in the back of your mind. Did they know? I mean, and I didn't have time to research, but I think one of the main advisors to Trump has, admitted on TV that, no, they just kind of made it up. Well, let's do something, let's mask. And we've heard about all of this harm, about kids, literally their IQs being stunted because they are hardwired their brains to learn how to speak and to learn emotion and appropriate behavior by seeing our faces. So immeasurable amount of harm has been done, and the question I want you to keep in the back of your mind is did they know? Now, I spoke last week in one of my openings about fear and how it is the main weapon used against us because we're so afraid of being shamed. We're herd animals, we're community people. We need to be part of the tribe, and we're so afraid of being shamed that our greatest fear is being excluded. In fact, police states have learned that rather than just torture and torture and torture people, just put them in isolated confinement for a long period of time, and they'll break. Now, the enemy uses this fear that we have of being shamed by the herd and being excluded. It's the primary weapon, and the war is for your mind. This is where the war is being fought. And your enemy wants your mind closed so that you don't think. So the enemy will give you messages, will give you a belief, and then will use this tactic of fear against you to close your mind. So understand what I'm saying is you will be given messages, you will be given beliefs, and then once you've accepted them, once they've been hammered in, although it's going to be constant repetition. I mean, read Hitler's Mein Kampf. Repetition. Just keep repeating the lie over and over and over and over again, and it becomes truth. But once you've accepted the message, then the next tactic, and it's playing on your fear of being shamed, it plays on your fear of being excluded from the tribe, is what I call labels of shame. And labels of shame are terms that are deliberately made up so that we will close our mind if somebody presents to us a message that is different than that we've been force-fed. Labels of shame would include conspiracy theorist. What do you do if you're having a conversation with somebody? Oh, yeah, well, then there's this conspiracy theorist. All of a sudden, you don't even want to go there, because if you do, that label will be attached to you, and now you will be an object of derision and shame. Climate denier, anti-vaxxer, disinformation. Wasn't it refreshing? Wasn't Dr. Francis Christian refreshing yesterday? And I found it interesting. I didn't know that the word disinformation and misinformation, that those words were first used in the Soviet Union as labels of shame. So, but understand that these terms are actually weapons that close your mind. Because if I have accepted the mainstream narrative that the vaccine is safe and effective, and then I've come to believe that if I personally go against that narrative, I will be labeled as an anti-vaxxer, and I understand that that is a term of derision. Now my fear of being excluded from the tribe is going to kick in. I'm actually going to have an emotional reaction to that type of information, and I will close my mind as a defense mechanism, and I will close my mind because the last thing I want is to be shamed. The last thing I want is to be excluded from the tribe. And so I hope you can see how effective these labels are. You're fed a belief, and then you're placed in this context where if you challenge that belief, if you even entertain ideas that go against that belief, you will be labeled with a derisive label, and you will no longer be part of the herd or the tribe. Now, the danger about that is then it means that we're only allowed to have one belief, and that's a belief that's given to us. It's not a belief that we've arrived at with our own thinking and without critical thought. And so we've got to diffuse those terms. So we've got to start calling them out. I think we need to be proud of them. We need to call ourselves anti-vaxxers and conspiracy theorists and disinformation spreaders and climate deniers, even if those labels actually don't even apply to us. But we have to take the power away from them. And as soon as somebody starts doing that, I think we have to start explaining to them, do you understand that actually is a weapon being used against you? It means your mind is captured, because when you use that label, it means that you are looking at any other counter-argument or information as, basically with disdain and with derision. And because you have that view, you can't even consider it. So your mind is closed. It's not about changing your mind. I mean, if you're so right, why are you threatened by information? But I think we need to be explaining to people that these weapons exist, because if they can't see the weapon, they can't defend against the weapon. And, when you hear a journalist use terms like misinformation or anti-vax or climate denier or conspiracy theorist, in that context it's being used as a weapon. When you hear your family members or friends using that term, I hope that you can appreciate that they are a victim. So the weapon has been used against them, and the weapon's been effective. But that's not a person to get angry about. That's a person to have this conversation about, how they actually have a closed mind. We have probably had the biggest fraud in history perpetrated on us. I mean, anyone watching these proceedings, it's like we have had these vaccines mandated. I mean, this can't be a surprise to anyone. I mean, there were vaccine mandates. We all experienced it. For the first time, we've been basically told we can't work, we can't fly, we can't travel, we can't go to a hockey game unless we take a treatment which by all definition is experimental. And we're learning just how misguided that was, and that's being a very generous term. I think that historians will look at what has happened in the last couple of years and describe this as the biggest fraud perpetrated in human history connected to a vaccine. And a lot of people listening to these words will go, yeah, no, I agree with that. Now, pay attention then to what happened yesterday. I was fascinated how witness after witness who would agree with me that vaccine was bad news and we've been gamed. But witness after witness said the magic words. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. I'm not an anti-vaxxer. We heard that time and time and time again by a various number of witnesses that were outraged about what the government did. And yet here they are at the National Citizens Inquiry, almost instinctively saying, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. And you know why they're saying that? Because they don't want that label on them. So even in this context of these proceedings, witnesses that are saying things that definitely go against the government narrative are saying, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. And they're saying this because their minds are captured on that point. I can almost guarantee you that every single witness that said that has not looked into the science behind the vaccines to determine for themselves whether any given one is safe or effective. I can almost guarantee that. But they don't want to be shamed, and instinctively, like robots, they do that. Do you see how scary it is in a context like this? Like literally, this is an inquiry into what happened, into what likely is the biggest fraud in history connected to a vaccine, and we have witnesses instinctively saying while they're testifying, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. And so it's evidence to us of just how deep this conditioning goes. And as I say, the only way to break the power of these labels is to embrace them proudly. And to let people know, like, let's stop being ashamed. Somebody wants to throw any label at us, let's stop being ashamed, because that's where the power is. If you understand it's just a weapon, the label is actually a weapon. And if you allow yourself to be shamed, then the weapon has power over you. Once you realize that, it stops. And these labels are dehumanizing. Climate denier? What the heck? You mean we can't have an honest discussion about that? Anti-vaxxer? Like, really? If there's strong science on anything, and Steve Kirsch made this point, well, then you'd think we'd want to actually look at the science, and we could just shame anyone that disagreed with, objective truth, couldn't we? And wouldn't that be what happens? Like, human beings are not stupid. We have the ability of critical thought. We have just had weapons used against us so that our minds are closed and that we don't think critically. But these terms are dehumanizing, and they're meant to be. And our actions have been dehumanizing. Our last witness, Marjalina Repo, really struck me yesterday. And if you haven't seen her evidence, you must see it. And she was an elderly lady who could not wear a mask. She had COPD. When she was on the stand at the beginning, you could hear her breathing, and I see some people nodding in the crowd. Yeah, no, I heard her breathing problems. She's got a letter from her doctor. There's no question that this old lady cannot wear masks. She can't. Medical reasons, full stop. She shared with us how she went to her oncologist and got the news that she had stage 4 breast cancer. So basically a death sentence. She's shocked. She's grieving. She's anxious. She decides to go to a cafe to just kind of get some comfort. And they ask her to wear a mask. And, and she says, no, I'm medically exempt. And then they want her to sign her name and write down her address. Just like, it was the East German Stasi. What's your name? What's your address? And she quite rightly said, well, actually, that's not a requirement. And she, they have this little confrontation and she leaves. She posts on Facebook what happened. And then remember, what was it the next morning when she saw like 100 people led by this, radio news person had shamed her publicly. This little old lady who had just learned that she had stage 4 breast cancer, who was just looking for a place where she could settle down, who can't wear a mask for medical reasons, was being publicly shamed by what I describe as mob violence, this public shaming, where we shame others online. That is mob violence. And let's call it for what it is. It's evil, and it's wrong. And I'll explain that a little more further. Do you remember how she said she got no kindness at the cancer clinic because she wouldn't wear a mask? I mean, it's almost like she was a leper. And she's basically repeating things we've heard throughout these proceedings from patients and medical people that testified. She was banned by the bus driver. Like, that's her way of getting around. Listen to a couple of things I wrote down that she said. And I'm not a transcriber. I might have gotten this wrong, but the meaning's going to shine through. And just listen. Masking became a method to punish you in every such way. So this is her experience. Masking became a method to punish you in every such way. She said the horror of it, this total distortion, and very quickly, she couldn't believe how we just turned as a society on her. And she described it as dehumanizing. The treatment that she received can only be described as utterly shameful. I was ashamed listening. I was ashamed as a Canadian to hear how she had been treated. And she said, I didn't see any resistance. I think that's the biggest thing at all. I think that's more shaming than anything else. You know, we had a witness in Winnipeg that had a mental disability and a physical disability, and told the police before, she was violently taken down at Walmart, and handcuffed and dragged out in front of a whole line of people. But what shocked her most was just nobody helped, nobody said anything. There was no resistance. So the question we need to ask ourselves today is, how do we get there? How do we as a society get to the point where we're bullying old ladies who can't wear masks? How do we get, and there's no resistance, how do we get to the place where we're going to wrestle a disabled person to the ground in front of a crowd and there's no resistance? Nobody says anything. When we're talking about, and that was over a mask too, it can't be fear. It can't be fear from the virus that you have to wear a mask to protect yourselves. Because if people were really afraid they were going to get COVID if they didn't wear a mask, then they wouldn't have even gone to restaurants, because sure, you had to wear it going in, but as soon as you sat down at your table, you could take your mask off. And yeah, you're 6 feet away from the next table, but give me a break. If you were afraid that you were going to catch the COVID virus and get hurt or die because somebody wasn't wearing a mask, you would not go to a restaurant. And my favorite is, and the fact that the people that buy the mainstream narrative don't see the problem with this one, is one day we're wearing a mask. Like, one day we're wearing a mask. We're shaming old ladies in cafes. We're wrestling disabled people to the ground on Walmart. And the next day the government says you don't have to wear a mask. And all of a sudden we're all okay. We're 100% okay. Like, we can not wear a mask. We can smile at each other. Everyone's in a better mood. And that's not possible, that the government can all of a sudden understand that a virus is no longer going to go near somebody because they've taken a mask off. Like, was there some agreement with COVID-19 that it was binding, that was signed with the governments? It's not fear, it's compliance. It's compliance. Because the government then just says all of a sudden you have to wear a mask again. And then we're shaming old ladies again, and we're wrestling disabled ladies to the ground in Walmart. This is cult-like behavior. Listen to that. This is cult-like behavior. this became an excuse for Canadians to become vicious. And we were vicious. And we were encouraged to be vicious. We had one witness, the pharmacist, Anne, telling us how, in Saskatchewan they set up a snitch line. Well, we watched some video clips in Winnipeg, and it wasn't called the snitch line. It's like be an ambassador. Be an ambassador, if that isn't a scary term. George Orwell would be very proud of that term, ambassador. Now, understand that when this is compliance, and understand how we were led to be in bad behavior, as I asked earlier, ask the question, didn't the government know that masks would make no difference? Because if you conclude that the government knew, or should have known, that masks truly were a farce, and yet led us into these acts of violence and viciousness as a society, then some much more troubling questions come up in your mind. The question I have for all of us who shamed people online, who were unkind to old ladies who weren't wearing masks, who stood and watched a disabled person get wrestled to the ground by the police, and I could go on and on. My question is this what we really are? Because the problem is we can say that's not who we are. We can say, no, we're Canadians and we're kind to each other and we respect. But I have a saying, you don't look at what somebody's saying. If you want to know who a person is, who they truly are, you look at what they do. It's our actions that tell us who we have chosen to be. It's our actions, and I am ashamed of our actions. Masks are absolutely dehumanizing, and the way we've treated each other is shameful. And understand that masks, like the passports, they're a sign of obedience. And so when if you conclude, wait a second, the government should have known, why are we having to do this? And I've spoken about the passports being a police state ritual, and I might go back to that tomorrow. I haven't decided. But understand that the masks are a visual sign of your obedience to the state. It is putting on a mask before you go into a store or a restaurant has become a new police state ritual. And let me explain, because, and back to, the government knew the masks didn't work. Like, I wore a cloth mask that some lady was just selling online, that there's no way it's sealed against my face. And there was no specific requirements. Like if this was real, then we would have had to wear real masks. And people actually would have been wearing respirators and the whole like. So I'm hoping we can accept that you're not really being honest with yourself if you truly believed that this worked. So, but let's say the government knew this didn't work. What happens subconsciously to a person who, before we were free, so before the mask mandate, you could do anything. You could go to the grocery store, you could go to a kid's hockey game, you could do anything, essential service, non-essential. You didn't have to put on a mask. You're absolutely free. Nobody was going to kick you out of the store. Police weren't going to come and wrestle you to the ground. You weren't going to be treated with unkindness. But as soon as there's this mask requirement, now you actually have to go through the ritual of putting the mask on. And if you believe it doesn't work and it's a farce, understand this is now just a total ritual of submission. And subconsciously, the message is that you have to go through this action. You used to be free to go to the grocery store, but now you're not free to go to the grocery store. you are granted the privilege if you do what the police state is asking you to do and put on a mask. We need to start understanding that there's a real programming in our mind problem. There's a real subconscious thing that occurs when we participate in things like masking. So let's say we were in a situation where we truly were in a scary, dangerous pandemic, and masks could be helpful. There's still a cost. There's still a cost to the government saying you must wear them instead of saying here's the danger, you choose. Right? Because a lot of people, if we were being fed truthful information, we would choose to do things. Most of us probably would, not all. The government makes it mandatory to force compliance, we're told. But understand it also conditions us to be sheep, because it tells us we're not free to do something we were free to do before unless we go through this ritual. So there's more going on here. And I've already said, like those that were attacking marginally repo are themselves victims. It means that they have accepted the conditioning, they've accepted the fear, and they're actually enforcing the ritual. So many people would not have worn masks, but for it was the social pressure. It was the businesses, it was the citizens, it really wasn't the police. So we embraced this unaware. And I think that the second commandment is our only way back as a nation. And for those of you who don't know what the second commandment is, it's just when Jesus said that we are to treat every other person like ourselves. So basically, we're supposed to treat people the way we want to be treated. That's the second commandment. I don't want to live in East Germany when, it was under communist rule and their secret police, the Stasi, had every neighbor and family member snitching on everyone else. And I don't want to live in the Canada of 2020. I don't want to live in the Canada of 2021. And I don't want to live in the Canada of 2022. I don't want to ever live there again, where we have governments telling Canadians to be good ambassadors, where we have Canadians basically enforcing police state rituals, where we have Canadians not treating others like they themselves would want to be treated. And I think our moral compass, our basically societal norms of right and wrong have been broken. And so I was very interested when Dr. Francis Christian was on the stand yesterday and he was talking about postmodernism, where something might be true to you, but now we're in this milieu where yeah, well, that's your truth, but I have my own truth. So there's really no anchor of truth. There's no moral standard. And that has been deliberately imposed upon us through the education system, through the media. It's been deliberate, and it's been imposed on us to separate us and to divide us and to conquer us, because we have a civilization that was based on Christian principles, and you can't deny it. I mean, what comes to mind is and for those of you who aren't lawyers, one of our great jurists was Lord Denning, and he had a great influence in our civil law, and our civil law dictates our responsibilities to each other. Hey, you can't trespass on my property, for example. And there was this one famous case where he just asked the question, who then is my neighbor? Because we were entering an industrial age, and we could now be affected by things more broadly than when we were just in an agrarian society. And he asked, well, who then is my neighbor? That was the touchstone. The second commandment was the touchstone for determining what our civil obligations to each other are. And so we had a society, and we still have a legal system based on the Second Commandment that we are to treat others as we would like to be treated ourselves. But that is being undermined, and this culture is being undermined. And I think our only way back is to understand that there are moral truths, and that the Second Commandment is a moral truth. It is true. You can't say it's not your truth. I'm telling you, it is true that you are to treat others like you would like to be treated. And that needs to become the bedrock of the new Canada. Because if we all believe that we have to treat others like we want to be treated, then there will be no bullying of old women online. And there won't be unkindness in cancer clinics. And there won't be this viciousness and this dehumanization of others. And so we have to get back to our anchor, our moral compass. So that's how I wanted to open today. And it's important because what we're seeing here is we're seeing witness after witness after witness affected. Experts concerned about how we basically haven't followed the law and how all our institutions have changed. And lay witness after lay witness basically testifying about the effects of this. And the problem is that we have gone into this postmodernism, this moral relevance, and we no longer hold it as a core value that we need to treat others like we'd want to treat ourselves. And if we did hold on to that, we would treat each other with kindness and respect, and none of this could happen. So I think that we need to understand and start thinking at a philosophical level. Now, our first witness will probably help us with that. David, do we have James Kitchen yet? So, James, can you hear me?
I can. Hear me?
Okay. So, first of all, I'll ask if you would state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
Sure. James Kitchen. That's James. Kitchen is Kitchen.
And, James, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
I certainly do.
Now, for those of you who don't know you, you are a lawyer, you practice in the area of charter rights, you practice administrative law, you practice criminal law, and you've been involved in many constitutional challenges at the Justice Center concerning COVID issues.
That's right.
So, and you're here to speak to us about a number of things, and I'm just going to let you launch in.
That's great. Thank you. So, hello, everyone. I appreciate this opportunity to do this. I hope that I'll have a lot of information that's maybe not quite been heard in the way I'm going to say it from a person who's in my situation, because most lawyers are quite scared to speak as candidly as I have and as you've just heard. What I want to cover today briefly is my analysis on why the courts failed to uphold and protect your rights. Not so much how, we know that, I think, but why. And then I also want to talk briefly about what I call the regulatory capture of the health professional regulatory boards, but really all professional regulatory boards. So let's launch in. Why did the courts do what they did? So first, you need to understand at a basic level that our system is set up intentionally to divide power, not to have it coalesced around one person or one small body. Inevitably, we know from history that as soon as you do that, you get tyranny. You no longer have freedom. You don't have respect for individual rights. You don't have the rule of law. You have arbitrary despotism. So we have generally the legislative, executive, and the judicial. So the courts, our judiciary, are the third branch of government. That's by design. Okay, these three powers are separated. Usually the executive is limited by what the legislative will allow them to do. And of course, if they step out of bounds, the people can say, this is wrong, this is not lawful. Courts, please tell them it's not lawful and protect our rights. And for a long time, that functioned pretty well in Canada compared to the rest of the world historically. But what you had in March 2020 is, of course, the legislative and the judicial shut down. So you have all the power that are normally spread across these three coalesced into one, the executive, right? So you have all these cabinet orders, and of course they delegate a lot of their authority to the health ministers and the regional health authority leaders like Dina Hinshaw, et cetera, all across the country. So now you have health ministers and their small group of people in their office, and the Dina Hinshaws of the country running around, basically ruling as petty tyrants. And you don't really have any accountability and oversight. So whether these people had good intentions to begin with or not, and of course that may be doubted, naturally, power corrupts. And so what happens is you have these people going around and they're just tyrannizing everybody who doesn't agree with them. Well, okay, so the judicial branch is supposed to do something about that. Well, first of all, they shut down for the first 2 or 3 months. I don't know how many people remember that, but that was immediately concerning for me, and as cynical as I tend to be, really quite shocking. They did literally shut down. It we're no longer ruling on cases. But when they fired back up around June of 2020, it quickly became obvious that they did not see their role as holding government accountable and upholding rights. They saw their role as enabling government to continue to act in this arbitrary, oppressive way because for the greater good, we're all in this together, et cetera, et cetera. So why? Well, the first thing I want to try to explain to you is to help regular Canadians understand, and I've been doing this for years, all through COVID and even before, you have to understand who judges are and how they get to their position, right? They're just regular people. Just insofar as lawyers are regular people, if you can believe that, we tend to be mostly regular people. Judges are just promoted lawyers, okay? So they're regular people who care about their professional reputations, their social reputations, and their physical safety, okay? And what I observed, at least for me in the cases that I had in front of the judges that I was in front of, and also my colleagues and what they told me about the judges that they were in front of, I saw these very human realities really coming through. I saw judges who were scared, who were afraid for their personal safety, okay? And I perceived, at least, for their reputation, professionally and socially as well. There's obviously some speculation on my part there, but that I think played a role. But specifically, the personal fear, the personal safety issues, perhaps surprised me a little bit, because I would have thought and hoped that as a judge in this country, you would recognize that there might be some sacrifice and some risk. There might actually be some difficult things you have to do to uphold this duty that you have, right? You're not merely enjoying a job that you can't be fired from and that you're going to earn north of $300,000 out every year, no matter what. You do actually have a duty to serve the country, and that may actually involve occasionally some risk and some sacrifice on your part to do that. And it really seems like judges in our country do not have that perspective. They do not see themselves in that role. And I think that played in because I saw judges really quite concerned about their own personal safety. Just sort of the fear and the way that they looked at me and the comments that they made and the comments they made to my colleagues in court, and just the way they wore their masks and the way they got really upset if anybody in the courtroom didn't. If anybody knows about me, I've of course never worn a mask, never will. I decided in July 2020 I'd rather give up my law license than wear a mask. That was a very I deliberated about that decision. That took a lot of consideration. My wife and I sat down and thought about that beforehand, so I wouldn't just succumb later on. And I was challenged every time I went into court, which wasn't very often physically. I got challenged. I was publicly challenged at the Coach trial. I was challenged at a trial for some pastors in Edmonton that were charged $80,000 for not letting a health inspector in. Why aren't you wearing a mask? And it was almost, and I'm sure you've heard this over and over again, it was almost as if the judges didn't know about the law or weren't aware of the human rights protections or couldn't fathom that somebody's not wearing a mask because of their religious beliefs, which is my reason. And there seemed to be a real reluctance, a real hesitancy to respect that. And I don't think it was just rooted in the normal, typical political reasons for not liking it, but actual personal fear. And then, of course, that raises the question, well, why are the judges so afraid personally? Well, obviously, a lot of them are older. You can understand that. No matter what you believe about this, they are the more at-risk population. So there is that factor. We have to keep that in mind. I think it also goes to show that judges are generally consumers of mainstream information, and which is part of the reason why they seem to be so impervious to inconvenient or minority facts and information and opinions and perspectives, is because they have been inoculated by mainstream information, right? Because these are the worlds they live in. Do judges get up and read the Western Standard in the morning? No, unfortunately, I'd be very surprised if any of them did. They probably get up and read CBC, and that's just part of the problem. And that goes into my second point about who the courts are and why they did what they did. You have to understand there's a lack of a conversation in this nation, I think, about this issue. You have to understand that judges are appointed, okay? Why are they appointed, and who are they appointed by? Well, they're appointed by politicians, okay? And it's a political process. Now, do judges have to meet a test for merit? Well, of course they do, okay? And, certainly, and from my perspective, most judges I get in front of, they're pretty competent. They might have, prejudices and biases and political views and ideologies, but they're pretty competent. I don't usually encounter incompetent judges. So it's not that people are being appointed to the bench merely because of their political views, but there's lots of meritorious lawyers you can pick from to go on the bench, to go on the courts. Who are you going to pick as a politician? Well, inevitably, whether you mean to or not, you're going to lean towards the judges who you know or you suspect share your political views and ideologies. And I don't just mean donating to the political party. I mean, obviously, we've heard about the judges that have donated tens of thousands of dollars to the Liberal Party. That's a very partisan allegiance. I'm talking about a deeper, more philosophical, ideological allegiance, right? If you're a lawyer who has supported the People's Party or maybe the Conservative Party or whatever, pick your alternative, freedom, right-leaning party. You support that party probably because you hold conservative views about individual liberty, limited government, the market forces are good, socialism and Marxism are bad, right? These are your underlying political views, right? I mean, you don't need to talk to me very long to understand that I'm a libertarian and that I think big government is bad and individual rights are good and that human flourishing only happens in a context of maximum human individual rights and freedoms. Well, okay, so if you put me on the bench, do you think I'm going to walk around and throw around Section 1 justifying what the government's going to do? Obviously not. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to figure that out. So is Trudeau ever going to appoint me to the bench? Well, of course not. Maxime Bernier might consider me, right? Of course, but Trudeau's not, right? Of course not. It's not so much about whether or not I'm a partisan conservative, and I'm at Olivier's rallies. It's about the ideology, and so you have to understand that most lawyers in this country for a couple decades now, and I'm a younger one, but from what I've seen from older people, it's been now 10, 15, 20, 25 years that the legal profession as a whole in Canada has shifted to the left, such that people who view the world the way I do and the way Mr. Buckley does and the way some of the other lawyers you've heard from do, we're in a very small minority, right? And so that plays out in a number of different ways, but one of them is that, we are the pool of people that judges are chosen from, okay? And if a lot of judges generally are more left-wing than the general population of the country that they're representing, then they're going to rule in a way that the rest of the country sometimes finds confusing, okay? And that's what we get. And I'm talking, obviously, we've had conservative governments, but even they are limited in who they can choose to put on the bench because most lawyers tend to lean left. And by left, I just mean that they tend to take a lower view of individual rights and freedoms. They take a higher view of government intervention. They take a lower view of market forces. They generally don't believe that people are really good at governing themselves. They generally believe that government intervention is required. It's good. Government is benevolent. They believe in, the rights of the collective, and individual rights are just sort of a nuisance that we tolerate when we can. That's just their worldview. That's their ideology. So of course they're going to impose that. They're invited to through Section 1 of the Charter. Section 1 of the Charter does not, it takes the rights away from the people, gives them to the judiciary and says, you can remake the country in your image and we trust you to do a good job of it. Okay, this was the charter's self-destruct button, and it only took 40 years for it to be pushed. And this is part of the reason why you have constitutions that don't have those self-destruct buttons that are still sort of hanging on for dear life, such as in our southern neighbors, who for a quarter of a millennia have had a pretty decently free society, historically speaking. Whereas ours is, after 40 years, our major constitutional instrument for defending rights and freedoms has already been essentially destroyed. Freedom of expression 2B is maybe the last part of the charter that has any meaning beyond words on page. And and that's because of the fact that we've given all this authority to mold the charter over to these promoted lawyers. So you have to understand the role of ideology in judges, and the fact that a lot of them subscribe to a general left-wing ideology. It's been going that way for many decades now. If you were to go back to the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, right, you could find rulings from justices like Yakabuchi and Major. You can go back to Boucher and the King, which is a famous pre-charter case, and you can see all these wonderful ideas about individualism and freedom and the rule of law and rights and limited government. But that has died out and been replaced by the new decisions that we've had from the new Supreme Court justices and appellate court justices that have used Section 1 to strike down our rights. And that's what happened over the course of COVID, right? And we know that. We know it was Section 1, but why? And the last reason I'm going to point you to is to maybe why this happened, knowing that judges are just regular people. They tend to have left-wing views, and they are politically appointed partly because of their political views. Is what I saw is the role of chief justices. Now we're getting into the inner workings of how the court works. What's the role of the chief justice? Well, oftentimes it can be their role, if they decide to exercise it a lot, to appoint which judges are going to sit on cases. And this is typically a good thing, right? You need some sort of guidance in this at times, right? Ideally, you're going to have judges with appropriate experience sitting on cases that are complex and involve that kind of experience. And what I saw is that the chief justices tended to directly intervene a lot, and in two ways. One, they tended to take a lot of the COVID cases themselves. I saw this in BC with Justice Hinkson. I saw this in Manitoba with the primary Justice Center-led COVID challenging case over there. I saw it when I was involved in the injunction about the international bridge between Windsor and Detroit. That was heard before the Chief Justice of the Ontario Superior Court. It tended to be, it was surprising to me the amount that Chief Justices involved themselves in these cases, took them themselves, said, I'm going to take this case. And of course, you look at all those Chief Justices' decisions, and they're all pro-government. They're all against people. They're all against their rights. They're all upholding the COVID narrative and the government's efforts to supposedly stop COVID, universally. But what I also saw too is almost across the board, the judges I saw that were sitting on COVID cases were recently appointed Trudeau appointees. Okay, so there's a couple of problems there, and it's not so much that they're Trudeau appointees per se. It's that it's just there was a really strong trend. It's not like all the judges on our bench are recent Trudeau appointees. Obviously, there's lots of judges that were appointed by the Harper government, and we can go back into the Liberal governments from before that, way back into the 90s and 80s. Because, of course, some of our judges have been there for 20, 30 years. They were appointed when they were in their 40s or 50s, and they're still there, which is not necessarily a bad thing. But that's just it. Is in my experience, between my cases and all the cases that I saw my colleagues do, we weren't getting the 70-year-old guys that have been on the bench for 25 years and have sat on a whole bunch of charter cases and have kind of had mixed rulings and, were appointed before Trudeau's time. Those, and men and women, but those judges exist. We never encountered them. We never saw them. And that I don't think it's hard to believe that that's mere coincidence or just merely numbers. It's hard to believe that a judge with the kind of experience to handle a really complex charter case on COVID is actually being heard by a judge who's been on the bench for less than 2 years and has never heard that kind of case. That's concerning. Why is that? Why is that judge being selected, presumably by the Chief Justice to sit on this case? It's definitely not the best qualified judge to hear this case. These cases are obviously hugely important. Why are we constantly encountering the same type of judge over and over? How come we're never getting before a judge who might actually rule in our favor because he actually does hold different underlying ideological views about the roles of government and how far Section 1 should be used or abused? And, you know, that I think contributes to the why. You know, why do we see so few decisions from our courts that in any way challenge the narrative or uphold the rule of law or the rights of individuals when it comes to the vaccine mandates, when it comes to masks, when it comes to the general COVID restrictions, when it comes to all the tickets that people have gotten under these unconstitutional laws, and all these challenges based on Section 2, which is, you know, free speech, freedom of religion, Section 7, the right to life, liberty, security of the person, Section 8, privacy. Why are all these failing? Well, I think part of it is because the judges who might actually take a different view of the law were either passively or directly prevented from sitting on any of these cases. There are a few judges left in the country that I've read decisions from, and I've thought to myself, I'd like to see what he or she would have had to say about this if they had been the judge at first instance. And you know, it's difficult because we don't talk about this, right? Lawyers are terrified to talk about this. I'll give you an example, and this is going to go what I'm going to talk about in my second part. You know, I criticized the courts in Alberta. They had a vaccine mandate for the courthouse. Okay, so lawyers and members of the public could not access certain parts of the courthouse if they were unvaccinated. And for people who were vaccinated, they had to demonstrate proof to access those areas, which is also a problem as well, not just prohibiting the people who can't. You know, I mean, this is injustice. It's tyranny. It's oppression. It's completely unbefitting of the court, who is supposed to think independently for itself. I mean, if our courts are not thinking independently for themselves, if they're simply parroting what the government's saying, we obviously have a problem, right? They're obviously not functioning as the independent third branch of government. They're not doing their job, right? So I criticized the courts publicly. I did it in an academic way. There was. I mean, I did it strongly, of course. As anybody who knows the way I speak strongly. But I was not vulgar. I was not demeaning. I was not insulting. I did not swear. I was academic, strong but academic about my criticism. Well, sure enough, a lawyer who works at a bank in Ontario complained to the Law Society of Alberta saying I was being uncivil and not upholding the respect for the administration of justice in the country. Well, the Law Society, instead of doing its job to dismiss that complaint, decided to investigate the complaint and demand that I defend it and give a response to it, and then I had to meet with somebody, etc. And this went on for over a year, and I had to go through this process. It took me several hours of my time. And now, ultimately, that complaint has been dismissed, which I find interesting. I actually am surprised. I didn't expect it to be. I can only speculate as to why, but I suspect that if I was a complete nobody, a complete no-name lawyer, it might have gone differently. So you can see from that example right there why this conversation is not happening. Because who's going to start it? It's going to have to be the lawyers. Okay? Well, are they really going to take that risk? Right? I had to talk to my wife before I posted that. Wife, I do this. The Law Society may take my license. We're not going to be eating as well. Right? Wife said, that's okay. Go ahead. Your integrity matters more. There's not a lot of people in that position, right, who are willing and able to make that sacrifice. Here's the problem. You shouldn't have to. You should be able to have this conversation and criticize the courts and criticize these things without putting your license on the line. I'm putting my license on the line today to be here to speak with you. And I know that, and I'm prepared to do that. But I shouldn't have to. And the reason that I am is the reason why this conversation isn't happening as much. And it's part of the reason how we got here in the first place. If we'd had this candid conversation for the last 20 years about who our judges are and what they believe and why they're ruling this way, we might not have been so ready to fall the way we did over the last 3 years. Right? And I point you to our neighbors to the south, right? When they are talking about who they're going to put on the bench, they have an open, rancorous conversation or debate, whatever you want to call it, about who that person is and why they're being appointed and whether or not they're good to be appointed there. Because they know Americans, well, at least more so than Canadians, understand that a lot of their rights and freedoms depend on the philosophical and political views of those 9 promoted lawyers who sit in Washington. That's why they want Kavanaugh and not a judge who can't even tell you the definition of a woman, because they know that one is going to do a whole lot better at upholding their rights and freedoms in the long run, the rights and freedoms of themselves and their children, than the judge who can't even define for you what a woman is. We lack that conversation in Canada, which is part of the reason why we have got into this mess. So I spent a lot of time on that. I'm going to spend a little bit less time on my next point because I want to leave a little bit of time for questions. So the courts are part of the reason all this tyranny and this abandonment of the rule of law happened. One of the other reasons, not the only, but one of them is what I call the regulatory capture of regulatory colleges, professional regulatory colleges. The Law Society would fall into that category. Now, just briefly, the whole idea of, and you probably have not given any thought to these bodies prior to COVID. Why do I care what the College of Pharmacy is or what it does? Why do I care what the College of Physicians and Surgeons is or what it does? Well, you should care because it has a direct role in your life, and you've probably painfully experienced that over the last 3 years. The idea of these colleges is that we want, well, at least as Canadians, we like all this overregulation, so we want the professionals to be regulated to protect the public interest so they don't hurt us. Meanwhile, ignoring that the market would probably do a better job of that, but that's sort of a debate for another day. So we say, okay, well, if we have direct government control, that might be bad. That might be too much power control for governments. They might wield that power over professionals and then control them, and then they can use that to control society more. So probably not a good idea to have direct control of professionals, especially health professionals. And of course, that's part of the reason why with the bill in BC is such a bad idea. So the idea is self-government. Okay, so we delegate the power to regulate and control professionals to protect the public interest to the professionals themselves. And they will have legislative authority and they'll have a body to do that. And the professionals can elect people to these bodies to do that. So there'll be some, democracy behind it all. And the idea is for independence from the government, right? Again, division of power, separation, right? We don't want to coalesce all the power over everything into one body. We get tyranny. So these colleges are supposed to stand up to government when government goes too far and says, no, we have clients and patients to protect. You're going too far. You shouldn't be doing this. We're the experts in this area. You're not. And let us tell you this is a bad idea. Okay. Again, it could be law. It could be the pharmacists. It could be the physicians. It could be the accountants, whatever it is. Okay. So they're supposed to actually resist government or criticize government or engage in a dialogue with government to protect the people that they serve, right? Their job is to protect the public interest. And of course, what that means has been lost in all of this. The colleges have interpreted it to mean protect our agenda and protect the government, but it was supposed to be protect the people, right? Professionals are supposed to serve as a bulwark, right? To stand between the people that they serve and the government. And instead, what happened is they did the opposite, right? And that enabled the government to continue to do what it did. It enabled the media to sway the masses to the government's perspective, right? Because the people weren't hearing from the experts who were dissenting, because there were plenty who were dissenting. And there were plenty more who would have dissented, but they were scared of censorship and discipline by the regulatory college. So they didn't speak up. And then the few who did speak up, they were in fact disciplined. And I'm sure you've heard of some of these. I'll just give you some examples that I went through, right? Some of you may be aware of the mass case I have in Alberta with the chiropractor there versus the College of Chiropractors of Alberta. He went through a lot. They tried to take his license on an emergency basis, saying he was a harm to patients. They failed because I intervened. And then he went on this 2-year-long proceeding. I called 4 experts, expert witnesses, that is, about how masks don't work and they're harmful and they're dangerous. And this body called the Discipline Tribunal is made up of 2 public members and 2 chiropractors. So that's an interesting thing right there, the fact that it's made up half with members from the public, which can be a problem. Because it's hard to grasp all the issues for public members. And unfortunately, a lot of the public members that get into those positions are the types that like to, police and control the professionals and tend to have a view that, the professionals that are there must be bad, must be doing something bad to the public. So sure enough, the tribunal ignored all the evidence, right? Ignored my experts, gave a huge wrong decision about how everything the college did was good. And none of the evidence that Dr. Wall brought in from Dr. Byron Bridle, for example, or Chris Schaefer, the occupational health and safety expert in Alberta, none of this evidence is any good or reliable. These people are wrong. They didn't even, interesting though, they didn't even cite to the record to support their decision in the end, and they decided against him. And he's now facing discipline and all these other things that I'm going to be going through with him. That's just one example of how this works. Well, were there lots of chiropractors in Alberta who didn't want to wear a mask, or who in fact just didn't get caught? Sure there was, right? But they didn't want to go through what Dr. Wall went through. So they complied, they submitted, they bowed down, they covered their face, right? Because they were scared of one of their patients snitching on them to the college, right? Because the college now has just become this, bulldog for AHS, Alberta Health Services, instead of independently standing up for its members and saying, masks don't work, they're harmful, we know that, we're not going to comply with this, right? And if you're a chiropractic patient, you know that most chiropractic patients are the types of people that would have been upset about this whole thing, wouldn't have worn a mask, would have seen through the narrative, and would have wanted their chiropractors to stand up for them, and would have wanted the chiropractic college to stand up for them. It didn't. I had some other cases, of course, with physicians, right? The CPSA in Alberta went after a doctor because she was prescribing ivermectin. She literally saved 3 people's lives just in the weeks leading up to this new prohibition with ivermectin, right? Because we all know it works. So what's the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta doing, getting in there, aligning themselves with the likes of all these pharmaceutical companies who contributed to the loss of millions of lives over the last 3 years? Why are they coming in and implicitly supporting that position by professionally disciplining a doctor who's prescribing ivermectin, right? The college, fine, maybe they disagree with the doctor, right? But should not the doctor have some clinical license and some discretion to prescribe things? Well, I mean, most of you would say yes, of course, right? But no, the college comes in and says, we're going to discipline you if you don't stop prescribing ivermectin. I had to defend on that. I had another doctor who could not take the shot because of her religious beliefs. Okay. Now, sure, AHS went after her and didn't want to employ her anymore. That's one thing. That's an employment issue. Then the college went after her and made it a matter of professional discipline that she didn't take the shot, even though her reason for not taking the shot is a protected ground in human rights legislation, and the human rights legislation is supposed to be above all other legislation, as our courts have been saying for the last 20 or 30 years. I had to defend her, right? I had to defend multiple nurses in BC and Alberta who, because they said online somewhere, masks don't work and you shouldn't wear them, and please don't take the shot, it's dangerous. And these colleges wanted to take these nurses' licenses, and I had to defend them. And I'm sure you're aware of all the medical doctors all across the country. There's a whole bunch in BC, Alberta, and Ontario that have either lost their licenses or are facing that because they stood up to the narrative, because they actually challenged it. They actually did their job as professionals to give you the truth and defend you. And what's happened? The regulatory colleges who are supposed to lay off that and actually let professionals have their professional and clinical judgments went after them and censored them and scared them by threatening to take away their licenses, and then actually taking away their licenses, which means now they don't have a livelihood, which means how can they continue to do what they do, right? Same thing here. How can I continue to serve you and serve the nation and the work that I do if my license is taken? I'm not allowed to do it anymore, first of all, so now you've lost me from doing that, and you're probably not going to be able to hear much from me anymore because I'm going to have to go off and find a job to feed my family, and I'm not going to have time to do this, right? This is how it works in a practical way. If the government can control the professionals, if the professionals are no longer independent, well, now you've removed one of the few major bulwarks against tyranny, right? The courts are one, professionals and their regulatory bodies are one, right? And there's a few others. And if you systematically remove all these, tyranny is the result, the abandonment of the rule of law is the result, and that's what we've got for the last 3 years. I really wish that, I mean, I wasn't surprised, but I really wish these bodies had functioned the way they're supposed to, because had they done that, it would have looked a lot different. And I encourage all of you to care a whole lot more about how these regulatory colleges work. They have public members on them that get appointed by government, and they have professionals that are elected by the professionals to them. And increasingly now, what governments want to do is decrease the amount of professionals that are elected by themselves into it and increase the number of public members appointed by the government. That sounds good in theory because, ooh, it's public members, public representation. Yeah, okay, but who's being appointed? Again, it's like the judge scenario, right? The people being appointed by the government are those personally and politically connected to the government, which means they get in there, they're going to do what the government wants. So it's not actually necessarily good to have more public representation on these professional bodies, right? What you actually want is almost entirely professional representation, because at least then there's more hope that those professionals are actually, because there's some other professionals that support them and elected them, they're going to actually do their job to hold government accountable and stand up to them. And before I finish, I'll just give you one example of that. That's what's going on now with the Law Society in Ontario, right? You may or may not have heard years ago, before COVID, we had this whole thing over there with the critical race theory ideology, right? And so lawyers had to sign up to some Marxist ideology in order to continue to practice law and to do things in their firms and all this stuff. They had to sign this, what's called the Statement of Principles. And these principles were basically Marxist principles about race. And so what happened is the lawyers said, no, we're not doing this. And my friend Lisa Bildy got together with a bunch of lawyers, and they ran in, I think it was 2018 or 19, around there. They ran, and a bunch of them got elected to the Law Society as benchers, and they were able to put a stop to some of that, right? And now we're having another election again for the benchers in Ontario, and that's the main issue, right? Is the Law Society going to continue to be this woke arm of enforcement for government ideology, or is it going to actually do its job to simply regulate lawyers in a limited way? And that election is going to matter for the rights of Ontarians, let me tell you, because the direct result of that is that lawyers like me, who actually defend the rights of the minorities who oppose the government tyranny, are on the chopping block if these bodies get too much power. The Law Society of Alberta is having an election later this year. And, you know, the public should actually care and get involved and be aware of who's running and, you know, what may happen if we get a Law Society of Alberta that's completely woke and completely censorious and has gone way beyond its mandate and simply politically punishes all the people who criticize it or oppose it, like I do. Their rights are going to suffer. And the public needs to start caring about this stuff and paying attention so we can somehow try to prevent COVID from happening again. So that's everything I had to say in my initial presentation. That leaves a few minutes for questions, I hope, and I'm ready to answer those.
James, before I turn you over to the commissioners, you've spoken about Section 1, and I think you refer to it as the self-destruct button for the Charter. I'm wondering if you can also speak about the doctrine of mootness and how that has been used to affect COVID cases.
Sure. The idea behind mootness is that the courts will say, well, look, we don't want to waste our time on academic debates. There has to be a real practical issue, okay? We don't want to just rule to make the law better. That's a waste of our resources. So the problem with mootness is that judges have been overusing and abusing this to help government, and government knows this, right? Everybody knows that the law moves pretty slow, right? If government puts in law A, well, it's going to take the lawyers 2 months at least to get together and mount a challenge to it and file it, okay? At least, maybe more like 4 months, okay? Then they got to get to a hearing, which takes more months. So maybe within 8 months, we've filed our challenge and we're getting a hearing, okay? Well, maybe 6 months after the law was in place, the government just yanked it out and said, well, we're not doing it anymore, okay? Which I guess is good, right? But damage done, what are you supposed to do about that, right? You've lost your job, you couldn't get your passport, you've got dragged out of Walmart, you were denied medical procedures, and now it's too late. Damage done, right? Well, so what happens is the government goes in and says, well, it's moot now. The law's not in place anymore. It's a waste of time to go back and evaluate whether it's good or not, because what's the result? I mean, the law's not there. You can't strike it down even if you find that it's unconstitutional. And the courts say, hey, yeah, you know what? That's a really good point. You guys are fine. we're not going to rule on that. It's moot. It's academic. There's no practical value to the country if we actually rule on whether or not that law was unlawful. And I've seen that used over and over and over and over and over again through Justice Center cases, through some private cases. I've had it come up a little bit in my cases, but I've seen it a lot in my colleagues' cases. And it's a misuse or abuse of the law, in my opinion. I mean, of course, courts would disagree with me. They'd say, well, no, this is exactly what the law should be. And I would say, well, it shouldn't be, because the reality is you're giving government free pass. They know darn well now that they can put a law in place and keep it in just long enough until finally there's a hearing on the challenge that the lawyers were able to get together, and now we'll yank it, right? But the damage has been done, and the government can keep putting in unconstitutional laws, yank it, and then just put in another one too. See, this is the problem, and it's not hard to figure out, right? You put in a law, you yank it before the hearing, and then the judge says it's moot, and then you just put it back in again. And then what? Same thing. The lawyers have to get together and get a hearing, right? And the courts are enabling this. And I'd like to think that they know better, because I don't think they're that stupid, right? And so this is just yet another way that government is getting a free pass, being able to do whatever it wants, which is not the rule of law. That is arbitrary rule. That is tyranny, right? The whole idea of the Canadian justice system is to have the rule of law, have government actually follow the law, and have the courts hold them accountable. Well, that's not going to happen if every time the government passes a law and then yanks it just before a hearing, they're able to get away with it because the courts say it's moot. That's been a big problem all through COVID. It was a problem before, but it's been a big problem all through COVID.
Thank you, James. And I will turn you over to the commissioners for questions.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. I just have a few questions. You spoke a little bit early in your presentation about the process of appointing judges and how there is a political element to it. I'm just wondering if you have any views or recommendations on how Canada could improve upon that process.
Well, one, you could actually have some judges elected. That's pretty radical, but that does happen in some of the lower court levels in the U.S. They have a mixed system where most are appointed, but some are elected. I don't think it's a bad idea to introduce some of that. One other recommendation would be for people. Our country is very fractured, right? I mean, Albertans think very differently than the people who live in the GTA, generally, or in Ottawa. I think a lot of Albertans or Saskatchewanians or Manitobans or BCians, they don't realize that the judges at their superior level, okay, so this would be not the provincial court level, but the main level of court with inherent jurisdiction. Okay, I think it's called the King's Bench in Saskatchewan. It's called the King's Bench in Alberta. These judges, okay, they rule on provincial cases all the time, okay, but they are federally appointed. So every King's Bench judge in Saskatchewan is appointed by Trudeau in Ottawa. It's not appointed by the Premier of Saskatchewan. Provincial court level are, so that's good, but not that level. Same with the Court of Appeal. Who promotes those judges to the Court of Appeal? Trudeau, right? So in Alberta, we had a judge come in, brand new. She ruled on some COVID cases, ruled in favor of the government, and then she was promoted to the Court of Appeal, right? Well, you can guess why. And Trudeau was the one who did that appointment. Right? So the judges who sit in the most important levels of court in each province are federally appointed. Maybe that should be changed. I suggest it should be, right? It should actually be the provincial government that appoints those judges who are in those courts in the province, who have jurisdiction over the province. And then that way, at least hopefully, you have judges that reflect better the views and values of the people in those provinces, which helps protect those provinces from the tyranny of the federal government in Ottawa. So that's one recommendation. I guess my third recommendation is it would be nice if, I mean, obviously I don't have high hopes of this happening, but it would be nice to open up the conversation, both at the cultural level, but at the political level of, let's talk about how judges are appointed and why they're appointed, and let's start being honest with ourselves, okay? Yes, there's a merit-based test, and everybody we're talking about in Parliament about who we're going to select is past that merit-based test. So what's the remaining selection criteria? Look, it's the judge's political views, okay? And it's, we like this judge because we think they're going to bring the country in a better direction, right? The Liberals think the country is in a better direction when the government has more control. Conservatives think the country goes in a better direction when the individuals have more rights and freedoms. Let's actually be honest and have that conversation and admit that, right? and we do a little bit in the States. I mean, obviously there's still this sort of charade that judges just rule about law and they don't impart their political views on the cases. I mean, we know that's all hogwash. And in fact, that's a good thing, it is. Because we want judges who say, this is the Constitution, these are the rights, I'm going to uphold them, I'm not scared of the government. At least if you're a guy like me, you want that. So let's be honest about it at the political level and have that conversation. I'd like to see that happen. Right now, it's really oblique and it's really vague what's really happening, and nobody's having an honest conversation about who's actually being appointed and why. And I think we should just have that and be honest with ourselves and say, okay, if the judges are going to be politically appointed, not elected, then let's talk about why. It's a merit-based test, but it clearly can't be only a merit-based test. So let's be honest, and let's have that part of our conversation when we decide, okay, we're going to elect Trudeau, we're going to elect Poilievre. We know Poilievre is going to put freedom-minded judges on the bench. We know Trudeau is going to put socialist judges on the bench. And maybe, hey, you want socialist judges so that you can vote for Trudeau, and that's part of your reasoning. Maybe you don't, so that's part of your reasoning. I mean, there were millions of Americans that held their nose and voted for Trump because they wanted Kavanaugh and Gorish on their bench to protect the rights of their children. We don't have that conversation in Canada at the political level or the cultural level, and I would like to see that change so we can be honest with ourselves.
And so is one of the ways that could be done through hearings for judicial appointments, prior to judicial appointments?
Yeah, they should be much more public than they are right now. Members of the public should be able to come in and in some limited way even be able to ask questions, I think. I think you can look at the American system of how they do it and say, how can we do this and maybe do it even better to have this be as transparent a process as possible, right? And maybe not at the King's Bench level per se, but especially at the appellate level and at the Supreme Court of Canada level. These are the judges who are remaking the country in their own image and deciding how you and your children are going to live. So the public should have some input, and there should be some grilling from the public about who these people are. Why should judges from the King's Bench be appointed by Trudeau to the Court of Appeal without the public having any say in it and being told, hey, notice to the public, we're going to have a public hearing on whether John Smith is going to be promoted to the Court of Appeal. Come have your input. Come have your say. That should happen.
Thank you. My next question has to do with your discussion about the Chief Justices of the Court and the discretion that they have to appoint particular judges to cases. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts or recommendations on how any perceived problems with that process could be addressed, whether there's something that could be done in maybe the court rules themselves that talk about how cases are assigned, or if you have any thoughts whatsoever on that.
That's really tough because the court does need to be independent in order to do its job. So you don't want too much interference with that. At the end of the day, you do somewhat just have to rely on these judges really caring, actually perceiving what's actually good for the nation and caring about that enough to sort of let things unfold. Or, maybe to say, okay, look, I'm going to make sure that there's a balance, my lefty colleague here and my righty colleague here, and I'm going to give one case to him and one case to her, and let them shake it out, and then I'll let the Court of Appeal deal with it. That's how it should happen, and it's difficult to say, okay, well, we can fix that by having more oversight or control, because that right there is going to challenge the independence of the courts, and we don't want that. We want the courts to be independent. The trouble was the lack of ideological dependence over the last 2 or 3 years. So I think the way you really fix that is you start to have a more transparent process about who's being appointed to the bench, and hopefully through that you get a more balanced representation of the people of the country on the bench. We always talk about the diversity insofar as judges representing the country, but we only talk about it in this woke, superficial way of skin color and what genitals you have, and that's ridiculous, right? Is that going to reflect the visual diversity of the country? Sure. Is it going to reflect the political or philosophical diversity of the country? No, it's not likely to. And so the way you fix that ultimate downstream problem of the Chief Justices is at the source, by having a judiciary that actually philosophically represents the country. And so you actually have judges who think the way I do, alongside the Marxist judges who think government is great and let's just rubber stamp everything so they can get on with making the world a better place. And then that way you actually have that philosophical debate amongst the court itself. And the public is watching that and aware of that. and gets to have a say each election on who they're going to elect, and then who that elected person is going to ultimately appoint to the Supreme Court of Canada, and how they're going to decide that, right? I mean, abortion is a perfect example in the states, right? We got enough conservative judges. Now the states have the say over abortion instead of the federal government. It's the same thing. That process should be happening here, and it's not. So I don't think the way to fix that is to come in and try to exert too much influence over the chief justices.
Thank you. So I'm hearing you say that the way of dealing with it is really right up front through the appointment process. But in terms of where the courts are at today, we had a witness in our last set of hearings in Winnipeg who was a former justice who, when I questioned him about what the courts could do to address the state of where they are and the decisions that they've made throughout COVID, that he thought that a self-reflection exercise should be conducted within the courts themselves. I'm just wondering if you had any thoughts on that.
I think that would be better than nothing, but I think that has its limitations. I don't know if the court's even capable of that at this point. The number of small c conservative judges, I would guess, are outnumbered 8-1, and their voices are not tolerated. Right. The left wing ideologies are not tolerant of differing viewpoints. The right wing ideologies are. They don't mind that. They disagree vehemently, but they don't. But they tolerate the disagreement. And so I guess I agree. I struggle with whether or not that's going to actually really help. I unfortunately take a fairly pessimistic view on this. I say if this problem can be fixed at all, it's going to take a long time and a lot of hard work. It's going to take a lot of young people who actually believe in rights and freedoms to say, okay, I'm going to be a lawyer, and I'm going to get involved in this system, and maybe even someday I'll be a judge. And it's going to take a lot more lawyers to be more brave if they actually feel this way and to speak up. And it's going to take years and years of systemic reform. It's going to take years. For years we have been putting left-wing judges on the bench, and that's culminating now where we are. The law is dramatically different from what it was in the 80s and 90s when we actually had a free society and the charter was working, when we had judges upholding the rule of law. It took 20, 25 years to get here. It's going to take probably just as long to get out. We're not going to fix it overnight, but we have to start having the conversations at the cultural and political level, and hopefully then downstream we can start, systemically fixing the problems on the bench by having more transparency, having people with varying viewpoints that are getting on the bench to reflect the views of Canadians. Not everybody in Canada is a socialist who thinks government's great. Some people actually do believe rights and freedoms are good. Let's reflect that instead of calling these people bad names and stacking the court with people that'll just keep shutting those people up. I don't know if that self-reflection is going to be nearly enough. I guess it's a good start.
Thank you. I just have one more question because I think the other commissioners have some as well. So I'll restrict myself to one last question, which has to do with the charter itself. So we had a witness in Toronto, a law professor, who spoke to the need to amend the charter, I think for some of the similar reasons that you were talking about, describing Section 1 as a self-destruct button. And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on whether or not Canada needs to amend the charter.
Well, absolutely. It's useless for its original purpose, was to be a shield for the people against the government. It's been rendered useless. I think we'd probably be in a better spot if we got rid of it. There were a very few people who said in the 70s and early 80s, the charter will take away freedoms in the long run. It won't increase them. Okay, if you go back to Supreme Court decisions prior to the charter, they were strong on free speech and freedom of religion and all kinds of other areas when it comes to individual rights and freedoms. But we didn't need the charter, and it only looked like it helped in the very beginning because of who the judges were that were interpreting it and applying it. So get rid of it. Amend it, sure. Well, obviously you want to get rid of Section 1 and probably Section 33, the notwithstanding clause. Chuck those two out. Maybe you have a workable document. Because now what you've done is you've taken away the discretion from the judiciary to remake the country in their own image. And now it's, if there's a rights violation, the law is struck down or the government action is struck down, period. Absolute rights. That's what the American system is. Look how much better it is. Look how much longer it's lasted. There is the government can do whatever it wants if the judge agrees with it. In the Constitution of the United States of America, it is, government shall not do this. And if the courts find a rights violation, that's it, done, right? It's not that in Canada the courts don't find rights violations. They do all the time. It's just sort of like, it's just part of the process. We find the rights violation and then we justify under Section 1. Get rid of Section 1. It renders the whole charter useless to the people. 40 years is not a long time in the history of law. The fact that our Constitution has been rendered useless in 40 years is really quite pathetic. And so that should be obvious. I mean, I guess it's not obvious to the public, but to legal scholars, that's obvious that was a poor document if it only took 40 years for it to self-destruct. So amend it maybe, but I would say chuck the whole thing. The country was in better shape as far as rights and freedoms before it was instituted. But whatever you do, amend it, replace it, chuck it. The problem is giving all this power to the judges to remake the nation in their image, and then the governments appoint the judges so the governments can do it through the courts. And the whole system at a philosophical, fundamental level is wrong, and it's taken 40 years for that to be revealed. So it needs to be fixed, whether it's through amendment or complete abandonment.
Thank you.
Good morning, James. Thank you for your testimony. I was thinking as you first started speaking about when Jesus came to a city and he wanted to bring peace, but their eyes were hid and he wept. And I thought, wow, is that where we are in our country? But then I listened to you say we need a conversation. And that's what we're doing here. We're starting the conversation. We're bringing forward a conversation. We're looking at ways that we can contribute and offer hope again in this country. I do have a couple of questions. We've seen a number of losses recently in the courts. For example, Servitus in BC. As these cases are not being appealed, don't these rulings have a potential to be cited or even become precedent-setting in future litigation? And how do we counter that? Because I believe in that particular case, it was a parent who brought forward her concerns, and she didn't go through the administrative process, exhausting all the appeal process through the administrative part of it. But then, she loses in court. She has a good heart. She has her own motivations. And so she walks away, and that precedent is set. And there is no one else that can step in and appeal in that particular case. I'm just wondering, what is those lasting precedents going to do in this country if we can't change the conversation?
Well, they're very dangerous, and it's always a conversation that me and my colleagues have, is how do we avoid setting more bad precedents? And there's almost a hesitation to litigate in this area because we don't want to just keep giving the courts cases that they can rule on to set bad precedents to support, a further abandonment of rights down the road. It's sort of a catch-22 because, if you don't litigate, then you don't have the possibility of setting the good precedent. And if you litigate, you have the possibility of setting the bad one. What do you do? The lower court decisions, so, non-appellate level, so first instance trial level court decisions, their precedential value is limited because it doesn't bind even the same court. It doesn't have a lot of impact outside of the province that it's in. So its damage is limited insofar as that precedent is not in any way binding or even necessarily influential. You get to the Court of Appeal level, now you're making binding law, right? So the Court of King's Bench in Saskatchewan has to follow what the Court of Appeal in Saskatchewan says. Okay, so if you appeal, you're actually potentially creating a worse precedent if the Court of Appeal is going to uphold it. So there's no easy way to fix this. All we can do is keep trying. A lot of these cases, because it takes years for these to go through the courts, a lot of these cases are at the appellate level now or on their way to the appellate level. The courts of appeal in this country could turn this around if they wanted to. The courts of appeal in BC and Saskatchewan and Alberta and Ontario and eventually the Supreme Court of Canada could turn this around. I'm not really hopeful, even if the courts of appeal may do a good job somewhere. Of course, our court in Ottawa there's only two people there who really uphold the charter rights and freedoms, Justice Brown and Cote. I haven't seen from the other seven of them that they really have any kind of acceptable regard for what those rights actually mean and for the role that Section 1 should play, if any. So I'm not excited about what's going to happen when these COVID cases get to the Supreme Court of Canada, assuming at least some of them do. But that's just how it works in the law. You have to take the risk of setting bad precedents in order to go after the law or the government action that is wrong. And I don't have a good answer for how we avoid the bad precedents. I just know that if we continue to set them as we have for the last 2.5, 3 years, the long-term bad consequences of that is that we're just basically, it's a big neon sign of government saying, yep, you can do whatever you want 5 years from now because you're going to be able to rely on all this COVID case law about how government can get away with anything under Section 1, right? So that's why I say the problem is to deal with the law itself, is remove Section 1 of the Charter altogether, because that's the only way you can actually in a wholesale manner, get rid of the precedents, is to actually change the Constitution.
And my second question is, yesterday we heard testimony that those fined under COVID mandates were seeing their fines increased by the prosecutor when they got to court. I'm just wondering what it will take to restore justice in this nation so that administrators, apart from judges, are not permitted to go above the law, as in this case threatening to increase fines beyond the scope of the fine the police gave and what is considered acceptable by the legislature.
It's my view that too many laws are a bad thing. Discretion is generally actually a good thing. All these systems and all these laws and our Constitution and our whole societal structure are only as good as the people who live in the society and who fill these roles. It's only as good as so far as there are enough individuals who are moral and ethical and actually understand to some degree what is good and right for people, for humanity, for society, right? If people honestly believe that Marxism is the path to better human flourishing, it's going to impact their morals and ethics, and their morals and ethics are going to be corrupted by that corrupt ideology. But if they actually believe that individual rights and freedoms and the ability for people to live according to their own view of what's best, with as few restrictions as possible, is the path to human flourishing, are they going to have types of morals and ethics that are going to guide them to use their discretion in a good way? So ultimately, you fix that, I think, at the cultural and societal level, not by just having more laws, right? And I mean, this goes back fundamentally, philosophically, going back to the last 300 years, right? You can only have a society that is self-governed through limited government and, limited laws and a lot of freedom and an open market if the people are generally somewhat moral and so therefore can actually govern themselves, right? That's what the French philosopher and observer observed in America, Alexis de Tocqueville. That's what he observed. This American way of living free is only possible because the Americans are generally a fairly moral people and can actually engage in self-government, right? That's who Canadians are going to have to be, right? And they're going to have to come to terms with the fact that historically, whether you like it or not, the most moral and therefore the most free societies have been informed by Judeo-Christian values and morals and beliefs, right? All the other tyrannical societies in history generally didn't have those views and values, and generally the people could not govern themselves without chaos and violence, and so needed the strong arm of some sort of state or emperor or ruler over them in order to keep the chaos from destroying everything. You have to go back to the philosophy of how to live in a society that is self-governing and is moral and is free, and recognize that, yes, if the people, each individual who's fulfilling these roles and exercising their discretion, if they don't have some sort of morality, if they don't have some sort of view that the world is a better place and people are free, then they're going to abuse their discretion, they're going to become corrupt in the way that they do things, and you're going to have less freedom, less equality, by the way, as well, and you're going to have abuse of power, and you're going to have corruption, you're going to have dissidents and minorities like those who, didn't want to take the shot or didn't want to wear the mask or didn't want to comply with everything. They're going to suffer as second-class citizens, because inevitably, without morality, what you're going to have is just mob rule implemented through all these people exercising their discretion in a way that upholds that mob rule. That's what we've seen. I don't think you can fix that through just putting in a better rule or a better law. You have to fix that at the human level. That is the only way to ultimately fix it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I've got some fairly basic questions, I think, and then I have some questions that will probably get us both in trouble. The first one is, are judges subject to the rulings of the Law Society, considering they are lawyers or promoted lawyers? They're not.
They're not. There is a body, I think it's called the Judicial Council. It's a body across the country that's made up of the Chief Justices and the Associate Chief Justices. And this body self-regulates judges, right? So, for example, there was a judge, if I'm getting my story right, and so take this with a grain of salt, but I seem to recall when Trump was elected, there was a judge, I forget where it was, I think it was somewhere out east, as sort of a joke. He's an older guy, thought he could still joke. He walked into the court one morning with, I think, some sort of Trump hat or MAGA hat or whatever. And everybody with their hair on fire about this, right? And so, you know, who's the body that deals with that? Well, it's the Judicial Council that deals with that. So again, you have a problem, right? If all the Chief Justices and Associate Chief Justices who are politically appointed to those positions hold a particular view about what it means for judges to be, you know, professional or acceptable in their conduct, those are the ones enforcing it. Well, then obviously judges are going to self-censor, and they're going to be scared to speak out, and they're going to be scared to act or do in a certain way because they don't want to be sanctioned by the Judicial Council, which can basically, you know, sanction them just by telling them, telling them smarten up. Or this council can actually recommend to the government to have this judge removed. That's extraordinarily rare in Canada, but that's actually the process for which how a judge would get it removed. Is the Judicial Council would recommend that Judge X is, you know, he's out to lunch and he needs to be removed from the government by his post. He's no longer fit to actually be a judge. So there's sort of an internal regulation amongst judges through this Judicial Council, and that right there is somewhat influenced by the government of the day because the people who sit on that are appointed to their positions.
Has the Judicial Council, to your knowledge, made similar types of restrictions on judges that you experienced with the Law Society yourself concerning the narrative, the COVID narrative?
Good question. I'd like to know that. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of that. Yeah, that's a really good question. I wish I knew. My guess is no, but I just don't know.
We've heard a great deal of testimony in the last several weeks from people who talked about what Dr. Christian said was the fundamental basis of modern medicine, and that was informed consent. And we know, or at least we've had testimony, that people who were given the shot, and there's been a great deal of testimony on this from people who actually experienced this, were really told nothing before they got their shot. They weren't told, for instance, pregnant women weren't told that it wasn't tested on pregnant women. And I can go on about that, but I'm short for time here. But so my question comes down to this: are you aware of any College of Physicians and Surgeons in Canada bringing a doctor or some other practitioner to task for not having fulfilled this most fundamental precept of medicine, and that is allowing people to make an informed consent when so many have testified that they were not?
No, I'd be shocked if a College of Physicians and Surgeons did that. I currently have open a complaint from a member of the public against Dr. Dina Hinshaw as a doctor, not as the Chief Medical Officer of Health, but as a doctor, because she is a regulated member of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta. A member of the public has complained about her, partly along that basis, the fact that she was, recommending these shots for his children, his teenagers, and really that recommendation was so unsupported scientifically that it does stray into unprofessional conduct. And so that complaint is before the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta. So they're going to have to make a decision about that I will publicize. And, I fully expect the College of Physicians and Surgeons to completely exonerate Dina Hinshaw and say that she did everything right and that they're proud of her and that there's no professional misconduct. Right, but if they were acting independently, they would actually make a decision to have. Right now, it's at the preliminary stages of whether or not this, because the complaint's already been dismissed. I've appealed the dismissal of it. Right, so we're not even getting into the actual hearing of it. But if this body was doing its job and say, we need to investigate this, we need to see the evidence, we need to have the scientists and the experts come forward, we need to have a full public hearing on this, and we need to figure this out. Right, me and my client both fully expect the college to not do that. We expect them to protect Dr. Dina Hinshaw. We expect them to protect any doctor who is complained about for not properly giving informed consent to the people that they administer the shot to or recommended that the shot be administered to. No, I expect the college to do the opposite, to continue to toe the party line and to protect the COVID narrative and to protect the government and protect the doctors that did that and to continue to use all of their enforcement efforts to censor the doctors who disagree with them and disagree with the government, disagree with the COVID narrative. And again, that's the problem, right? These colleges are doing the opposite of what they should be doing.
So that talks about one of the most fundamental beliefs held in our medical system. I want to now ask you about what I believe, or I want to ask you, is not a fundamental belief of our justice system is that every party standing before the court is of equal stature and the law will be applied evenly, regardless of who you are, whether you're Ken Drysdale or whether you're the government of Canada?
That's the ideal. We're not living up to it, right? I mean, it's the ideal that we have informed consent. We're not living up to it. It's the ideal that we accommodate Christians because religious beliefs are protected in the Human Rights Act as much as we accommodate transgender people or black people or whatever, but we're not. We're not living up to those ideals. The laws are only as good as the people who choose to enforce them and live by them and, try to implement them. It doesn't matter. The ideals are not being met because the people just don't care anymore to meet them. Right? Imagine how morally bankrupt you have to be as a person to say, I'm going to fire you because you won't inject yourself with this experimental injection, right? And the government's mad at me and telling me I have to do this, right? You're clearly a coward. You clearly have no moral compass anymore. We've hundreds of thousands of Canadians that are completely morally bankrupt. And that's what they've done over the last 3 years is they've shouted at people who won't wear masks, and they've fired people who won't take a shot, and they've refused discrimination to religious people because they can't stand them. And they've said you're not equal because you won't agree with our science and you won't agree with the government and you won't agree with the narrative. So no, you're not equal to us. And I mean that's what the ideology of Marxism teaches, right? It actually teaches inequality in the name of equality. So yeah, I mean here we are. Right? We're not living up to our ideals as a nation at all. And I think it just goes to show that we've been a lot more like the whitewashed tombs that Jesus talked about when he was talking to the Pharisees than we've been willing to realize and admit. We put on this show that we are nice and compassionate and caring, and meanwhile, deep down, we're not. And when the crap hits the fan, like with COVID, it all comes out. We're exposed for the morally bankrupt, cruel, vicious people that we really are. And we need to admit that and come to terms with that if we're ever going to get out of this and address our moral failings as a people. Because I don't care how many laws you have or how good they are on paper, they're useless without some sort of cultural morality about what is good and evil, about what is good, what is bad and what is right, and what and individual rights and how they should actually be respected.
You talked about the issue of mootness, but we didn't talk about, or you didn't mention anything about the practicality of that. And what I'm talking about is, I believe there was Brian Peckford had launched some kind of a challenge against charter, what he said was charter infringements, and the government declared it moot. And what kind of consequences financially does that have for a plaintiff when the government declares something moot? And how does that have a chilling effect on someone else who might want to bring a case forward?
Well, it does, because it takes a lot of money. Somebody has to pay for this, right? Or somebody has to take a huge cut in the income that they're earning as a lawyer in order to run these cases. They take tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars, at least at market value, to bring these cases to the courts, right? And then, so all that money's down the drain because the courts just said, oh, it's moot, we're not going to rule on it, right? So there's one financial consequence, right? But part of the problem and part of the reason that the Justice Center existed, part of the reason Liberty Coalition Canada exists, which is the organization I work with now, is because we recognize that ultimately none of these cases about civil liberties are ever likely to come to the court because they cost money, a lot of money to bring. And who's just going to come up with that kind of money? And even if they have it, are they really willing to spend it on something like that? Right? The only way you can challenge the government in a lot of ways through these civil liberties challenges, these charter challenges, is to crowdfund and pool the funds and to take the best cases and, to pay the lawyers a reasonable rate to run the cases all the way and to finally get a ruling from the courts. Because the courts don't just rove around finding charter infringements. They're not supposed to, really. And so they have to be brought to them, and it takes a lot of resources to bring them. And when the courts just dismiss them as moot, right? Yeah, it's a waste of a lot of resources, so you drain the resources for those challenges to continue to happen. There's only so many resources, and there's the chilling effect. Why should I even bother challenging the law? The court has got the government's back. They're just going to rule it's moot, or they're just going to justify it under Section 1. Why should I even bother? So yeah, there is that chilling effect. And then you have the reality that the court, if it wants to, can award costs against the plaintiffs or the applicants and say, look, you never should have brought this challenge. This law has already been taken out. It's moot. You should have withdrawn your challenge as soon as that happened. We shouldn't be here today. The government had to expend resources to defend your action. I'm going to award some costs against you. You're going to have to pay some of the government's costs. That sometimes does and sometimes does not happen in those types of cases. It's up to the court whether or not to award those costs. So yeah, there's lots of costs and lots of chilling effect that result from the courts just constantly saying it's moot or it's justified under Section 1. Eventually, the people just say we don't have any more money. We spent it all, and we've just given up because it's not worth it to continue to spend this and not get anywhere.
You talked about at the beginning of the pandemic how the courts shut down, and we've heard from other witnesses that they're recognizing the three different branches of government. The legislature, the administration, the judiciary. But I want to ask you about the fourth level of government, and that is the media. The media plays an incredibly important role in our democracy in that they're the interface between all three levels of those government to the people. And their role is to report to the people what's going on so that people can make an informed decision. Can you comment on that aspect of what went on in the pandemic, the media's role in this whole thing?
Well, only briefly, because I litigate publicly. I do a lot of media work, so I'm familiar with media. I see it as a tool to educate the public and to hold the courts accountable and to hold government accountable. And I use it to the best of my ability. I mean, obviously, you don't see me on CBC every day. You're going to see me on the Western Standard and the Epoch Times, etc. So I guess I would just say two things. Obviously, the media is corrupt and biased, pro-COVID narrative, propping up the government. Part of that is completely explained by the fact that a lot of these mainstream media outlets receive money from the government, and it's obvious why that's a bad idea. You're an idiot about human nature if you can't see why that's a bad idea. That never should have been allowed. If there have been any government act or any litigation against that, the courts should have done their job to say no. That's an infringement of freedom of the press, freedom of expression, because obviously the press is not going to be independent if it's receiving money from the government that it's trying to criticize. So obviously the media terribly to the whole thing, and it's contributed dramatically to the whole thing. But I guess, again, I would go back to saying to the people, stop being so gullible. Stop only watching mainstream sources. Seek out alternative news sources. Stop watching and listening to CBC or Global or CTV or whatever. Start reading the Western Standard. And don't just read, by the way, your favorite alternative news outlet. Read 5 of them. Get the different perspectives, right? People got to stop. People don't realize how much power they do actually still have in the quasi-democracy that Canada still is. Withdraw your market support for these mainstream organizations. Stop bemoaning the fact that the mainstream media is lying about everything, and make sure that you never participate in that by never consuming mainstream media and telling everybody else, hey, you probably should not consume mainstream media. Let's go consume a truthful alternative media. Let's consume different ones and compare them to see which one is the most truthful. Part of it's the media's fault, part of it's the people's fault too, I think, as well. And I've heard repeatedly from people throughout the COVID thing that they begun to wake up and realize when they started to consume some more alternative media sources. It sounds ridiculous to me because I've never been roped in by mainstream media sources because I've just always been that kind of guy. But for some people, that's a big deal. And, I had a number of people that came to me in 2020 when I was the crazy conspiracy theorist that they thought was awful. and said, oh, geez, you're right. You know, one of the ways I realized that you were right is because of the BLM protests. And I started to pay attention to what was going on there and the mainstream media's narrative about it and the inconsistencies. And then I started watching some alternative news and started getting some actual truth. And now I've changed my views on the whole thing, right? I heard that over and over and over again. So it can happen, and it can be really good when it happens. And that's what has to happen. Is people have to unplug from the CBC, Global News, whatever, stop caring about what they say or don't say, and just start, you know, consuming alternative media or even producing the media themselves. We saw a proliferation of alternative media sources over the last 2 or 3 years. That's a good thing. That's a source of hope right there. That because of the technology we have now, and we can have these sort of small independent journalists who can go out and give people the actual truth.
Thank you very much.
So, James, that's it for questions. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for participating today.
Thank you. It's my honor.
Good morning, members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen. My name is Louis Brown. I'm a partner with a law firm, Willows Welsh, Orrin Brundage, LLP in Regina, and I'm delighted to be one of the volunteer lawyers working with the Commission here in Saskatchewan. Mr. Thiessen, Mrs. Thiessen, good morning. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Thiessen. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for the inquiry, please?
My name is Suzanne Thiessen, Suzanne, Thiessen, Thesen.
Thank you, Mrs. Thiessen. And would you prefer to swear an oath or solemnly affirm?
It makes no difference.
Okay. Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this National Citizens Inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. And Mr. Thiessen, can you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Barry Thiessen, B-A-R-R-Y. Thiessen is T-H-E-S-E-N.
Thank you. And Mr. Thiessen, would you prefer to swear an oath or solemnly affirm?
Don't matter.
Okay. Mr. Thiessen, do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this National Citizens Inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mrs. Thiessen, I wanted to start with you, just because it is perhaps a little bit unusual, certainly in a court proceeding, to have two people testifying at the same time. Can you just please tell us, what is your relationship with Mr. Thiessen?
Barry Thiessen is my husband. That's it.
Sure. And how long have you folks been married?
Oh, we've been married about, how many years, Barry? 40-some years.
Okay. And then so briefly, we're going to get into it in details, but just in kind of 30 to 45 seconds, why are you testifying with your husband here today?
Well, I'm here to help Barry. It's very difficult for both of us to be here. Like Barry was quite severely injured, and it's left him with it's very difficult for him to express himself and say what he wants to say. He can't find his words, things like that. The reason we decided to come was because for every one of us that testifies, there's probably thousands that have a story to tell. And so I do have notes here, and I am going to try to help Barry with his testimony.
Sure, thanks very much. So we're going to get to the incident which brings you here today, but I just want to have a reference point because we don't know Mr. Thiessen. So can you just give us again a 30 to 60 second description of your husband in terms of energy, activities, and overall health before May of 2021?
Okay, I'll let Barry say a little bit about himself. What do you want to say, Barry?
You can say it. I'm just an old retired farmer, and used to also a bulk fuel and fertilizer company agency I owned and sold, and that's what we did before we retired.
And so, Mr. or Ms. Thiessen, can you just tell us a little bit about how Mr. Thiessen was before May of 2021, just in terms of his overall energy, activities, and health?
Okay. Barry was actually, he's being quite modest here. He was a large farm owner, and he ran an imperial oil agency, which is a fairly large business, and he was involved in various committees. He was very active in the community. We had recently retired, and so we were spending more time traveling. We were spending more time with our grandchildren, and he was active and well.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go through your evidence kind of in time frames, okay? So we're going to talk about certain time frames, what happened during those time frames, and then we'll move on to the next time frame, okay? So we've now covered before May of 2021. Can you tell us what happened in May of 2021, please?
In May 21, Barry had his first Moderna shot, and he was not, he didn't have a serious reactions. He had a few, and he's going to tell you what kind, okay? After your first shot.
After the first shot, we were just we were uptown in Melfort and took the shot, and it made me feel pretty not very good for about 2 hours or 3 hours, and it wasn't real bad. Had a sore arm, you know, everything outside of that, it wasn't much problem.
Okay, great. And then let's carry forward then to what happened next that's relevant for the inquiry. And if it may be, sorry, can you tell us the date? Do you remember the date that first vaccine occurred?
I'll help him with that a little bit. He has a difficult time with events and time and remembering things. So, okay, Barry, well, first of all, maybe I can say that he was hesitant on getting this shot. And the reason he finally decided was because he was trying to convince me to get the shot so we could continue our travels like we had planned. And also his father was in a nursing home, and in order to visit his dad, he had to get a shot. When I chose not to have my shot, then that meant that I couldn't see him unless it was through a window, and after that, when he wasn't well, it was not at all. And I'll probably live with this for the rest of my life, but I was not able to be with him when he passed away, which was of course during COVID times. Okay, so Barry, he went for his second Moderna shot.
Hold on a sec, Ms.
Yeah,
Thiessen.
sorry.
When did the first shot occur, please?
Pardon me?
When did the first shot occur?
Okay, the first shot was in May 2021.
Do you remember the date?
Yes, I do. I think it was May 5th. I don't. And the second shot was in Melfort on May 10th.
The second shot was on May 10th?
Yes, 2021 again.
Okay. So when was the first shot, sorry, and when was the second?
It was May.
Just
let
take
me
your
see
time,
if I
Mrs.
have it
Thiessen.
right here.
Just take your time.
Okay. Oh, sorry. May 10th, 2021 was in the mall.
And what was that? What happened on that date? Was that the first or the second shot?
That's the first shot.
Okay,
and
so we
he
have the
said
so
he
Mrs.
had. Pardon me.
So what we have then is the first shot happening on May 10th, 2021.
Yes,
is
sorry.
that correct?
Yes.
And where did that shot occur?
That was in Melfort, and it was Moderna.
And that's in which province? Which province are we talking about?
That's the first shot. Yeah.
Which province did that occur in?
Which mall?
No, it was in Melfort. What is the province that Melfort's located in? I just can't lead you, so just please tell us what province that's located
Oh, in
in.
the province, it happened in Arborfield, Saskatchewan.
Saskatchewan. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so please carry on. What happened after that? We can carry on to the second shot
Okay.
now.
So, his second shot was on July 13th, 2021 at 11 o'clock.
Okay, where did that occur?
That happened in Nipawin against Saskatchewan.
Okay, thank you. And then, so what happened? Tell us what happened.
Well, Nipawin is about a half hour away from us, and the pharmacist did have him sign a consent, and I have it here.
Okay.
I went and got it, and nowhere on the consent, first of all, does it say anything about side effects or injuries, possible injuries. It's very basics. So they did make him wait also 15 minutes, and he started feeling unwell once he went back to his truck. And should I let Barry say a little bit? And
Yeah,
I'll fill in if he has trouble, okay?
And I just can we just understand, Ms. Thiessen?
Yes.
Were you with him in the truck?
No.
Okay, yeah, please.
I was actually, I'm a substitute teacher, so I was subbing that day, so I didn't see him till a little bit later on. But Barry, should I let Barry say?
Sure,
okay,
sure.
Barry, can you say how you felt?
I didn't feel too bad to start with, and was probably maybe a half hour later, I started feeling really quite sick, and I just didn't know how to deal with it. If I should drive home or what. And then I kind of backed off and just sat around for a while, and then I went home, was feeling a little better. By the time I got to home, I was really in bad shape. I shouldn't have been driving. When I got home, I got in the house, and I barely got up the stairs into the house. And what happened then?
Okay, this is what Barry told me earlier, and I wrote it down. He says he thought he was going to pass out when he was in his truck, so he had to wait in his truck for a little bit until he felt more stable. He was very dizzy, and he felt like vomiting. So he, after waiting in his truck for a little bit, he got home, and by the time he was home, he was shaking uncontrollably. He said it was almost like convulsions. It was just all over the place. He was sweating, almost like dripping wet, and yet he was very, very cold. He could barely make it up the stairs, and he went straight to bed. And then when I got home, I couldn't wake him up, and I was quite worried about him. And off and on during the night, he was he was laying still, shaking a little bit, but then all of a sudden, again, he would start shaking uncontrollably with his arms flaying and all over. It was like convulsing.
And did you suggest anything to him at that
Pardon
point?
me?
Did you suggest anything to him at that point?
I did not. I tried to wake him up, and then I thought, well, maybe he'll feel better in the morning. And then I fell asleep for a while, and then I'd wake up when he was, shaking all over the place. Barry didn't get up till about 9 o'clock in the morning. So he slept like a long time. When he got up, I had been up for a while. When he got up, it was like shocking. His right side of his mouth was drooped. His body and shoulders were drooped. His eyes were wrong. They weren't right. They were like unmoving. His arms just hung to his side. He was shuffling his feet, and he was walking very, very slowly, almost like as if he was in a fog. Barry told me, I asked him, how are you feeling? And he said he felt weak, and he felt like he had been beat up, like a car had run over him. He was extremely disoriented, couldn't speak. If he tried to say a sentence, it was wrong. It wasn't the proper words or the proper structure. He was finding it really, really difficult to process things. For example, if I would give him a dish and I'd say, can you go put this in the fridge? He would take it, and it was almost like zombie-like. He would take it and turn around in the opposite direction that he was supposed to go to and start walking towards, let's say, the stairs. And then he would just stop. And he didn't know what he was supposed to do, where he was. And so simple things like, for example, he'd say, I'm going to bed. And I would watch him head to the wrong room. He would go in the opposite room, and he'd look around in the room, and he didn't know that. And then finally he'd turn around and look again around, and finally he'd find his way. I was just observing him. That night, and for the following few weeks, because this went on for quite a few weeks, Barry remembers practically nothing of those 2 weeks. When I went to bed, he said, are you coming to bed? I said, yes. He says, well, do you sleep here? I said, yes. Oh, well, that's nice. Okay. And so it's just that he did not know what was going on. He was, I asked him to go, like when he woke up, I asked him, I didn't ask him, I said, we should go to the hospital. I felt like it was probably a stroke or something. And he said, no. Do you want to say why he didn't want to go to the hospital?
No, you better say it. I don't think I can say it.
No, you can't. Okay. Barry said he didn't want to go to the hospital because he was scared that he was going to be stuck there and I wouldn't be able to visit and he was going to die alone. And so my sister's a nurse, and she came over, and she says, I'm not a doctor, but I think he had a stroke. You should go to the hospital. And Barry again insisted, no, I've had enough. And so my opinion, I guess, was that the damage had been done, and I was also afraid of him going in there and never getting out. Do you have anything to add to that? Okay. Can we skip to what what he's left with now.
I just wanted to ask you, Ms.
Yeah.
Thiessen, so we're in the very brief aftermath of the second shot. So right after the shot, you've described a number of your observations of your husband, but can you just identify what was his appearance like? What was his face color like at that point? Was it
His
normal? Face color, like the color of his skin.
Oh, it was he was like ash white, like ashy gray white.
Okay. Okay, sure. Thank you. In and around that time, was there any interactions with your family physician, with Barry's family physician?
No.
Okay. Why don't we go then to how we're doing today? How are we doing
Okay.
in the recent, lately?
Cognitively, and Barry can help me with that if you. I'll get him to talk. Cognitively, he says his brain is like it's in a fog all the time, and he finds it difficult to express himself, to make decisions. He can't say what he wants, and the weird thing is he now has like visions, and he'll explain that to you a little bit.
It's just, it's just like the birds came into your house and they're flying around in there, and it's not really, it's like a shadow of a bird. And it drives you crazy. I mean, I guess makes you just wonder what's going on, eh? Like, and it kind of comes and goes, although, it isn't constant. Like the last couple of weeks I've been really quite well, I thought. And before that it seemed like, but there's, all it is just like animals or birds or whatever, and they kind of flutter around, and I don't know, it's weird. But I also read where it's a problem. How did that go?
Well, just recently, I saw that because I thought it was so strange that I read that it's one of the things that other people have also experiencing. I don't know for sure, but another thing that Barry keeps commenting on is like there's people in our house. And then when we almost Barry likes to set the table before we're going to eat. And almost every time, even yet today, he'll say, "How many people are here?" And I'll say, "Just you and I." "Oh, I thought there was more people." I said, "No, there's just you and I." And he keeps thinking that either his grandson's downstairs, or he says like he hears voices. He thinks people are here. And then also another thing that is happening to him now, Barry will confirm that. He says that it hasn't happened in the last couple of weeks, but for example, I will send him off to the neighboring town, which is like 7 kilometers away, to his daughter's place, and I'll say, "She's waiting for you for supper. I'm going to be away." And he will go towards that town, and all of a sudden he will have to pull over and stop because he doesn't remember where he's going. He doesn't remember why he's going. And so it's almost like he explained it as a total blank. He just goes totally blank. And then he after sitting for a little while, sometimes they'll come back. But even then, like, he's very disoriented. He gets into that town and he doesn't remember where the house is.
And Mrs. Thiessen, can you tell us, can you or Barry tell us, how's Barry's strength doing these days? How is his walking, his legs?
His walking now?
And his strength, his overall physical strength.
Barry? or I guess, he's extremely weak. His knees, and he'll talk to you about the pain that he has, like a constant pain. But anyway, his knees, it's all like he has to be very, very careful. When he goes up the stairs, quite often, even holding on to the railing isn't good enough. He'll use his hands and put them on the steps in front of him one at a time. When he goes down the stairs, he goes 1 foot at a time, like a 2-year-old, where you go 1 foot, 2 feet at the same step, and then keep going that way. He's lost a lot of his strength. He's lost his appetite. He's lost weight. He has like a very, very hard time with dates, events. For example, if he knows he has an appointment, I'll write it down on a calendar, and he has it on his phone. But every day he has me check to make sure, like, when is my appointment? I said, well, it's like still 5 days away. Okay. Well, the next day he'll ask me the same thing. When is your appointment? And then I'll repeat that. Barry also does that with other things. There's certain things that really bother him, and he doesn't remember, so it has to be checked every day. So he wants to use the car to go uptown. He will say, are my plates good? Yes. Okay. Is my license good? Yes. Well, how do you know? And it's because we checked the day before, right? So then he will go to the car and get the registration, and he'll bring it in, and it's very difficult for him to process, like, the expiry date. So he'll say, can you help me with this? Like, what does it say? How long? And I'll say, you're good for 6 months. Okay. And the next day it's the same thing. TV he struggles with the remote, trying to find channels. I also often go and set it up for him, ask him what he feels like watching. Paying bills, I had to, he has to depend on me for a lot now. So, I pay the bills, I do the banking, even business, and his credit cards and debit cards are extremely confusing for him. He'll say, okay, I'm gonna go get some money. Which card do I use? And I say, if you're using the ATM, you'll just use your debit. Which one? This one? Yes. So he'll go and use that card, and then he'll come back and he'll say, it didn't work. And I'll say, which card did you use? Sometimes he'll say he used the black card, like the MasterCard. Or sometimes he'll say, I used this number. Oh, okay, that's for the other card. Because he still has a business card, and he has a personal card, and we have MasterCards, and so for him, that's a lot. Do you want to say anything, Barry? Are you okay?
That's enough.
Huh?
That's enough.
That's enough? I know.
And Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen, you're both doing very well, and we're coming to the end here.
Yes.
I just want to confirm something before I invite the commissioners to ask questions. Mrs. Thiessen, everything we've discussed today occurred in the province of Saskatchewan, Canada. Is that correct?
That is correct. Both shots were in Saskatchewan, and we live in Saskatchewan and have for a long time.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I do have maybe one or two more questions, but they're conclusion questions. I'll just invite the commission if they have any questions of you, Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen.
We did end up going to the doctor. So do you want to know how we recorded? It was recorded, his injury.
Are we talking about the VAERS system?
Both. We went to the doctor first. There is one doctor that Barry Barry trusts. His name is Dr. Fowler, and he lives in Carrot River. And due to lockdowns, we had to do a phone interview. And I asked Dr. Fowler, we had on a speakerphone, and so we kind of did it together. And I asked Dr. Fowler to file the injury report. And Dr. Fowler was extremely hesitant. And he says, you do realize that you're the first person that has ever had an injury that I know of. And I'll say, it doesn't matter. I want this recorded. I want it sent away to, then he'd say, these forms are like really long and difficult. It'll take us a really long time. Are you sure you want to proceed? And I would say, yes. And he says, well, it does appear like your husband suffered a stroke. But maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it had nothing to do with it. I said, please, we're asking you to report the injury. And so he did go ahead and he did finish recording it, and we're hoping he sent it away. And he did follow up, and he wanted us to go see a neurologist. And when the appointment came, when it came time for Barry to go see the neurologist, Barry refused. He said no.
And we can maybe just pause there for a second, Ms.
Yes.
Thiessen. Why don't we invite the commissioners to ask some questions, and
Okay.
then we'll just carry on. I don't know if the commission has any questions, but then if not, then I'll
Okay.
wrap up. We're good. You've answered all their questions. So my second last question for you is, in summary, in just 60 seconds or so, what would you like this inquiry and Canadians at large to take away from your evidence today?
Well, first of all, I don't think Barry would have taken the vaxxed or the shot, I guess I would call it, if they would have properly warned him that there was going to be some side effects, possible side effects. Barry's always been fairly trusting of the institutions and doctors and the government, and I just know, like, he just thought it was just harmless. It's just like, we've always taken vaccines, like, and another thing is, like, the coercion that went on to get these shots. Like, also, Barry probably wouldn't have gotten that shot if he knew he could have traveled without the shot. And also, if you could go and visit people in the nursing home without the shot. Yeah.
And we may have covered it, and there may not be anything more to say, but I want to make sure that you feel you've had your day in court, so to speak. So my last question for you, is there anything else you'd like to share with us today?
We just feel like this injury was totally unnecessary. It was preventable. This injury has changed our life forever. It's stolen our dreams and retirement and our retirement plans. It's stolen everything from us. And like, Barry's the real hero here, to be here today. This is difficult for him to say how it's affected him and how it's damaged him. The world needs to know what it's done to people. And then this has nothing to do with our injury, but I do have one thing as a teacher. Can I say something?
It's your evidence.
Okay. I'm still substitute teaching, and I was on a leave for a few months, and I was teaching in the grade 1 and 2 classroom, and what I saw was horrific. If you can imagine, in the middle of winter, when kids go outside to play and they have runny noses and they come back and their masks are frozen on their face, and in the classroom they're wearing those wet masks, and if ever somebody came in the classroom, they were told to put their masks on, put them up, put them up. And another thing that's damaging that not that many people talk about is everywhere you go, they have these sanitizers. And when you first get into the door, kids had to go and line up and get their temperature taken. And they had to also, they would squirt this sanitizer on their hands. Kids' hands would get raw, and they thought it was fun. And then they would go in the classroom, and there was one in the classroom. Now, I would discourage them. I would say, no, you can't. But then they had to use them like before they ate, after they ate, before they went outside, after they went outside, before they went home, after they came into school. And it was on and on. And then parents would also buy them sanitizers that they would put on their desk and use like 10, 15, 20 times a day. And then they would eat their sandwich. Kids would come in an hour late, and then they would say, I'm late because I just had my shot. It was beyond difficult. I had to turn around and just get a hold of myself a little bit. I just kept thinking, what if that child gets injured like my husband? What if? That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Thiessen. I just want to make sure if Mr. Thiessen has any concluding thoughts. If not, that's totally fine.
No, everything's good.
Okay. Mr. and Mrs. Thiessen, thank you very much for giving us your evidence today.
Thank you.
Our next witness is attending online, Maria Gucci. Maria, can you hear us?
Hello, yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and now I can see you.
There I am, yes.
So I'd like to begin by asking you to state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name.
My full name is Luz Maria Gucci, L-U-Z-M-A-R-I-A-G-U-T-S-C-H-I.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Just by way of introduction, my understanding is you are an expert in you're an expert pharmacotherapeutic specialist, and you're going to have to explain for us what that is.
So I'm a pharmacist by training and have some extra training in what we call pharmacotherapy, which is therapy using drugs, as well as drug assessment skills, which includes looking at the data and assessing the drug for safety and efficacy and for application to individual patient care.
Okay, and you've, as far as the drug assessment thing, you've done reports for the Canadian Pharmacist Association and for various regulatory agencies. And
Correct. I've written a few chapters for the Canadian Pharmacists Association on vitamins and minerals and on lifestyle management. And I provided expert scientific advice to the Patented Medicine Prices Review Board, which is a quasi-judicial board that regulates the prices of pharmaceuticals and vaccines in Canada.
And then you've also been a clinical pharmacist for the Canadian Forces Health Services Centre.
Yes,
Canada.
I ran the lipid clinic. And in addition, I have practiced in intensive care units for 10 years and have developed an expertise in antimicrobial management, including what we call antimicrobial stewardship and infectious diseases. So quite a variety of experiences that I've had in my career.
Right. Now, we've entered, you sent me a CV that we've entered as Exhibit SA-2A, which also includes you've got a doctorate in pharmacy. So,
yes.
And assuming I haven't changed your CV, you adopted as true?
Yes, yes, that's true.
Okay. Now, you've got a presentation for us today. We've invited you to speak about the manufacture of the mRNA vaccines, and I'm going to ask if you can proceed with that.
Yes, thank you. And I will try to do it as a... First of all, before I start, I would also like to thank the Thiessens for their testimony. It was very emotional for me as well, as I've had some, I understand and I've seen these, I just like to say thank you for their testimony. It was very emotional. And I think this is a great thing that we get to hear what happens with vaccine injury, among other things. What I'm going to talk about is fairly technical, which I apologize for. However, I feel it is necessary for people to understand how these products were regulated from a regulatory perspective and what the implications are for the future. And most of this was independent, as I had been, I basically stopped working the few months before the pandemic was announced. And because of my infectious disease training, I was very interested in a pandemic and was following all along. And when I heard about the vaccine, I started doing what I would normally do in order to assess a drug. And one of the first things I do is I go to the European Medicine Agency, which is not typical of most people, because in my previous experience, I had found that their reports were very complete with lots of information that usually assisted me in my analysis. For background, all regulators work from a common technical document that's called the ECDTD, which is the same information, the same basic information is shared among all the regulators in the Western world. The EMA, which covers all the European Union, except for Switzerland and the UK, and then Canada, the FDA, and Japan and Singapore as well. In this case, this product was reviewed as a rolling review assessment, which means they started assessing each piece of information as it came in, as it became available. Normally, what is normally done is the manufacturers would make an entire submission, bring it in, and the regulators would look at it. It does not change safety, efficacy, and quality requirements. That's what we were told. I would say technically that is true. The requirements were not changed, but there are implications for a rolling review, in my view, for assessment of the drug. The pivotal trial, the trial that showed that we had 95% vaccine efficacy, was published in November 2020, and shortly thereafter, the vaccine was approved under conditional marketing authority. That's what they call it in the EU. It is a EUA in the US and interim order in Canada. The public assessment report that I used for this assessment went on the web on 2020, and actually it was corrected in February, but I think I read it in January 2021. I expected what was known as regulatory flags, which are specific obligations. These are obligations placed on the manufacturer in order to get full authorization that they had to meet. So Canada has something similar, and so did the FDA. And so I expected that with regards to safety and efficacy and clinical data from the clinical trials in humans. What I did not expect is that I saw 4 specific obligations out of the 6 that were manufacturing based. And I read this and thought, my goodness, how could they let this go on and actually give this to people? I was really quite impressed. But I thought in my innocence that it would just take a little bit of time and they would fix some of these manufacturing defects. So I told my family, we're going to wait until they fix these things because that's likely. And then we'll reassess at that point. In addition, there's a leak of confidential documents to the dark web in January 2021. And I found out about it in September. And it supplemented quite a bit all the information that was on the European Public Assessment Report. First, I'd like to talk about the steps in manufacturing this product. It is very complex with lots and lots of parts to it or components, and each of those components have to be of very high quality. There are very number of manufacturers, number of suppliers, ultra cold storage and rapid transportation between sites. They had like 108 hours by the time they made the mRNA, and they had to run over and put them in the lipid nanoparticles. There are advantages to an mRNA vaccine, especially for a pandemic. Number one, it's fast. You can make a sample for 20 or 30,000 doses in 10 days from start to finish, and regular vaccines will take months. And the other advantage is that it is cell-free. We are not using cells which are bound to be complications, such as putting it on chicks, chick embryos, or other cells like insect cells or tobacco that we use, whatever. So the steps is you make it in a production bioreactor, which actually does include E. coli. You digest out the DNA so that you can extract the mRNA. And then you have a lot of purification steps. You put it into the LNPs, which then require a bunch of purification steps. And then you bring fill or finish, which is actually quite a big step. Manufacturers usually subcontract that out. And that is the steps for quality control, dilution, sterile filtration, capping it, labeling it. Then they put it in the deep freeze and sent it out as required. Oh. Dear, I'm stuck. Sean, I am
You're having some technical difficulties, are you?
Yes, I am.
And you see, usually we have these at the beginning of the day, so it's nice to shake this up.
Oh, lovely. I might have to go to my other computer, if that's all right, or I'm just going to have to, it's not working.
If you need a
can...
couple of minutes,
yes,
we
I
actually
do.
have a video that we skipped over that takes about 6-7 minutes that we could
Perfect.
segue to, and then have you pick it up from there.
Let's hope I can get it to work. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Maria. So just to announce, we watched a video yesterday, and what we've done is we've just had one of our video people put together clips for Saskatchewan, because sometimes it's good to remember, even though it wasn't that long ago, just some of the things that we've experienced. So, okay, and Our video lady is just looking for that, so just be patient, and we'll just wait for Maria to get back on track.
So effective immediately. Public gatherings are now limited to no more than 25 people. Nightclubs, bars, and lounges must be closed. Effective on Monday, restaurants are required to close except for takeout and delivery services. Personal services such as hair salons are also ordered to close. Dental, optometrist, chiropractic, podiatry clinics are also ordered to close except when offering non-elective procedures. Daycare facilities are limited to 8 children unless they are able to configure.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was...
As we have Maria logged in, so it might flip back or forth a little bit. So we can give you a few minutes, Maria. Or we could also just... So, David, I think we might just take a break and give Maria, we'll come back in about 5-6 minutes.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally, and I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness, I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship.
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry. We're sorry that we had to take a break, but when you're doing things online with virtual witnesses and the like, invariably you have some technical difficulties. So I'm pleased to have Maria Gucci back on the line, and hopefully, Maria, we're good to go, so I'll just ask you if you can continue with your testimony.
Thank you very much. Can everyone see the screen here?
We can. We've got a slide, regulatory review, vaccine, or gene therapy.
Yes. So I talked about all the steps in manufacturing and the complexity of it. And one of the questions many people have is it vaccine or is it gene therapy? And by definition, with the FDA and as well as the EMA, it is objectively a genetic therapy because it includes ribosomal nucleic acid, which is a nucleic acid or genetic therapy, and it acts inside the cell by translating those nucleic acids into a protein, in this case, the spike protein. So objectively, it is defined as human gene therapy product. It does not necessarily affect our genetic makeup, but it is under regulatory, it is being classified as a vaccine for evaluation purposes. And this, we did a deep dive, some of my collaborators and I, to look at how the process occurred. In the early 2000s, for example, the EMA and even the FDA had looked at mRNA and DNA type products and had classified them as gene therapy products, and they were being assessed as that. Somewhere between 2004 and 2008, though, these products then became classified as vaccines, such that in 2012, in the EMA, the mRNA products were going to be evaluated as if they were a vaccine. Similarly, the FDA specifically said that guidance for gene therapy products do not apply to vaccines for infectious disease. So what we will call in regulatory affairs the indication. What is the use of this product? If it is used to prevent an infectious disease, then it went down the vaccine regulatory pathway. And both the EMA and the FDA also specifically excluded them from long-term studies for genetic therapies because I could see a potential possibility where you would assess it as a vaccine for efficacy or under the clinical trials, works as a vaccine. You do the clinical trials as a vaccine trial, but then assess its adverse events as gene therapy products. But these were specifically excluded. Regulatory guidelines that are used, both in Canada, the EMA and the FDA, was the WHO 2005 guidelines, who actually give nucleic acid vaccines the status as a vaccine. It delineates the controls, the good manufacturing practices for purity and quality, and supporting studies for a new documentation, for a new formulation, which is the case for these mRNA products. It's interesting that Moderna, even in its Security and Exchange Commission filings as late as June 2020, will admit that mRNA is considered a gene therapy, but it is not assessed as such. And the BioNTech founder, Ugur Sahin, in 2014 wrote in a very seminal paper that they were uncertain where it be classified because it be classified either as gene therapy, somatic cell therapy, or biologic. A biologic includes vaccines. So the issue with this mRNA product is that we really have two separate products. We had one product that was made in a different manufacturing process for the clinical trials, that pivotal November 2020 paper. And then we have the product that was used and rolled out commercially. While they were in the clinical trials, that manufacturing process was not amenable to making millions of doses. It was an engineering issue that had to be resolved to scale up to make a large amount. What they did, so on the left-hand side is this two-step reaction that you make. Now comes the technical part. You have to make a DNA, right? And from the DNA, you make the mRNA. And the DNA is a template in a line. And on the left-hand side is a two-step process. And on the right-hand side, what the commercial product was a one-step process. And so it wasn't as accurate, and it had more contaminants. And then came the purification steps. With the purification, they used something called magnetic beads to take the beads out that would, suck the mRNA out, and then it would be denatured, and then they would, the beads would get demagnetized, and you have nice little mRNA. With the commercial product, they had to scale it up and use a lot of filtration steps. And as a result, there were a bunch of unforeseen circumstances. Overall, what the regulators were worried about, and these came very loud and clear in the documents in the EPAR as well as the confidential documents, was the quality and purity of the mRNA, the different manufacturing process on scale-up, contamination, what was being produced by the mRNA, the spike protein, what they call characterization, and potency or pharmacology. First, let me look at mRNA because this absolutely, I find, critical for people to understand. Number one, the mRNA in these products, both in the clinical trials and here, are biosynthetic and modified. I think people think it's just simple mRNA from the virus, for example. Nothing could be further from the truth. They have been modified a great deal. I call it a biosynthetic. Sometimes I call it a bioplastic mRNA. On the left-hand side, this is how Moderna actually explains mRNA. It's a string of code, basically, that goes through. The yellow thing is the ribosome, which is a little kind of a factory, and the little string coming out is the amino acids. Those get folded up into the spike protein. At the beginning, you have a 5-cap, which is kind of the beginning of a sentence, or the start. It's a capitalized word. You have what's known as untranslated reasons. They're just regulatory functions. Then you have that section, a coding section. And for coding, you have something called codons, or 3 nucleic acids make one protein. So it's a triplet to make a protein. And at the end, you've got a stop codon that tells it to stop making the protein. And then you have a long poly A tail, which sometimes wraps it out and keeps that ribosome steady so that it can continue to make the protein. What they've done with the mRNA is that these individual codons, they've substituted another nucleic acid, and you end up with the same protein. And you end up with the same amino acids in the same sequence, so that you really have no change. That's called a synonymous mutation, so that there's no change in the end product. However, there are potential issues regarding how it's translated and other issues with the mRNA. And why do we actually do it? Why did BioNTech and Moderna do it? And that's because the virus, if we put the virus mRNA into the lipid nanoparticles and they go into the cell realizes it is foreign mRNA and will mount a response to get rid of the viral mRNA, just like what you would get infected. So it gets destroyed before it can be made into the protein. And in addition, you actually facilitate the translation into protein, and you make more protein than you normally would. It's also important to realize that we have human elements in this modified mRNA at the 5' end and at the 3' end. They are proprietary, or there's a patent for those, and we think they come from the human hemoglobin. And the particular amino acid that they substituted was something called N1-methylpseudouridine. And it is found in humans, but in very, very small amounts. The organism that has the most N1-methylpseudouridine I found is a group of bacteria called Archaeobacteria, which are ancient. And these are bacteria that are found in the bottom of the Mariana Trench, near those sea trenches, growing at near boiling water temperatures and at pHs of 1. They can tolerate a lot. So this uric nucleic acid is extremely stable. What happened with the roll-up and the commercial or the scale-up is that you had a lot of truncated and fragmented mRNA. You need a full intact mRNA with the 5' and the poly to 8 tail to make the protein. And what we found was up to 50%. They were running, 55 to 60% was the intact mRNA, and the rest was truncated and fragmented. And you could see these little bumps. And not only that, but the bumps were at specific times, or specific lengths, I should say. And that usually meant there was a problem with the actual process, the IV transcription. So as the mRNA was made, it would stop and wouldn't continue on. And so you have that fragment length. And so they had a big meeting with Pfizer and said, what's going on here? Can you please discuss this and tell us what the impact on safety and efficacy will be? And Pfizer said, we really don't think it's going to be a problem. The bumps are the same. We just have more of them, and it's unlikely to impact safety because they would be degraded and not translated, since they don't have all the elements that are required for that to occur. In the end, though, what the EMA was very concerned about is that we did not have the same product for the commercial batches as we did in the clinical trials. Normally, under regulatory affairs, and what most regulators would do with this amount is that we would ask for another clinical trial to ensure that we got the same safety and efficacy as we did in the original clinical trial that was published in November 2020. And they had a big meeting. This slide is from a meeting they had with all the regulators, including Health Canada and the FDA, and said, this is our concern. What are we going to do with it? And I don't know what the outcome is. All I know is as of December 2020, these amount of impurities was accepted, and it was still given its conditional marketing approval, despite these problems. Back to the mRNA that are biosynthetic and modified. These issues with this modified biosynthetic mRNA was a potential problem that was recognized even by the founder of BioNTech, that with prolonged treatment, you might have adverse events within the cell. You could have toxicities or immune pathology, because even though they are less immunogenic than viral mRNA, they may have some actions that we don't know about. Especially in this little area here, we don't know how it's going to be metabolites and risks with metabolites, how it's going to be broken down, and potential unwanted cross effects. These things needed to be assessed. Again, I reiterate, it has non-natural nucleosides as well as human. Well, what happens to this modified mRNA? No RNA or protein metabolism or excretion studies will be conducted, said Pfizer too, and that is in keeping with the WHO guidelines. We don't have to do it, so we're not going to do it. And that was said to the EMA as well. And because they're following the guidelines, they said, okay. What do we find? We find that the mRNA doesn't get broken down very easily because of the N1 methyl pseudouridine. We found back in 2021 or early 22, detected in the blood at 15 days. January 2023, we find it a month here, 28 days in the liver. And this seminal paper found it up to 60 days in the lymph nodes, both the vaccine and the spike mRNA. And we don't even know how much longer it would be because this is when they stopped. And in case we didn't know that this N1 methyl pseudouridine lasts a long time, this paper in 2015 showed that if you put just one of these in luciferase, they got protein production for up to 21 days. The second outstanding issue is the spike protein production. One of the things we do from a regulatory perspective, this is not really, if I want to label this as a vaccine, and I will use that term because regulatory wise, that's the way it was seen. It is really a pro-vaccine because the active drug is the spike protein, not the mRNA. The mRNA acts as a pro-drug, which gets converted to the active drug. This is not uncommon in pharmacology. We have a lot of prodrugs we use. There are certain major advantages to using them sometimes. But what we normally would see is that if we have a prodrug, we want to know the structure and the function of the active drug as well. And this I found as the specific obligation number one. When I read the EPAR in January, I was quite struck with the language used by the regulator. A severe deficiency of the characterization section is that we don't know what that spike protein looks like, and you haven't given us enough information for us to assess whether or not that prodrug is converted to the active drug in a way that satisfies regulatory processes. And this language was quite strong, and I was quite amazed because this shouldn't really be an issue, okay? This really shouldn't be a problem. And that was one of the things I told my family. If I don't even know what the spike protein looks like, I'm not going to take this until I find out. Figured it was just a matter of time. June 21 came along, nothing. And December, and as well as December 21 came along, nothing. I looked for any evidence of the spike protein for 2 years. And I call this censored because this little pharmacy school in Ohio published this in March of 2022. And you could see here that this is Moderna though, and you had protein production up to 12 days. And these researchers were quite surprised by that. And I want you to read this section here out of their paper. In communications with Moderna and Pfizer regarding the proteins expressed by their synthetic mRNA vaccines, each company's medical information group disclosed that they had not examined the protein dynamics for more than 48 hours after it was transfected in cell culture. That's how we measure it. Owing to its proprietary status, they would not disclose any information related to the nature of the protein that was expressed. So this would mean that the spike protein is proprietary or is under its information that is only kept within themselves. That does not mean the regulator does not have access to that information. Regulators deal with proprietary information all the time. When I worked for PMPRB, we knew the prices that they were planning to price the drug at, which is really proprietary information. So there was no excuse or there was no real reason why the Pfizer and Moderna this also applied to Moderna, could not give the information regarding the spike protein. It actually did come out I found out about it with the judicial drop that Judicial Watch documents in February of this year. We did get what they provided to the EMA. And as you can see here, the EMA was still not happy with this information because the sizes weren't what they expected it to be. And so Pfizer said, well, that's because there's sugars on this spike protein, which is true. The virus spike protein is covered with sugars, which affects the kinds of antibodies that are made. So the EMA said, well, strip off the sugars, redo it, and verify it with more quantitative tests called mass spec. And eventually this was done, but not done till February 2022, where the EMA say, okay, we're satisfied. But as far as I know, these things were not verified with mass spec. So the complete knowledge of this spike protein is still outstanding. The second related problem is, does it get converted, and if I transfect or I put those lipid nanoparticles on cells, do they go in and do I get a spike protein? This is measured through cell flow cytometry assay, which you see here. And the top line, you see this S1 green, that's spike protein. The cells do make spike protein. It does not quantify if the expressed spike protein will be elicited or have the desired immune response in vivo in active living organism, and it does not quantify how much spike protein is made. And the EMA still have problems with some of this testing. This is, I will give the commissioners the YouTube video that my friend David Weissman goes to these FDA meetings. The FDA has a vaccine advisory group that advises them. And eventually in June, Dr. Portney asked Dr. Gruber from Pfizer how much spike protein is made and for how long. And Pfizer's answer is, well, we really don't understand that. We really don't understand the way vaccine works, but we feel it's an academic problem or an academic question because we've got the antibodies. So it doesn't really matter so much how much protein we make or for how long. And this is where it stands. At the end, the head of Pfizer R&D, Catherine Jensen, who retired in November, said, we flew the airplane while we're still building it. And I think that's really quite true. They went from step to step and really were behind the 8 ball the entire time. What you see behind this clip from Dr. Jensen is the European Medicine Agency's procedural steps and scientific information after authorization. There are 80 pages of this stuff. If you read it, you see there's a change to an importer or to a batch release site, a site where any manufacturing took place. We change in manufacturers' starting materials, change in, how you make it, lots of changes in tests and et cetera. And what Janssen said is, instead of scaling it up to a big thing, they scaled it up to 6 or 7 little factories, which of course means you had even more issues with contamination and with fragmented. One thing that I didn't actually, so do I have enough time? Then I just want to go briefly over lipid manufacturing. Lipids are made spontaneously. They're not like a chemically made thing. You have the lipids in ethanol, and they're synthetic as well. The mRNA is in water, and what you do is you mix it at very high speeds in like a jet mixer. And Pfizer and Moderna don't even know how it works. This is under separate patents. And the pH is changed, and by its swirls and all this stuff, they just they basically self-assemble into these little nanoparticles. All right. There are lots of issues with the little nanoparticles. They are sometimes not that stable. Over time, they get bigger. Sometimes it takes 6 months, but they naturally grow bigger. And one of the reasons we have PEG on the outside is to stop them from getting bigger when they bump into something else. We think of them as being round with lipid nanoparticles on the inside. They are actually, this is a picture of one and you can see a few are empty. You don't see any mRNA. And if you stress them, this is freeze and thaw, freeze and thaw. This is more than one freeze and thaw. They'll start to what we call agglomerate or start to clump together. and fuse, and sometimes you can release the mRNA out. And we're not sure. And that's also dependent on pH. And also the Japanese found if you shook it for 5 minutes, like really shake it, vortex shaking, the lipids all fall apart. The regulatory assessment of the LNPs was as novel. What does that mean? It means the excipients are separate, non-pharmacological. They have no intrinsic activity of their own. They just enable the drug substance to be applied to the patient in the right form and supports the way and place of action without being active themselves. Under the regulation, the WHO 2005 regulations, you do get some toxicology profile, repeat dose toxicity, some kinetics or biodistribution, and a few tests on genotoxicity, teratogenicity, which I will not address. What was not assessed by the WHO, by the WHO guidelines, no assessment of how long the actual individual lipids really last in the body. They did some preliminary work, and supposedly we call a half-life of 25 days. So you multiply that by 5, that's what we do in order to determine how long it takes to get rid of all of those little lipids, not the nanoparticles, but the lipids. Thank goodness they're very small amounts. So the EMA said, well, it looks like it lasts a long time, but they're tiny. So it's really small amounts. So I don't think it's going to be a problem. No verification of that, though. Drug interactions were not assessed because vaccines don't cause drug interactions. But in this case, this particular product did, and we had a few patients end up in hospital quite sick with interactions with an anti-schizophrenic drug called clozapine, because it is so inflammatory and transiently in the liver that it can interfere in some patients with some drugs. We have an issue called CARPA. This one is an outstanding issue for me. And it is complement-activated pseudoallergy. It looks like an allergic reaction, but it's not. And it's due to the fact on a nanoparticle. This is known. We have a drug that we give in chemotherapy which is a nanoparticle with a chemo inside, doxorubicin, used in breast cancer. And we have lots and lots of CARPA-like reactions from this, and it's well known. And we have lots of protocols on how to manage it. And CARPA, if you're not managing or looking for it, can be dangerous because there's amplification, and patients can get pulmonary hypertension. They can drop their blood pressure. They can have bronchospasm, and it looks like an allergy. But it is not the typical anaphylaxis of IgE allergy. So it's treated the same. We don't look at secondary pharmacology and pharmacodynamics. We don't see genotoxicity and carcinogenicity was not done because these are natural mRNAs, which I disagree with that characterization, and natural lipids. I also disagree with that characterization. So therefore, we don't need to worry about it. That was the rationale used. WHO 2005 guidelines. The environmental risk assessment, well, you would do that for gene therapies because you would look to see where the genetic therapy in the lipids go to, whether or not they're excreted as exosomes. And in fact, we found that to occur with the Pfizer vaccine in a paper done here in 2021 by Bansal, where they found exosomes are little bits of the cell wall, and inside was the spike protein, okay, and partially digested lipoproteins. And these can move to other parts of the body and actually transfect and provide the spike protein into another cell. In addition, there's a product that's very similar that is a gene therapy product that has similar lipid nanoparticles. Doesn't have mRNA. It's a non-coding, and it's very, very small RNA. They found that they have some they call exosomes as well that float around for a long, long time. And my colleagues and I are wondering if this is the rationale for shedding. It needs verification. It has not been studied. It is just a potential possibility as one reason why spike protein or mRNA can last in the body for some time. and it doesn't cause as much cytokine stimulation compared to an intact LMPs, which are, can be quite immunostimulatory. Speaking of that, here are some of the toxicity assessment that done with rats. Just this month, they actually published the rat liver studies, or the rat toxicity that they did. And this is a picture of the right from the trials that was used for the regulatory assessment. You can see a bunch, this red in the middle, off in the lower left side, is an artery with blood in it, and little white dots that they think is a bit of lipid accumulation. It wasn't considered really super important, but it was a potential possibility that meant that we have some toxicity in the liver. Normally, and what happened here is that the results of this study was September of 2020, and we had already started the clinical trials. And under normal circumstances, we'd either do a reassessment or an amendment on the trial and measure, say, the liver function tests in a set of people to ensure that this potential signal that was found here is not found in humans. And actually, this was the EMA said, well, it doesn't look too bad, and I would agree with that. But we also have the patient data that's coming in and assessed in the clinical trial, so we'll be able to know if this is an ongoing issue. Unfortunately, to the best of my knowledge, I'm the people who know the clinical trial data better. I don't believe that liver function tests were measured on a regular basis, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong on that. On the biodistribution side, I think most of the people understand some of the issues regarding the biodistribution. I will say a few things. One, if it was assessed as gene therapy, that signal that stopped at 48 hours, because we only have data to 48 hours, would not have stopped at 48 hours. It would have continued until we had no signal detection. This biodistribution study labeled the lipid nanoparticles. The issue with that, it doesn't tell you how much spike protein is made. So just because the lipid nanoparticles that we see and were tagged went to these organs, it doesn't necessarily mean that there's a lot of spike protein made. But it is likely, but it doesn't, that assumption needs to be tested. In addition, if the lipid nanoparticles have luciferase in it, which is the issue that was here, instead of the actual mRNA that is in the vials, that is in the commercial product, there's no guarantee that the biodistribution will be the same either. Because sometimes packing, those mRNA, it's a big, the packing within a lipid nanoparticle can sometimes change its biodistribution. Most importantly, there were no specific obligations imposed on, either the toxicity issues or on the biodistribution issues, which means that there are no further studies that might be required for future mRNA vaccines. And this, in my assessment, should be changed. Lastly, assays and tests. This was a new platform, as they say in regulatory language. We had no standards against which we could measure things. What is the right test to measure how much RNA is in those vials? Do you use this? Do you use that? And even if you know which tests to use, how are they going to be done? This is what we call a pharmaceutical standard, or United States Pharmacopoeia. We use this in hospital. There are certain criteria on how we have to clean our hoods. And we can't just use any old alcohol. It's specific alcohol, and we have to do it in a certain way, with a certain amount of coverage. It is very well spelled out so that you can guarantee every little pharmacy, hospital pharmacy in Ontario, or whoever's following, are doing the same thing. That's a compendial standard. There are no compendial standards for many of the tests that are used. They are currently being proposed and in talks. So hopefully that will improve things quite a bit. The contaminants that are found in making the mRNA, we had some previous testimony about the double-stranded RNA contaminants, the entire plasmids, which is a risk, a huge risk perhaps for genomic integration, though I remain actually think that may not be as but that's just me. Double-stranded RNA, endotoxin. Endotoxin is what's found in the E. coli cells that you use to make the plasmid DNA. Very hard to eliminate from these products. Endotoxin is ubiquitous and it's extremely toxic. So you try to make it, this is what causes septic shock. And this is what I saw in ICU in the patients who got sick with gram-negative bacteria, is the endotoxin that causes much of the damage in septic shock. So we need to have compendial standards. We need to make that endotoxin as low as possible. And that is an ongoing issue that needs to be resolved. The EMA reviewer, I think, was summarized here, had some very poignant observations. They said inherent variability in making this product. We are going to have difficult testing, especially on the potency side. It's a brand new technology. We don't know where it's going further. Potential toxic impurities and a risk of bioavailability issue. These guidelines are wholly inadequate. And in fact, the WHO is actually making new guidelines, which I think are still not going to be sufficient because they're still not going to be assessed as gene therapy products. And so this is what was discussed and how these products, especially the Pfizer product, was analyzed by the European Medicine Associations. And that is my testimony.
Thank you, Maria. I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Gucci, for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, given the change in regulation, I was not aware that the classification of these mRNA-based vaccine had been amended so long ago. I thought it was more recent. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering, because they had amended it like more than 10 years ago, and they were probably already testing some mRNA vaccine for a number of indications like cancer and so on. Why is it that the industry and the regulatory agency have not taken the steps to ensure quality attribute in production and biodistribution and so on? It seems to me that there's kind of a gap in the of the quality that you would expect normally for still a new product. I mean, this is not a product that has been used that broadly.
Correct. You would expect that some of the quality issues would have been worked out ahead of time, and I don't know why they had so much. I think they weren't expecting the issues with the IVT that they found with the in vitro transcription and all the truncated that they weren't expecting. They were trying very hard to get the double-stranded RNA out and the endotoxin out and the DNA out. And I think they had worked that out pretty well. The problem I have with those contaminants is that we're not taking into consideration they're transfected so that they're in the cell as opposed to outside the cell that you would get, say, with endotoxin, you would have the endotoxin outside the cell and you wouldn't have it in. So I'm not sure that was taken into consideration, but you're right. And it's not only, the way I feel, it's not only that these things should have been thought up of, or it's maybe the scale up was an engineering issue that lab and other researchers did not consider. It is sometimes how I feel as a pharmacist when orders come to us is like, how am I going to operationalize that order? Because there's a bunch of steps here you guys haven't considered. And maybe there was that gap of understanding the engineering aspect that wasn't there, number one. And number two, it was it was obvious to me that it was going to be approved December 2020, no matter how bad it was, because all of these issues that were coming up in November, I think some of them might have been able to be solved by, say, March of 2021, hold it off for 3 to 4 months, and that wasn't done. That's another question that I had. But I agree. I think there were a lot of unforeseen situations that was on the biotechnical engineering field that was not considered by the researchers. That's my feeling.
My other question has to do with the requirement by EMA on the critical quality attribute of the product. If I remember well, what was qualified in the batch produced for clinical trial didn't seem to be the same level of quality in the large-scale commercial product. And I think I hear you mention that they were asked to try to get a solution for that, but it seems that this was not possible or was not done, and then it seems that the solution was, okay, we'll just raise the standard. Was that what happened? And what kind of concern would that raise with the quality of the product?
Oh, it's huge. It is, so the critical quality attributes are what has been placed. So you come up with a standard batch that you think is your quality batch. And so it defines how much the RNA integrity, how much pure the RNA, how much of the contaminants are allowed, and how good the LNPs are. So it was quite a long list. And that was defined for the, as you said, for the clinical batches. And they basically dropped it all, including the double-stranded RNA, because it was a big fight you could find in there where they said the standard that you put forward, Pfizer, we don't like. And yet a month later it was accepted. And this is, yes, it seems to me, and this is just my impression, that the batch standards were lowered so that basically anything that came out of the factory was acceptable, so that there would be very few batches that would be turned away. That's the way it looked like to me, that any batch was going to be accepted, including batches with stainless steel particles in them. I don't know if anyone remembers that story of Moderna's in September 21. A bunch of doses were sent to Japan, and they had stainless steel particles you could see with your eye in them. And they should never have left the factory floor or the fill and finish. Remember I said they have optical eyes and they have people actually looking at them before they're sent out. So it is, I cannot understand, based on all my years of experience, how something with particulates you can see with your eye, with the naked eye, you don't even need an optical or anything, left the factory floor, and yet it did.
With respect to batch quality,
very disturbing.
With respect to batch quality, we've heard in other testimony that it's possible that the activity of the different batch would actually vary, meaning that the level of spike protein or the quality of spike protein that was produced from a given batch. And we've also learned that there seems to be some batch from the VERS database that seems to have more adverse event associated with it. So you could look at it from two different angles. The one that has the highest amount of adverse event could have been the batch that were more active, if we speculate that the adverse event is the result of spike production, or it could be because of all kinds of contaminant in the batch that are triggering unknown reaction in people. So what is your take on that?
I think it's all of them. But one that I am concerned about that really I think needs some more work is that CARPA syndrome that I talked about. We do know that in the beginning, Pfizer's product, just as it was leaving, just as they were approving it, they found particulates in the a Pfizer product. And if you look at the monograph, this is the stuff that the pharmacists look at, it says You should be looking at the vials, each of them. If you see particulates, you throw it out. You don't use it. And what was happening there, it was the lipid nanoparticles were agglomerating, and they were getting big, and they could get more toxic that way and cause what I think is, that allergic carpet reaction. So I'm also thinking that it's not only the mRNA, it's that the lipid nanoparticles were made in such a way that they were stable enough. And one of the reasons is that the buffer that was used by Pfizer did not keep those LNPs from agglomerating. And so they changed to the tris buffer, which is the same in October 21, which is the same one as Moderna had, and that stabilized the lipid nanoparticles. That might play a role. Those lipid nanoparticles are they're quite fascinating, and it's taken me a long time to wrap my head around them. And they can be quite toxic under certain circumstances. So let's not rule out the lipid nanoparticles. And let's not rule out that you can have differences from vial to vial in addition to batch, okay? One thing that I found out recently, remember I showed you, they mix them at the end. The lipid nanoparticles are diluted out and they're mixed in a big bioreactor. What they found is that you don't have the same mRNA at the top of the vat, the middle of the vat, or at the bottom of the vat. So it's quite possible as they're filling their batches that not every vial has the same amount of mRNA. That is a possibility as well. And that is the difficulty of making a stable solution of the lipid nanoparticles.
Yeah, on that note, I was wondering about, you mentioned that the lipid nanoparticle were assembled from lipids, right? Is there an issue to the best of your knowledge with the source of lipid, where they're getting it, and do we have assurance of reproducibility of the lipid quality?
So in the beginning, that was an issue, and the EMA identified, how do you make it? Were there contaminants in there, et cetera? That has gotten better. That is the one thing in these products that have improved. They've gotten new manufacture. The quality has improved so that it is much more reproducible. It's easier to make lipids than it is mRNA. And however, most interestingly is that you do have some metals like arsenic and lead in it, just from the process in very tiny amounts that normally would pass toxicology because it's an exposure. Tiny amounts, we have it in our food, we have it in other drugs that normally would not cause a big problem. But what they found is that those metals act like a catalyst, and you ended up with reactions in the LNP, in between the lipids and the mRNA, so that they formed what is called chemically an adduct. And that's another reason why when you have adducts, you don't have the mRNA available it basically is ruined. So that might be another reason why some batches or some vials did not have mRNA available to be translated because it was adducted to the LNPs. Yeah, all kinds of problems with manufacturing this product.
Maybe one last question. The scale-up or the commercial production of these mRNA required an incredible logistic in terms of having different manufacturing site, different source of material that would come from different places, and the assembly of the final product may be at other places. So that requires that every step of these different sites are properly, I would say, controlled for quality, examine and check. Do you think that the regulatory agency had or currently have the resources to do the typical inspection that they would normally do for production of such large quantity of a product, an injectable product?
No, I don't think they were done. I think the Americans tried, and the Europeans tried, but it was hard to do. Some of them were done virtually, and they're just behind, right? So you get qualified a year later rather than before you start making it. You basically get the paperwork. The paperwork looks good, but the site inspection could sometimes take a year. And yes, and that's not only for this product, okay? This is true for many, many drugs and many, many products we have on the market. It takes that office is understaffed, and the site visits of manufacturing plants is a huge, huge problem all across the Western world. So no, I don't think so. I don't think they were kept up, and who knows? Yes, another problem.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. So, are there any other commissioner questions? There are, okay. And I have a couple more too after they're done.
Good afternoon. I'm just going to ask a more practical question. On your not assessed slide, one of the points was the drug interactions are not assessed. So if I extend this thought a little bit further to vulnerable populations living in government-subsidized low-income housing or a group home, for example, where mandates were demanded that vax for all occupants, could this mean that there were no medical considerations, interventions, or oversight for pharmaceutical medications already prescribed? And I'm going to take it to the bipolar population, where they're diagnosed as bipolar. They didn't go to the pharmacy where the pharmacist may have had access to their already prescribed medications. Rather, a nurse came into their facility and vaxxed them. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are.
Well, so I would say at the rollout or in the beginning, this was not considered at all, that there would be any drug interactions with this, a vaccine in general. And so that wasn't under consideration. I think astute pharmacists found that they were seeing deterioration in some of these patients that you're talking about and had access to the drug files. And with Clozaril in particular, because you're measuring the white counts, which are directly related to the levels of Clozaril, you could see that happening before your eyes. So that is how that was picked up. And it just required a mind to ask these questions and assess them. And so then the case reports started coming in that this is a potential problem. But originally, no, that would not have been given a consideration at all. And it is a concern to me because you read case reports and you see people getting acutely psychotic or acutely having some mental health issue for a few weeks after vaccination. And the vaccine as a cause was never, ever considered, except in retrospect.
Thank you.
So,
Good afternoon, Doctor. There was just a few things that I thought I heard you say or picked up, and I wanted to confirm my understanding. We've heard a fair bit of testimony concerning the vaccines, and one statement I believe you said is that you did not feel it was likely that there would be genomic integration.
Yeah.
But
that has to do with the circular DNA that Kevin McKernan has found contaminating them. I am not certain that but that I don't have the expertise to say that. I'm just saying that needs to be looked at. It's a potential risk, but I am concerned with the actual action of the mRNA within the cells as well. So let's not forget that. That's really what I'm trying to say.
Okay, but I want to make sure I understand this, because I've asked this question from a number of different witnesses who talk about, hopefully I get the term right, I'm not a doctor or a pharmacist, reverse transcription was a word that was used before.
Yeah. I'm not, that's not.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, reverse transcription, I'm not that familiar with it because it's a very genomic thing. And so I can't make any comments regarding that particular aspect of these vaccines. If it was assessed as a gene therapy product, though, this would be assessed right off the bat, right?
Well, that's it.
So that you would have the answers to that.
That's an interesting thing that you talked about. You went through the definition of a gene therapy, and this clearly is a gene therapy. I need help with this, because then I heard you say, well, they said it was a vaccine, and then they assessed it as a vaccine, but it's really a gene therapy. Is that like, oh gosh, I'm trying to think of historical examples where something with, oh, I know one. Mr. Buckley mentioned a number of times that certain provinces had snitch lines, but in Manitoba they called them ambassador lines. So you went from being a snitch to an ambassador. Are we talking about the same thing? It really is this, but we'll just call it this.
It is it's regulatory kind of language. In regulation, oftentimes the indication, what its use is going to be, dictates the kind of clinical trials. So pharma gets very good at picking out what they think their drugs should be used in for the first indication, even though they really plan to use it in this disease. They will do the studies for this one, which opens up the door for the second. But so it is probably an issue with how regulation works. In this case, though, I think it was a bit egregious because it is a gene therapy product. It probably needs its own regulatory path, in my view, right? Because you would design the clinical trials to meet what you would need for vaccines, but all the other kinds of tests you would do for a gene therapy product. So that would be what I think should happen, and I think that's probably the route that they'll take.
I want to come. I don't want to lose the thought about genomic integration. My understanding of what that means is, in my terms, is that there is a potential, perhaps unrealized or unevaluated, that the effect of this could be to change the genetic blueprint in the receptor's body. And the genetic blueprint is, the DNA, as I understand it, actually is the instruction set or the recipe, or I'm trying to speak in terms that I can understand. I'm not a doctor, and that perhaps the folks listening can understand. The DNA, as I understand it, and talking with previous witnesses, is kind of a drawing or a map or a recipe as to how to make other cells. And if you integrate something foreign into that, who knows what that plan is now telling us. So we could have issues with cancer, we could have issues with, instead of getting a liver, I'm being silly, but instead of getting a liver, you get a heart. You know, is that what we're talking about?
Well, it's only the mRNA itself. I mean, I guess there's studies that look like it can be reversed. That's the mRNA. It can be reverse transcribed in, so you don't need DNA in there. And it all depends where it gets reverse transcribed in, is my understanding. So if it's done in cells that are rapidly dividing, or in germ cells like in ovaries or testes, much more important than, say, it's reverse transcribed into a muscle cell, because it's not going to make anything necessarily. Then we have the second part, which is the contamination with intact DNA plasmids, which it's much easier for them to do genomic integration. And that is, I think, the testimony that I also listened to from Laura Braden. So there's two separate issues: the intact DNA plasmid, which are contaminants that should not be there. And that's one issue. And then the mRNA itself, can it go and reverse transcribe? So, and those are issues that need to be resolved. And I really can't comment any further than that.
I understand, but again, this was not something that was given to 100 test subjects in a laboratory. This was something that people were, and I'm not sure, I'm not a lawyer either, and I do not understand the difference between coercion and forced. People keep saying that the vaccines were coerced into people, and when someone's threatening their job, and someone's threatening your livelihood, and someone's threatening your children, I don't know what the difference between coerced and forced is, and maybe we can get Mr. Buckley to shed some light on that. But this was not something that was given to 100 test subjects that agreed. This was something that was given to billions and billions of people in the world. And we don't know these fundamental questions. And if what Dr. Braden was talking about, this reverse transcription or this integration into the genome, we could have unleashed a Pandora's box on our planet. And we don't know the answer to this.
Yeah, and I would say the mRNA itself, the biosynthetic mRNA, you could describe the Pandora's box even just for the modified mRNA.
Two last more easy questions. Did I also hear you say, because I asked this question previously of other witnesses, and I thought I understood you to say that the vaccines that were used in the trials were not the same vaccines necessarily that came out in production when you went to your drugstore and got it put in your arm?
Correct. That is a big issue. They are, because of the production and the manufacturing and the quality between the two products, they are, in my view, totally different products and should have undergone some kind of verification that the commercial batch products was going to give you the same safety and efficacy as those in the clinical trials.
One last question, Doctor. In December of 2020, we heard from testimony, Health Canada came out with a written statement to all Canadians that this vaccine could be trusted, that it was produced in a rigorous process, and it was being monitored in a strong monitoring system. In your opinion, is that statement correct?
When I heard that, I went, did you read the EPAR? I said, how could they say that in a strong, high quality thing? I guess their definition is not mine, is all I can say regarding that. That's not what I would expect of a good manufacturing product. I'd like to make one more note regarding this. We have regulators, or for instance, the incorporation of the FDA in 1906, their role was for quality control, was for labeling and adulteration, because prior to that, kids were dying because they were given syrups that contained cocaine in it or heroin that was not on the label. The role of the FDA when they were first put into being was not for safety and efficacy, it was for quality control. And I feel that all our regulatory agencies have failed their basic mandate. So yes, their definition does not meet mine.
Thank you very much.
Maria, I've got a couple more questions that just came to me as the commissioners were asking questions.
Of course.
Because Commissioner Drysdale was asking you about reverse transcriptase, and you're talking about, well, you're insinuating it could be worse if this would collect in things like ovaries or testes, which I think you referred to as germ cells. But isn't it true that the research is showing that is exactly where this mRNA particles congregate?
Yeah. So it could be a potential, yes. The biodistribution study needs to be redone because I'm not sure how much it actually shows. It could be worse than what we think, and it could be better. I'm not sure, considering the side effects that we see. I don't think so. But it could be actually worse than what was the data that we actually have. So I just want to keep that in mind, that is a potential possibility. As far as all this molecular genetic stuff, I'm a pharmacist by training. This is new to me, so my expertise is really limited in this area. I don't want to step outside my bonds.
But you are an expert in the manufacturing process, and you've used some wonderfully technical terms, but a lot of the people participating are not going to understand those.
I know.
And when you and I were discussing things, you actually said, are you going to ask me this question? Which used a non-scientific term, and that was, how did the European agency or European Medicine Agency change their mind on the good manufacturing practices nightmare? And I'm actually it's the word nightmare that's jumping out, because that's a very scientific term, such as train wreck. How would you describe in layperson terms the quality that was coming out at the end of the manufacturing process?
I thought it wasn't even fit for veterinary purposes. Nothing against, they're actually very good drugs, but I thought this was swill.
You mean veterinary drugs are good drugs?
Yes, they are
Okay.
good drugs, but I said I wouldn't even give my dying cat this, is what I said when I first read it. I said, how could anyone let this product leave their factories? I was absolutely horrified when I first read the EPAR, and then when I read the documents that were leaked, the confidential documents, it was at least a little bit good to hear that the EMA, the bench regulators, the regulators who were actually looking at the data, were also concerned. So it wasn't just me. They were also quite concerned with the quality. And it is a big, it's obvious that something happened between November and December 2020, that all the issues that were brought up, and there was large turnover in EMA after these drugs were approved. There were some high-profile people who left, and so I feel that yes, there was a lot of internal turmoil, and that this normally, even for a pandemic, that which is usually what I'm told while it was a pandemic, and I'm thinking it's not always better to do something than not to do something. So we needed a vaccine. It's better than nothing, and I think that is a fallacy. And it may not have been better than nothing.
So let me lead you a little bit. So am I correct that the European Medicine Agency identified some atrocious quality control issues?
Yes, they did.
I mean, shocking quality control issues.
Yes, they did.
And then within a short period of time, they basically gave Pfizer a pass on these quality control issues.
Correct.
And following that,
Yes.
there was an exodus of personnel from the European Medicine Agency.
There was a few high profile, I can't remember the person's name. There was one or two that left that were, and I remember reading about it, but I don't have that collection, that actual news item, but there was somebody who did. Same thing in the FDA as well. And we know like Marion Gruber left in mid-2021 because of the way the FDA was reviewing these products. And so there were some people who were really quite upset about this internally, that I'm certain of.
Right, and this meaning basically giving pharmaceutical companies a pass on quality control that is literally dangerous.
I believe so. And I want to make one point regarding that. It's unusual for pharmaceutical companies themselves, manufacturers, to make drugs of this low quality. This is not their, it's bad for their brand. It isn't necessarily about money, because it's bad, you don't, these drug companies, if you remember, they would always fight against generics. We make the drugs better than generic manufacturing. Our quality is better. We have biosimilars, like different companies. We have generic Humira now. And there was a big fight
right,
in
but
the...
I'm just, if you don't mind, if I'm just going to focus you, because we are short on time.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to get the answer from you that this is just, was a shockingly unsafe quality. And then my final question, it's just you teased us when you were giving your presentation, and you said, you know, when you first saw these quality concern things, that you and your family would wait to see if they were resolved. Were they ever resolved for you and your family?
No, we suffered. None of us got vaccinated. My daughter she has a peg allergy, did not get a medical exemption. She was 7 months pregnant and had to leave early and has not gone back to her hospital job. My son lost his position as a young trumpet player in an orchestra, which is extremely difficult to get. And my husband, he got his privileges taken away as a physician working in a hospital. So, and me, I was always worried I was not going to be treated well because I have a chronic condition and concerned about being admitted to hospital. So yes, it was difficult for all of us. None of us got vaccinated, and it was not a good time.
Thank you. I don't think there are any further questions. Maria, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, we sincerely thank you for testifying today.
Thank you very much for all of you and for everything that everyone is doing. Thank you.
And Commissioners, I would suggest that we first of all tell our Facebook friends that we are going to turn off our Facebook feed and then turn it back on just because it gets reset after 8 hours. So if everyone on Facebook can just be patient and then re-log in. And then I was going to suggest that we take a 35-minute lunch break and reconvene at 25 to 2.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Jordan B. Peterson. I'm the author of 3 books, Maps of Meaning, 12 Rules for Life, and Beyond Order, 12 More Rules for Life. I've been asked by the Honorable Preston Manning to say a few words about our nation's response to COVID. So let's lay out what happened. We faced an unknown threat of indeterminate magnitude. So a new disease made itself manifest on the horizon, and we had no way of calibrating the severity of the illness. We panicked. We then used the panic to justify the imposition of a tyranny that was modeled for us by an authoritarian state led by the Chinese Communist Party. So in our foolish panic, we abdicated our political responsibility and we copied the first mover, which was essentially Communist China. How did we abdicate our political responsibility? Well, we turned over the necessity to consider a multiplicity of options to hypothetical experts on the public health front. And I would say that was an abdication of responsibility because, first of all, we turned those public health experts into political figures having to adjudicate between a number of competing ethical claims. And we also, our political leaders and ourselves as citizens, allowed our responsibility to be usurped by these experts in a time of hypothetical crisis. We then manipulated public opinion in the most egregious possible manner, using a collusion between corporation, primarily the pharmaceutical industry, government and media, who all colluded together to use fear to impose tyranny. And we did that not only by manipulating public opinion through the media, but by using opinion polls to sample that frightened public opinion to justify the imposition of restrictions on our basic rights as a consequence of response to that public opinion, and then to lie in the aftermath of that and claim that that was all based on science. All of that was a lie, as I know full well from talking to people who were advising political figures, including conservative political figures, during the epidemic itself. We suspended our basic rights, including the rights to travel, the freedom of association, the right to bodily integrity, and there's barely a more fundamental right than that, and the right to freedom of speech. We did the latter particularly by persecuting people who dared to say anything against the panicked response to the hypothetical COVID epidemic. Here's a rule of thumb for everyone to consider in the future. Imagine there's a crisis. I suppose now we believe the next one is going to be on the climate front. Imagine that your response to that crisis is a kind of paralytic fear. Then imagine that you use that fear to justify the imposition of any tyranny you feel merited, and you do so while accruing power to yourself. Well, you've just demonstrated that you are not the right leader for that crisis. That's for sure. So what else did we do? We did untold economic damage, which has not yet unfolded, to the supply chain around the world. We're going to starve tens of millions of people as a consequence of that, and put a lot more people into absolute poverty as a consequence of increased energy and food prices. We have no idea what we did on the inflationary front yet. We've seen banks begin to fail in the United States, and we have no idea where that's going to end. So that was all a part and parcel of the panicked response. We've damaged the population's faith in both public health and science for at least a generation, maybe more, because if I was a young person looking back at what happened over the last 3 years, I would certainly be disinclined to trust either experts or politicians again in my life. And the damage to public health, I suspect the consequences of that as it unfolds will be that more people will die because they're now afraid of such things as vaccines that would have died if we would have just followed Sweden's example, for instance, and left people the hell alone. I don't know how many of you who are listening know this, but Sweden now has the least excess deaths in Europe. And so the Swedish model, which did involve vaccines, by the way, but no lockdowns and certainly no mask mandates. We lied through our teeth about masks. There's no evidence whatsoever from randomized controlled trials, which are the only form of trial that matter. We lied through our teeth about the utility of masks so that we could look like we were doing something, and that's on you, politicians, who pushed that. We also circumvented the scientific process while approving the vaccines, and we're going to pay a big price for that, and we're certainly not done paying that. And then I would say to the conservatives who are listening, we failed as conservatives because we did not abide by or attend to the law of unintended consequences, right? We had a crisis of unmeasured magnitude. That was the new illness. We put in incredibly restrictive policies to hypothetically cope with it. We lied about the fact that those policies were justified by science. We wreaked untold economic havoc on our society. We hurt the educational opportunities of children, and we failed to attend to the fact that the reaction to a crisis can produce a worse crisis than the crisis itself. So, all things considered, it's hard for me to see how we could have possibly, had we done nothing at all in the face of this so-called pandemic, things would have turned out better than they did. So I think there's ample room for all of us as citizens, and especially those of us who were leaders during this time, to be as ashamed of ourselves as we possibly could. And perhaps what you could remember from this particular talk is that in our panicked idiocy, we copied one of the most authoritarian societies that's ever existed on the planet, and that would be the Chinese Communist Party. So pretty damn pathetic, all things considered. We should seriously be ashamed of ourselves. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share those thoughts with you.
Ms. Jeffrey, can we begin with you stating your full name for the record and then spelling your first and last name for the record?
My name is Laura Jeffrey. It's spelled Laura Jeffeffery.
And do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth today?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, Ms. Jeffrey, my understanding is that you were quite a senior embalmer as far as embalmers in Canada go.
I'm the best kept secret in embalming.
You have been working as a funeral director, and that includes embalming, for 27 years now.
Yes.
Which I did the math. That would mean you started roughly in 1996.
I'm an old lady.
I started practicing law in 1995.
So you're an older fellow too.
we share a long career. And for the past 5 years, my understanding is you would average roughly about 170,
yes.
I guess, I don't know what you call it.
I would embalm and care for 170 people that required embalming. I would care for many more that maybe weren't embalming, but I would care for them as well.
Right. Now, right, because if somebody's being cremated, then they don't go through an embalming process.
No, that's not necessarily true.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you're buried or cremated. It depends on what you're doing beforehand.
Okay. Now, when COVID came along,
yes,
my understanding is you were working at a place which cared for approximately 600 deceased
Yes.
persons a year.
Yes.
And in a year and a half, so COVID hits, so we're in, I guess, March of 2020, and a year and a half goes by.
Yes.
And you're still with this organization that cares with roughly 600 deceased persons a year.
Yes.
How many deaths did you see attributed,
7.
not caused, but attributed to COVID?
7.
And were there other comorbidities involved?
Of
with
course,
it?
yes. Routinely, the COVID cases that I would see would be people that had been suffering dementia for probably quite some time and living in a nursing home facility. And that's fairly typical in the winter. We would see that with any virus or any cold maybe that was going around, because those people are very vulnerable.
Now, what did you observe about the death rate when COVID swept through this land?
Nothing. There's nothing to observe. Nothing
Okay.
changed.
So nothing changed?
Oh, well, that's not true, actually. So lockdowns create a situation where suicides and drug overdoses escalated dramatically.
Now, what about the first lockdown?
The first lockdown wasn't as obvious. There may have been the odd, unusual death, but I mean, that also could have just been normal timing, because the first lockdown was the pajama party, right? The second lockdown was the problem. So the second lockdown, the escalation of suicide deaths and drug overdoses was obvious.
Okay,
Young people, middle-aged people.
And as an embalmer, I mean, you're aware of cause of death when you're
Yes.
treating somebody.
I mean, I don't always look, but I mean, sometimes you're very aware. You can't miss it.
Okay, so so the suicides and drug overdoses, they're
Yes.
obviously increasing in number in the second lockdown.
Second lockdown, yeah.
Now, my understanding is that you had a very unique experience with a 9-week period with a specific type of death. Can you share with us slowly
Okay.
what you witnessed and just how unusual that was?
Okay, so in 9 weeks, so one a week for 9 weeks, there was middle-aged women that were, well settled in their lives mostly, who didn't want to stay on earth anymore. So they left by their choice and their hand. So they had children, they had spouses, they had homes, but the second lockdown was too much for them, so they left, and we cared for them. And it was awful, to be honest. Like each week one person would do that for no reason. They had children, so that was hard.
So these are mothers with children.
Yeah,
and
average people. Yeah, I mean, it could have been me, right? Except I don't have kids. But in a general sense, yes, it was a middle-aged woman that had children ranging, I found, aged like maybe 10 to 20, and then you're looking at that middle-aged woman, right? And she has a home and a husband and children. So that happened.
Had you ever in your career seen a suicide death
No.
from that type of person before?
No. Women don't do that.
So this just stuck out like a sore thumb.
Everybody noticed.
Now, my understanding is that you started seeing changes after the COVID-19 vaccines were
Yes.
introduced.
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
It started in January of 2021, and at first I was seeing an anomaly in what we would call return. So you have to understand a little bit about embalming. Embalming, we have a vat, and then there's a hose, and the vat has a pump in it. And what we do is we use the human circulatory system that God gave us. So we go into that circulatory system. Generally, we start at the carotid, right? That's a major artery that goes not to your brain, but also to the top of your heart. And it pumps the fluid through. And then the return would be people's blood that's pumped back out through the venous system. And we open that and let it release. And the concept is to put preservation in and take out what would not preserve a body long term, so that we can present a person that is reasonable to them, their appearance that they should be, right? So when I was seeing the return, I started to notice anomalies in what the return was. So that went on for about 3-4 months. And the return was more viscous. And it's not like I hadn't seen that before, but you didn't see it consistently every single person, right? Now I'm seeing it every single person.
You have to explain to us what more viscous is.
Viscous, thicker, darker, sticky. And that return, I call return, it's return blood, right? So that return blood was stickier, thicker, darker, and then I started seeing that return blood would have little tiny pieces of clot in it, and the clot would be like a currant jelly clot, but it's tiny pieces, like pinhead sized. But it was almost like polka dot coming out, right? So a polka dot pattern, sticky viscous, more thicker blood, darker, and then these little pieces of clot that kind of looked like a polka dot pattern sticking to the embalming table, and of course that goes down the drain, right? But it was just different. There was something different. I would call it maybe dirty blood if you want to make a sort of a basic example, right? So the blood was dirtier. And at first, I'm really conscientious, right? So I notice things, and I'm known for that. So at first, I was sort of like, this is weird, right? But you can't, like, I'm an embalmer. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor, right? I'm an embalmer. But I notice things. And a lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. But in retrospect, there's an awful lot of people in my profession that are also saying the same thing. So they won't tell you that in person. They certainly wouldn't go public like this, but that's what they're telling me.
Did you see changes in persons that were dying after the vaccines were introduced?
Yes. So it was kind of horrifying. Well, it is horrifying. So there was an escalation of middle-aged people's deaths, like just average Canadian, came home from work, had dinner with the family, and died suddenly at home. So that was that went on for maybe a good month and a half, and usually an evening call, so what we call a night call, okay? You would send a removal team out, 2 people, because they're going into someone's home, right? So usually a night call or a night removal would be in the middle of the night. Like it might start at 1 o'clock in the morning, you might get one, you might not, right? And then there was a lengthy period of time, like many weeks, where these middle-aged people were dying kind of like right after dinner at their house with their families present. And they weren't being investigated. They were coming to the funeral home. And I was looking at this and I'm like, this should be investigated because it's an unusual death. It's an unexpected death. But no, wasn't investigated. It was almost like they dialed it in and brought the person into our care at the funeral home, right? And then didn't worry about them. So
there's a couple of things there. So you were telling us that, excuse me, typically a call is around 1 a.m. or after 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, like middle of the night is when if you're going to have a night call happen, for some reason it always seems to be that 1 o'clock in the morning kind of time frame.
And prior to the vaccines, roughly how many calls would you guys have on a night?
You could get 1 in an evening, you could get 2, you could get none. And then for a while there it was every night, 1, 2, even maybe 3. Always completed before 11 o'clock at night. So my removal staff were loving that because they weren't getting called out of bed, right? Yeah, they thought that was marvelous. And I was saying, why can't you see the pattern? So everything's a pattern, right? Like we're not really all that different. None of us are. We think we are, but we're not. So when we die or when we breathe or when we're born, there's patterns. And as soon as you see an anomaly and a pattern, you should be going, why is there an anomaly? But nobody was asking, why is there an anomaly? And then I'm a funeral director, and it's not my job to ask, why is there an anomaly? But I was asking, right? Like, why is there an anomaly in my mind? And so I started asking my coworkers, like, what did you see? Where were you? What was it like, right? Family there, after dinner, average people, average home. It was an anomaly, a big one, obvious one, but it was like everybody had blinders on, right? So I don't know why nobody noticed, but I noticed. I was rather concerned.
Now, my understanding is early on you had an experience with a 47-year-old man that it seemed unusual. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so, okay, so you have someone that's so healthy, like you can't miss it, like healthy. Like if that gentleman walked in the room right now, we would all turn our heads and say, my goodness, what a good-looking man, right? Healthy, strong, fit, tall, like huge, healthy person. Gone right away, just, and his family told us that now he was his death was investigated, and his family told us point blank he died from clots. That's what they were told.
And had you ever seen a person that age and that fitness that had died of blood clots?
Had I ever seen that before?
Yes.
Heavens, no. No, too healthy. No, not healthy people.
Okay, so that's why that sticks out in your mind, is it was so unusual.
It sticks out in a lot of people's minds, I'm sure.
Now, did you start seeing any basically scarring or anything like that on shoulders?
Yeah, so for a long time, people were coming in with that, like a little Band-Aid, right? And I'd kind of go, okay, Laura, it's just a Band-Aid, like ignore it, even though, like, it was just unusual deaths with a Band-Aid, right? That's how I'm supposed to look at it, because I'm not a doctor, I'm an embalmer. But the reality is I'm looking at this and I'm going, yeah, there's a little tiny Band-Aid on everybody's shoulder. So that tells me, I mean, Band-Aids, they last, 2-3 days if you're lucky, right? So that tells me there is a problem.
And what were the ages of these people coming in?
Oh, full range. Full range. Yeah. Actually, at that point, to be kind of clear, more clear, at that point, people were, I would say it was that retirement age at that point, because I was seeing people that were like maybe 60-something older with the Band-Aid.
Now, earlier you were telling us changes that you saw in the blood.
Yes.
So you were seeing little clots.
Mm-hmm.
You were seeing color changes.
Yes.
Was there also something else happening that you were starting to observe?
Yeah, and that's what everybody wants to hear about, right? So first, like you said, the viscosity changed, which means the color is going to be deeper, right? There's a stickiness. It's been termed dirty blood. There's small microclots in the return. And the odd time, there was like a rainbow slick, right? Remember the 80s? They had those rainbow slick dresses, or oil slick dresses, I think they called them. You would see that on the odd occasion, which is really weird. And then, and nobody can put their finger on it. That's the weird thing. So in the spring of 2021, so we're talking April, May, so 4 or 5 months after the rollouts of the gene therapy, right? So you would, the first time I saw it, I thought it was a parasite. So we have something called drainage forceps. I use a pair, generally speaking, that are about this long and then have a handled port, and you can squeeze them, like tweezers, right? So curved tweezers, think of them that way. So I use that to pull anything out of the way on the venous side of the body, so where you're draining the return blood, okay? And all of a sudden, I was having trouble. I couldn't understand, right? And then I pulled it out, and I went, and I kind of, you can turn the drainage forceps, and you can see what's in it, right? And I'm sort of like this, and I see something that I thought was a tapeworm, which was weird, because tapeworms shouldn't be in a circulatory system, right? And then I'm seeing, I'm looking at this, and I'm thinking, is this a parasite? Because a tapeworm's a parasite, that looked like a parasite. And it was at that point maybe, 3-4 inches long, right? That's a small one. But at that point, that was a huge one for me, because I'd never seen this before. This was a whole new anomaly.
So I just want to make sure. So, at that point, you had been embalming for a quarter of a century, 25 years.
Yeah, with a heavy focus on it, yeah.
You had never seen anything like that in your career?
Absolutely not. So blood clots are sort of in a few categories. There's current jelly blood clots, there's chicken fat blood clots, there's just sludging, which is thicker blood in general, And then there was this anomaly, which I thought was a parasite, but it's not.
In what percentage? So this starts in April, May of 2021.
Yes.
So once you saw your first one, how common was it?
It just happened. It just kept happening. It was everybody. So there was that.
And how much of this would you find?
Over time, it got bigger. So when I first started seeing it, it would be small, right? And then when I started seeing it near the end of my time frame there, if you were to take a small side plate, like a bread plate, and put spaghetti on it and kind of heap it, that could happen, yeah. Yeah, and they're longer and longer. And then the integrated jelly clots at the end, of course, adds to the confusion. Like if you were thinking it was a parasite, right? The integrated jelly clots were always at the end.
So can you explain what you're talking about when you say integrated jelly?
Okay, so if you think of a white, have you ever seen those erasers that you push out and they're like a pen, but they're a circle, right? Like they're round, cylindrical. So you think of one of those, right? But then it maybe has a couple little tentacles of eraser coming out the end. And then there's a blood clot that is integrated into the end of those tentacles. It felt like it was a parasite that was feeding off a blood clot that it created in the body. So when you think of a parasite, you think because it feeds off of something, right? So then you see the jelly clots at the end of this parasite, right? You see those and you think, are they feeding off of us as humans, right? Out of our circulatory system. Because they always had the current jelly integrated at the ends. It's something to see, let's put it to you that way. It's horrific.
I'm going to show some photos now, just so that nobody believes that you took these photos. These are photos you basically had an embalmer from elsewhere share with you, so that for the purposes of this presentation, you would be able to show us what you're talking about. So, David, could you pull up this computer screen, please?
Yeah, that's it.
So am I correct that this is basically what you would be pulling out of bodies? I appreciate this isn't an embalming that you did, but this is typical of what you would see.
Yeah, so that would be, if you were thinking that I started seeing this anomaly in the spring of 2021, then I would have been seeing that closer to the end of the year, because that's a fairly large amount. And you can see, like, it's unfortunate it's not stretched out, but you can see where the current jelly clots are the darker pieces that are integrated into the white fiber mass. That's what I call them. I call them white fiber masses, because they are fibrous. They are stretchy, kind of, and they're you can't break them easily. You need to cut them. The white fiber branches, so it's like an exact duplicate or a cast of the inside of an arterial system.
So just so I'm clear, and it's clear for everyone else, where are these coming out of?
Everywhere.
No, but what part of the body?
Everywhere. But I had to change how I embalm because of these. I have a routine now. Well, I did. I don't have it anymore. I don't have to do it anymore. But I had a routine, right? So I would go into the carotid artery, where we always start embalming on an average case, right? I would go into the carotid artery, and I wouldn't even try to put the cannula in, which is what comes from the pump, right? The vat. There's a hose and there's a cannula. It's a little crooked piece. It goes into the carotid artery. I wouldn't even try to put it in. Why would I bother? It's plugged anyway. So I would open the carotid artery like normal. I would take a small pair of forceps and go in and pull. And I would find what I call the fish. I named everything because that's, I guess, how I function. But yeah, I would pull what I call the fish. And the fish would be an exact cast of the inside of that person's artery. So it usually was approximately this long, and it sits here. So if we go in here, right, it would be half the fish would be towards the head, and half the fish would be towards the heart. So then once you pulled the fish out, you could put the cannula in, you would start the embalming, And what I quit doing, quite often we like to back pressure the human circulatory system to allow more fluid to go into the body and go everywhere, like right to the toes, right to the fingers, right? So I would instead not back pressure. I would open the venous system fairly quickly after starting injection and start pulling return, because I would see what that picture was, right? That's what I would start to see fairly quickly into the embalming. And I would be looking for it because I knew it was coming, right? So when you know something's coming, you have to change how you care for somebody, and you have to change your approach and your perspective, right? So embalmings that normally would take a couple hours were now taking like 3 or 4 hours because there was a lot more work involved.
And I just wanted to clarify, like when I say where are these coming from, it's from the circulatory system.
Yes. Yes.
So, okay. So we're looking at this one. I'm just going to pull up another one.
Yeah. That's small compared to some of them. But you can see there that those have been washed off. So you're seeing what I call the white fiber mass, because I didn't really have a name for it. And if you were to cut those, there's no hole in the middle. They're solid. So they're not, like a lot of people were thinking that they were the lining of the circulatory system. Somehow it was lining. No. It's plugging. I mean, a technical term would be the clot, right? But I hesitate to use that because people assume it's a blood clot. This is not a blood clot. This is something else. This is something new.
And I'm just going to go to the next photo.
Yep. Right. Okay, so those are some skinnier ones because you can see that they were branchy and they were down into smaller parts of the circulatory system, so they were closer to the capillary beds. And you can see that the fellow that took these pictures and was doing the work, right? He has been keeping samples. I didn't do that, but he has. So you can see that the color has changed a little bit in those ones, because if you look, the fluid that they're in may be a bit of it's type of embalming fluid, but it's to maintain, like you can keep them long term, like samples, right?
Right.
So I think that's maybe what he was doing there. But if you look, like if you look closely, you'll see that the ends of those fiber masses are quite small, very tiny. And that's because they're branches going into very tiny vessels in the human body. So they're really small. They're everywhere.
Now, before COVID, I expect that there would be a certain number of autopsies done.
Yes.
And after COVID, that I'm asking if there was a change in the number of autopsies, and can you please tell us about that?
So the concept was autopsies are too dangerous because there's a virus that's going to kill everybody, right? So we have to not worry about these things. We'll do them if we absolutely have to, but they just didn't do them. So I guess it would set the concept in people's minds not to do them, right? So, oh, well, it's pretty obvious why this person passed away. We'll just write that on the paper.
So just so that I understand, because you're describing types of deaths that you hadn't seen before, such as, middle-aged people just dying after supper in front of their family, so at a different hour.
Right.
And so these are unusual deaths. And is it your evidence that there were not autopsies being done to explain this change in pattern?
Yes. I felt that they were kind of dialed in, right? We'll just sign this piece of paper and dial it in. But again, it goes back to, it has nothing to do with each individual, right? It does, but I mean, each individual is very important, but there's a broader spectrum, right? It's like, if you see an anomaly in a pattern, whose job is it to call that out? Because it's not my job. It's someone that's got a much higher pay grade and much more power than I would. I'm just an embalmer. Why am I here? There should be other people here.
But you do know if a body's been autopsied or not. So
very clearly, yes.
Yep. Right. So you're able to tell us about. So actually, were there fewer autopsies done?
Way less, yes. Well, but you have to put that in perspective too, right? So if I'm talking about a change in the pattern, and that change means that I'm seeing deaths that should have been investigated, and they're not being investigated, then really there would have been an escalation in autopsies, not a decrease. So I'm seeing a decrease from the norm, but then we're not in the normal zone because there's more deaths that should have been investigated. So now there should have been more autopsies than previous to COVID. That's the difference.
Right. So basically, exactly, we were doing the exact opposite of what we should have been doing.
Yes.
Now, I'm wondering if you can also tell us, you saw a change concerning deaths of babies.
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, I was used to caring for maybe 3 to 5 babies in various stages of gestation, so like the whole pregnancy. I was used to seeing 3 to 5, maybe a month, maybe 2, but quite often 3 to 5. And then that just stopped. There weren't any babies anymore.
When did that stop?
I would say February of 2021. It was wintertime.
Now, you did get one that caught your attention coming
Yes.
in after the vaccination started. Can you
Yes.
tell us about that?
I don't think I can tell you about that. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
So,
that's,
no, and that's
over
fair
the
enough.
line. Yeah.
Okay. But would it be fair to say that it was something, you had not seen anything like that before?
No. No, I had not.
Okay, so you're telling us basically you're having the normal course of events pre-vaccine, 3 to 5 babies a month.
Yes.
And
then none.
And then none. For how long were there nuns?
Up until recently.
Okay,
So,
so
like
we're,
2 years, almost.
so,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
for
2
2 years, all of a sudden you're not receiving a single baby.
Keeping in mind I worked in a very large community, right? And then I have a friend who works in a very large community, and he hasn't seen any babies until recently. But then you have to remember, I have a friend who works in a very small community, and he saw an escalation, a dramatic escalation. So it's like the small communities got a different memo than the big ones, how to care for babies during COVID.
Right. Can you expand on that? I don't understand. Like, so there's been a change. Where do you think?
So
the
a
change
social
is?
worker at the hospital would help a family that lost a baby. It wouldn't matter how old the baby, like how far in gestation the baby was. If someone went to the hospital and a woman was having a baby and the baby didn't live, right? Then a social worker in larger hospitals, they have a social worker to assist that family. And the social worker would spend time with the family, time with the baby, give them pictures, give them footprints, and then ask them, would you like us as the hospital to care for the baby? Or do you have a funeral home that you would like to care for the baby? And then the social worker would liaison between the family and the funeral home so that we would care for the baby. And then that didn't happen anymore for almost 2 years. But then in a smaller town where they don't have a social worker that liaisons between the family and the funeral home, right? There was an escalation of small babies going through that funeral home for a period of time.
I have a friend that works in healthcare.
Yes.
Who has reported to me in Alberta that when an expecting mother's child has died in utero, that rather than the hospital taking the child out, that they're being now sent to abortion clinics. Have you heard of anything similar happening in Ontario?
I'm an embalmer, not an abortionist.
Okay. Now, my understanding is you also saw a change in your clientele that would speak perhaps to fatigue, and I'm wondering if you can share that.
Okay, so I think I've told you that I'm well known for being very conscientious and very visual, right? Like I do a visual interpretation, and you can learn a lot from looking at a person's body. They can't talk anymore, but their body does. So fingernails, hands, scars, haircut, sometimes clothing would give an indication of who a person was, right? And what I started to notice was over time, people that I was caring for and embalming, because I can only speak to the ones that I embalmed, right? But over time, you would see that fingernails that normally had been manicured were splayed, split, broken, and dirty, right? Toenails, same thing. The pedicure would still be there. Like the nail polish would still be there, but grown out probably about 3 months and not trimmed, right? You could see that the clothing was loose fitting, unkept, maybe had some food spilled on it, and not kept tidy. Hair was growing out. You could see maybe they had highlights or something and they had not maintained those. And that was during a time frame that we were open for business, so to speak, in Ontario, right? And this was sort of a consistent thing. You would see that. I think people just got tired. Like when you're not feeling well, you get tired. So I was used to seeing, unkept hair or personal care at a lower standard with people who were maybe suffering with cancer, a long-term illness, because they couldn't do it for themselves, right? And now I was seeing it for people that were at home, not ill, no illness, right? Not an expected death, but you were just seeing that people were just unkept. They just weren't quite maybe what they should have been.
And then the last area I wanted to ask you about
yes.
is, do you have any thoughts on how we could have managed this situation better? But in relation to your area, I think an obvious one would be there should be more autopsies when there's a pattern change. But are there any other thoughts that you might have?
Well, yeah, so on a professional and personal level, because, I pay taxes too, like everybody else, right? We rely on, our system relies on medical care and medical personnel, right? So if those personnel are restricted in what they can look at, what they can say, what they can surmise, what they can investigate, then we're not being cared for. Our community isn't being cared for, our province isn't being cared for, because you're taking the opportunity for people who are forward-thinking to do their job, right? So when you take the opportunity for forward-thinking people to do their job away, and we're just like monochromatic people, I guess. There's no intellectual thought process or investigation. If you take that away, then people die, right? Or did it happen because the people that should have been doing that job were afraid? Did it happen because they felt that they were duped as well? I don't know what was going on with coroners, but I would say that they should have noted the anomaly, right? And maybe they did inside themselves, but I haven't seen any reports where they're saying, oh dear, we have a problem, right? And then, the pathologists, right? Where were they? Well, autopsies were less, but they weren't that much less. And if that's the case, then if the funeral director can see, right, then why?
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry as we continue with Day 2 of hearings in Saskatoon. I'm pleased to announce our first witness this afternoon is Stephanie Foster. Stephanie, can I begin by asking you to state your full name for the record and spell your first and last name, please?
Stephanie Foster, StephanieFoster, Foster.
And Stephanie, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Now, just to introduce you to people, is you have worked as a legal assistant in the past?
Yes.
And then you went on to become a teacher assistant?
Yes.
And you've kind of had been back and forth between Ontario because the father of your children live in Saskatoon?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were a teacher assistant, my understanding is there was a requirement by your employer that you get vaccinated?
Yes. I had to get vaccinated or I wasn't able to do my job.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened with your vaccination?
I had to get vaccinated or I would lose my job. And then also at the time, my uncle had terminal cancer, so my family wanted us to get my children and I vaccinated so we could come see our family, as well as my children needed to fly back and forth from Ontario to Saskatchewan, so they needed to be vaccinated to fly back and forth.
Right. No, so what happened to you personally after you were vaccinated?
After I was vaccinated the first time?
Yeah, so maybe tell us about both shots.
Pardon?
Tell us about both shots.
Both shots?
Yeah.
Okay, so my second shot, I had got it on July 11th, 2021. And after that, on August 13th, 2021, I had a seizure. And I do have epilepsy. However, and my last seizure was in 1999. So I do believe that the COVID shot has given me seizures again, or brought them back.
Right, and I'll just put that in perspective. When you last had a seizure, you were 18.
Yes.
And you're now 40. It was 22 years between the two.
Right.
Okay.
And then I also had my first booster shot the end of January of 2022, and the end of February of 2022, I had a seizure again. And both times of those seizures, I had also lost my license.
Right, so the motor vehicle branch would take away your license because they're worried you have epilepsy again.
Yes.
Now, did you have a problem after your second shot with blacking out and falling down?
Yes, I would get dizzy sometimes, I still do, and have blackouts and fall down, just not really shaking like seizures, but just episodes that just don't make any sense.
Okay, and when you say blackout, just basically you lose the ability to see, or what are you describing when you say blackout?
Yeah, blackouts sometimes where I just can't see, and sometimes I'll have a blackout where I'll just fall down.
And had that ever happened to you before you were vaccinated?
No.
So that was something that was brand new?
Yes.
Now, your mother's deceased now, but her name was Carol Pierce?
Yes.
And my understanding is that your mother Carol was at Shoppers Drug Mart to get basically her booster shot?
Yes.
And can you tell us what your experience of that was?
Well, my mom was visiting me at my house that day, and she had asked me if I would go with her to get the booster shot, and I had begged her not to get it and told her that I believe it was giving me seizures, and she said she wanted to get it because she felt she needed to keep up with the Joneses, and she just felt like it was something she had to do to keep everybody safe. And so she went, and I had given her a birthday present that day, an early birthday present, and she was supposed to come back after her shot. So she left, and when she was at Shoppers, right after she got the shot, she texted me and told me she was waiting her 15 minutes And I said, good job. And then I think it was about 7 minutes later, she died.
What's the next thing that happened with you? So, because your mother obviously stopped texting, how did you find out that there was something wrong?
My brother phoned me, and he told me, this was about 45 minutes after my mom left my house. My brother phoned me and said, Mom's in an ambulance. And the ambulance driver said, get to the hospital and expect the worst. And my brother said he's on his way to pick me up. And I just started screaming, no, this isn't right. And they picked me up. And all the way to the hospital, I prayed to God that she was alive. Then I got to the hospital, and right away I asked them, I want to go see my mom, and they wouldn't let me in. And they kept telling me I had to wait, and I just didn't understand why I had to wait. And they told me I had to wait for a social worker. So I didn't understand, because I thought, a nurse would just come and bring me to her. So I just had a feeling right then that something wasn't right. So finally a social worker came and took us into this room and told me that a doctor was going to come and talk to us. So I just had a feeling right then that it wasn't good. And so I couldn't stop crying. And 2 doctors came into the room. All I heard was the one doctor said, she's gone. I didn't hear anything else of what the doctor's saying, because my mind just blacked out. I just started crying hysterically. And I just said, I want to see my mom. So a lady took me to see my mom. And I just laid there with my mom. And I kept telling her to wake up. She wouldn't wake up. And then the doctors said I could stay with her until the coroner came. And then the coroner came, and she sat beside me, and I kept saying, I was screaming out loud to the doctors, to the coroner, to everybody, saying, the shot killed my mom. The shot killed my mom. Like, there was no way the shot did not kill my mom. My mom was healthy. She was super healthy. There was no health problems with my mom at all. When she left my house that day, she was perfectly fine. And then she got that shot. And then she died. 7 minutes after, she died. And I see her in the hospital right after, and she was gone. And so I kept telling them, it was the shot. And the coroner hadn't even looked at my mom, hadn't even touched my mom. She just sat there right beside me in the chair. And I said, no, it's the shot. And the coroner said, no, it's natural causes. And I knew right then, you're lying to me. There's no way you know that.
Sorry, I turned my mic off. There's actually video footage of your mother coming to your house that day and then leaving that day.
Yes.
Just because your neighbor has a security camera that's motion sensor.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm just going to find those. And so, David, can it be set up so that my computer is showing up on the screen? I'm just going to go back to the beginning. So that's your mother there in the red jacket? And so that's her coming to your house that day. And I'm just going to play it again because you've told us that she's healthy, and it looks like she's just walking normally. And now I'm going to play the video of your mother leaving. And so this will just be minutes. This will be on her way to Shoppers Drug Mart. And I'll just play that again. And again, I just want people to watch to see she appears to be just a healthy, normal person. And so that's what you were describing, is just your mother was a normal, healthy person at the time.
Yeah.
Now, after, excuse me, after this happened, some people reached out to you on Facebook. Am I right about that?
Yes.
And I'm just, David, if you can just pull up my computer screen again. So now you sent me basically a Facebook string, and this is from your phone, am I right?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to scroll down. This is actually the text conversation, the last text conversation you had with your mother.
Yeah.
So, so she had texted you on this thing, book your COVID shot and come with me, Shoppers on Herald. And you text back, I don't want another one. And she texts, okay. And then you text, you coming over. And she says, waiting the 15 minutes, LOL. And you say, good job. And she says, thanks. And that's the last communication you ever had with your mother?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to be upsetting you with this, but we so appreciate you sharing. And I'm just going to scroll down a little more because this Wendy Jansen reached out to you on Facebook. And so my understanding is a few people reached out to you on Facebook who, you know, either were there or, you know, had heard about what happened from others who were there?
Yes.
And and I expect there was more conversation than this. But Wendy Jansen writes to you on Facebook, 3 days ago in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, a friend's grown daughter was standing in line with her son at the pharmacy. They saw a long line of people waiting for the needle. A woman received the needle and collapsed immediately. Help arrived quickly and she could not be revived. Everyone else just stayed in the lineup for their turn. And am I correct that you heard that from other sources also, that basically people stayed in line to continue getting the shot?
Yes.
And I'm also going to play, it's difficult to hear, but it's the 911 recording. And Stephanie, you sent me one. I clipped the talking before and after, so we're just down to the 911 clip. It's difficult to hear, but I just want to play it because you sent it because they actually refer to the COVID shot as being a cause. So, David, you might have to crank the volume up, but I'm just going to start playing that. And I apologize, everyone, it is a little difficult. Oh, that didn't work, did it? Do you have that 9111? That's not the... So we'll let David play it on his system. This one didn't work very well.
one on EMS, 2 suffered segment, 415 court, 68-year-old female, possible allergic reaction. Engine 8 respond on EMS, 2 suffered segment, 415 court, 68-year-old female, possible allergic reaction. Engine 8 copy details, female, COVID shot, unconscious. So engine 8, CPR in progress. Copy CPR progress. They're not breathing.
And I'm sorry, Stephanie, I know that's difficult to hear that. But I thank you for sharing that. So that was at least the paramedics indicating that they believed it was, or reporting that it was the COVID shot. And I appreciate they're not doctors. But yeah, thanks, David. So now something else happened, and that followed afterwards, because this created a bit of a discussion in Saskatoon, because people were concerned about what happened to your mother. And my understanding is so a couple of days after your mother died, somebody went to the pharmacy with just kind of the intention of seeing how they were going to, respond to questions about your mother. Does that sound right?
Yep.
And you were able to get a copy of this, and you've sent this to us?
Yes.
Okay, so David, I'll ask you to play that. And so just so people understand, this is not Stephanie, this is somebody else who's just decided to go back to the pharmacy and see how they would well, first of all, the first question and answer, listen carefully to, it's really interesting.
Do you guys do COVID shots here?
We do. We don't do walk-ins. It's appointment only. Yeah.
Okay.
If you want, I can give you our QR code and you can sign up for an appointment online.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Regarding the safety of it. Have you had any issues recently with anybody?
Yeah, I mean, like, there is a possibility for side effects.
Like what kind of side effects?
Sore arm, yeah, fever, that kind of thing.
Okay. I heard that somebody died here 2 days ago.
Oh, we're not
right after
commenting on that. Yeah.
Why? Like, if I want to get a shot, shouldn't I know these things first?
We're not commenting on that. That's what my manager told us. So.
But when you have to get a medicine, don't you have to let people know
That's
the
a
dangers of
patient
it?
privacy issue. I'm not allowed to inform you on that issue. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hold off because I heard somebody died. So.
Now, Stephanie, you've shared with us symptoms that you had following the shots before your mother died, but my understanding is just actually just the mental shock and grief of what happened has kind of led to some further medical complications.
Yes.
Can you share with us those, please?
I've gone through quite a bit of trauma. When my mom first passed, for at least the first 4 months, I was basically numb. I couldn't accept the fact that my mom was gone. I couldn't sleep. I maybe could get an hour's sleep. I couldn't take care of myself. I couldn't take care of my kids. I have severe fibromyalgia, severe PTSD. My health has just deteriorated so badly. I've gained a lot of weight. I've just basically gone completely downhill. And I've had a period where I went 3 weeks where I couldn't even talk, I couldn't even walk. And if I did talk, I sounded like a robot. and it would hurt to talk. And I went to the hospital twice. They didn't know what was wrong with me. They did CAT scans. They did all kinds of tests. They just sent me home with pain meds. And I saw 3 different doctors in the walk-in clinic. Same thing. They looked me over. They didn't know what was wrong with me. Sent me home with pain meds. So I was scared. My family was scared. We all thought that I was never going to get my speech back, that I would never be able to walk again. I was looking into sign language and had my kids look into sign language. And then eventually I started slowly being able to speak again, and slowly being able to walk again. Still a little bit difficult to walk. And now the doctors are saying that I need surgery done on my spine. So it's just one thing after another, and it's just, they say, the doctors, I've been to a neurologist, I've been to every kind of doctor except a psychiatrist, because every doctor I go to says I need to see a psychiatrist. And now the problem is that I don't have a psychiatrist I can see yet.
When we were watching that video that somebody had done when they went back to the pharmacy, and they asked if there's any side effects, and the lady said, yeah, basically soreness in the arm and fever. That would have, I know that would have upset you to hear. If you could say something to the pharmacy concerning your mother, what message would you have for them?
I want to know why they didn't help her. Why didn't anybody help her? Why did everybody just stand in line? Doesn't make any sense. I feel like she could have been helped. I feel like she could have been saved. I was told by people that everybody just stood there, and by the time somebody came there, they checked her pulse, and there was no pulse. I believe that if somebody got to her right away, instead of everybody just standing around, they could have done CPR and brought her back.
Right, and I understood it's been reported to you by several people that the line just kept going forward and people kept getting jabbed.
Yes, like they just, I feel like they just left her there like she was nothing. Like she was just a nobody. Like, come on, next. Who's next? Come on, let's just get on with it. And that breaks my heart so badly. And then it was like afterwards when the doctors and everybody is saying natural causes. No, she did not die from natural causes. And that makes me very upset because I felt like they just wanted to brush my mom under the rug. And that was it. No, my mom is a person and a wonderful person. And she should not just be brushed under the rug and forgotten about and say natural causes because nobody wants to say that she died from the COVID shot. And she did.
Do you know what they listed on the death certificate as cause of death?
They said that she had a massive heart attack and that she died instantly. My mom never had anything wrong with her heart, ever.
And Thank you. I have no further questions, but the commissioners might have some questions for you.
Thank you very much for your very touching testimony. Did you ask for an autopsy for your mother?
Pardon me?
Did you ask to get an autopsy?
Yes.
Did you get the result?
My brother has it.
And what does it say?
It says, I believe it says massive heart attack. I haven't got to actually see the report.
Is there a plan to do further investigation in the tissue of her heart to find out what triggered it?
I'm not sure because my brother has the actual documents and I haven't been able to get access to them.
Thank you.
I'm sorry for your loss. Did you get anybody at the drugstore reach out to you at all?
Pardon?
Did anyone at the drugstore reach out to you?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have no further questions. Stephanie, actually very commend your bravery to come here. I know that it was difficult, and on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for sharing this with us.
Thank you.
So we'll just wait for Mr. Brown to come up.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for your evidence. That was very moving. Next, we have Mr. Ryan Oridzik. Mr. Oridzik, can you please state your name and spell your last name for us, please?
It's Ryan Oridzik, RyanORYDZUK.
And would you prefer to swear an oath or solemnly affirm today?
Swear an oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this National Citizens Inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Sir, what city or town do you reside in?
Edmonton, Alberta, currently.
And how long have you lived there approximately?
I lived outside of Edmonton for a short period of time, but pretty much my whole life.
And I understand that you worked as a federal public servant, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long were you so employed?
Just about over 15 years, I'd say.
Okay, and are you still so employed?
No.
Okay. Now, I understand that you're here today as an expert witness. We're going to get into your CV and whatnot shortly. And David, I can just maybe invite you to tee up. Mr. Oridzik has a number of the documents we'll use, but we will be looking for SA 9A in a moment. But Mr. Oridzik, can you just tell us in a nutshell, what is your expertise?
Primarily in occupational health and safety, recognized as kind of a jack of all trades in that department.
Okay. And well, we have your CV up on the screen. So this document here, do you recognize that document?
Correct.
And do you want to just tell us, what did you generate that?
Yes.
Okay, what is it? Tell us a little bit about this.
This is just a document I use to kind of give a little bit of information as to my background, a little bit of what I've done, my most recent experience, some of the things that I'm proficient at, etc.
Okay. And as far as your expertise in occupational health and safety, we're going to look at a document here shortly, but can you just tell us, how did you come to become an expert? How did you gain your expertise in occupational health and safety?
It was primarily through Canada Post Corporation. I started out originally as a letter carrier with the organization and found myself as what they call a local joint health and safety committee co-chair after about 5 years of employment. It was in that role that I showed some promise, I believe, and some executives thought I had some promise in occupational health and safety, so they told me to apply for a job as a safety officer for the Edmonton Mail Processing Plant. I was hired in the position, was successful in attaining it, and I worked in that position for about 4 years. I was peer mentored for 2 years straight by a very competent safety officer, and he kind of showed me the ropes of everything I was doing, and we worked as a team. And then from there, obviously, there were lots of education events in relation to that provided by the corporation. I did a little external training, and it kind of just, because of my role and what I encompassed, it was more of a generalist role, so I never specialized specifically in one aspect of occupational health and safety.
Okay. And I believe, David, we're going to need the learning history essay 9A. I believe Mr. Ridzik does not have that document up. If we could pull up that document, please.
We do not have that document either.
Oh, essay 9A? It's the learning history, second from the left there. Okay, yeah, that's the one. Mr. Ridzik, are you able to manipulate that document from where you are?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. If we could have that.
Due to the file format in which it was submitted, I'm not able to present it at this time.
Oh.
Give me a couple minutes and I might be able to convert it.
Okay, sure. We'll come back to it. So, Mr. Ridzik, then let's go over to your letter of October 25th, 2001. Are we able to open that? There we go. So, can you just tell us, Mr. Ridzik, do you recognize that document?
Yeah, absolutely.
And what is it?
It's a document that I called my letter of informed consent, and this was a document that I sent to my employer. It's dated in October, but it wasn't submitted to my employer until about mid-November. I originally was trying to speak to my employer verbally before I submitted anything officially, but this was the document that I gave them to advise them of the concerns I was seeing with a lot of the breaches of occupational health and safety policy.
Okay. We won't go over it in detail, but it is a fairly substantive document. In here, Mr. Ridzik, though, I'll draw your attention to, for example, point number 4. If we're able to go to that part of the letter, please. And therein, you pose the question to Canada Post, and just to be clear, was Canada Post your employer at this time?
Correct.
Okay. So the question you posed at number 4 is, does Canada Post believe that their proposed vaccines are safe for their employees to take? From the start of the pandemic, Canada Post has stated that it follows the guidance from the Public Health Agencies of Canada. Vaccines are approved for use in Canada by Health Canada. Do you recall generating that question and putting that in the letter?
Absolutely.
Do you want to just give us a bit of background? Because I noticed that there are several references and links underneath that, though. Just tell us what was the intention here with point number 4 and all of these links and references that you have.
Well, in essence, what I wanted to paint to the employer, and again, this is about informed consent. So a lot of folks have been mentioning that through the testimonies, and informed consent from different aspects. It could be, medical informed consent. people talking about employer-informed consent. But for me, I wanted to find out exactly what my organization knew about COVID, the vaccines themselves, everything to do with what they were implementing, right? So I had posed to them 90 questions or so, and I provided a bunch of research, because I had researched this for probably about 6 months ahead of time, because they were announcing the vaccines at the beginning of 2020. Or the beginning of 2021, I should say, it came out. But I wanted to just find out where they were at with their level of knowledge and what they did in terms of their due diligence as the employer to ensure that what they were providing their employees was safe to take. This one question was just an obvious one. Do you guys feel that it's safe to take? And they couldn't even answer something as simple as that.
Okay. Thank you for that. If we can just move over to question 12 or point 12 in your letter, please. And therein you state, does Canada Post believe that the SARS-CoV-2 COVID-19 vaccines that they are mandating their employees to take are safe when compared against the federal occupational health and safety definition of danger? And then you had a link therein as well. So now we're starting to see a blend of your occupational health and safety training being infused in the questions. I mean, it's all throughout, but this question specifically brings to bear your occupational health and training expertise. Can you just tell us a little bit about that particular question, what you were driving at, what you were hoping to get from your then employer?
Yeah, so when it comes to occupational health and safety as it's regulated by the federal employer, a lot of things are based, especially work refusals and any kind of process or work that the employee does, are based on the concept of danger or hazard or risk. If something is considered a danger by the legal definition that's provided by the Canadian government or the interpretive guidelines that coincide with that definition, then the employer should be informed of that danger and the concerns that they may be facing legal liabilities with that. So for me, in this case, I was saying to the employer, do you recognize what the definition of danger is as it's written in the Canada Labour Code? And do you think that maybe by chance these vaccines meet that definition as it stands? And it was my particular opinion at that time that it absolutely met the definition of danger.
And what sort of response did you get from your employer?
From the start of the pandemic, Canada Post has stated it follows the guidance of the PHAC. And I received that answer for, I think, 78% of the questions that I submitted. There were 90 questions.
Okay. Just a couple more with the letter, and then we'll move on. But if I could get you to go over to point number 14. Does Canada Post consider myocarditis or pericarditis a serious medical condition? Would refer to Health Canada experts, and then you had a couple of links there. What were you driving at with that particular question, and what was the response?
Again, this is falling in line with the definition of danger to a degree, in the fact that at that particular time there was recorded events of myocarditis, pericarditis, and people that were taking the vaccine. So again, for it to be a side effect of the vaccines themselves, and as Canada Post was implementing them as personal protective equipment, for me, I wanted to say, like, are you guys aware kind of that this is a side effect, and do you think that this is dangerous then, because that is a potential side effect of the vaccines themselves? So again, leading towards that definition of danger.
Right on. Okay, last one in the letter, and then we'll move on, but I think it's on the same page there, but number 18. And therein you posed the question, or made the point to Canada Post, is Canada Post aware that the injections that they are demanding their employees to take, Pfizer, BioNTech, Moderna, AstraZeneca, Johnson & Johnson, are currently listed in the National Library of Medicine under clinicaltrials.gov as experimental, and that these injections are not scheduled for completion until 2023 and beyond, ? Again, just tell us a little bit about where that question was coming from, how it fit into your role and your expertise regarding occupational health and safety. What was their answer?
Yeah, no, with this question, it was there was a lot of doctors at the time that I was following that were explaining that these were still under experimentation guidelines, and they were providing links in the documentation that they were, putting on their websites or their web pages, whatever it was. I clicked on a few. I went to the clinical trials site. I checked out a couple other ones in the U.S. for sure, and they were all showing that there was experimentations for all the vaccines still, and they were all ongoing until 2023. So To me, I was just, again, trying to illuminate to my employer, it's like, we don't know exactly what we're dealing with here. Maybe we don't want to push this forward yet because there could be some concerns that we're unaware of or long-term, effects that we're unaware of. And I know maybe on its surface right now it could seem somewhat safe, but we really don't know. So maybe we shouldn't undertake this as a workplace activity.
Right on. And their response was?
Again, very similar, following the Public Health Agency's guidelines.
Okay. Is there anything else about your letter that you'd like to reference or say at this point in time, Mr. Rudzik? Otherwise, we'll go to the learning history.
The only thing I'd like to say is, to me, as a safety professional, given what I provided them straight off the get-go, this should have stopped any employer from continuing forward just based on the fact that I painted a very fair picture on what the legal liability was for the employer. Not only that, I also made it very clear, abundantly clear, that the vaccines themselves met the legal definition of danger in occupational health and safety. So to me, it was just frustrating to have basically a one-answer response for every question, right? So I couldn't figure that part out. But to date, I mean, this was all made part of an official work refusal at Canada Post. And I think any Canada Post employee could access this if they just looked up the local Joint Health and Safety Committee minutes.
Okay, thanks very much. So that letter of October 25th, 2021 is already marked as an exhibit SA9D. And so, David, it looks like we've got the learning history up and running. Thank you for converting it. So if we could turn our attention to the learning history and this here, Mr. Rudzik, do you recognize this document?
Absolutely.
What is it?
It was a document provided by my learning and development team. It was originally in, I think, a different format. I just did some screen captures offline of all my event or training history at Canada Post as a federal employee.
Okay. So is it fair to say that this is this captures a lot of your training at Canada Post, but there's still some courses that you took that are not captured here? Is that correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So this is a 49-page document going over the various courses and in-house trainings. And again, I don't want to go through it in detail, but if I could get us to page 3 of 49, please. Oh, 50, sorry. So up at the top there, Mr. Rudzik, it's, again, I just want you to tell us that it's the same format that we see. There's a document, there's a number, there's a title. In this case, it's a workplace free of discrimination and harassment pre-reading. There's a date and some other numbers and whatnot. So just in a general sense, before we go into this one specifically, what do each of these entries tell us as far as the course that you took or the level of detail or how much was involved, et cetera?
Unfortunately, these ones don't tell you too much on the course detail itself, but I can say that this list includes 165 training events, and I probably had over 1,000 hours of training easily, if not more, maybe even 2,000 in safety. A lot of what I learned was all hands-on, right? And that's where you really learn the job, is actually going through the process. And that was why it was really good to be peer mentored with a Canadian registered safety professional for the first 2 years.
Okay, great. So I do want to touch on a couple of the courses just so we all understand that the nature of your expertise. So this one here, a workplace free of discrimination and harassment. In a nutshell, what would that course have taught you? What knowledge would you get from that? How would you apply that in the workplace?
It would depend on the level of the course. So different courses were given to different grades of employee, I guess you can say, because some people would have different responsibilities when it came to the actions with the courses. So for me and myself, I believe this course would have been something along the lines of supervisory. So how do you prevent this from happening? What do you do? How do you handle the employees? What do you record? Where do the documents go, et cetera, et cetera?
Okay. And if we could please go over to page 10. And if we could go one more down, please, page 11, I guess. So that one there, Mr. Rudzik, where it says Introduction to Labor Relations Online, I note that you completed this course. And so, again, we're not going to go through all of them, but what would these types of courses have taught you?
Yeah, so after my safety position at the AMPP, the organization did a big restructure, and they pulled people from different parts of the organization and put them in what was called a human resources business partner role. And in that role, my territory expanded, all my area of responsibility. This particular course was all about we were adopting aspects of labor relations. So I was 90% safety, but then I also had labor relations to deal with and grievances. So they started to give me courses along those lines so that I could manage that as part of my portfolio. And the labor relations course was, how do you respond to employee concerns? How do you prevent them from happening so they don't go to a grievance? If a grievance does occur, what are the steps you have to take? How do you log it, et cetera, et cetera?
And so would you have also learned about the legal framework and the laws in some of these courses, or in that one in particular?
Yeah, definitely. I would say more so in the safety aspect. Labor relations was dealing more with the collective agreement side of it, but Canada Post is governed under the Canada Labor Code, so that's like a subset, and it's occupational health and safety is part 2 of that, so that's a little bit of a different learning and a little bit of a different course material.
So where would you have learned, for example, the obligations or consequences for an employer if they don't adhere to the occupational health and safety standards, or would you have learned that, sorry?
You learn them in courses. I mean, they make it very clear. And when you hit that management step, when it comes to federal entities, they provide handbooks, they provide everything in the world so that managers are very aware of their legal liabilities when it comes to occupational health and safety specifically. Because that's the stuff that a lot of employers, if they don't fulfill their due diligence, they can go to prison, they can suffer huge fines, etc.
Okay, excellent. If we could please go to page 16. Yes, that one there. So I guess 3/4 of the way down, or the last full one, Mr. Ridzik, it says, care to be fair, fostering respect and fairness at Canada Post. Tell us a little bit about that course. What did you learn? How did you use that?
Those courses were all about how do you manage your relationships in the workplace, what the expectations are, how you address conflict discourse in the workplace. It was just kind of, that was more of a lighter course. It wasn't like a heavy, I think it was maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and it was just to go through the basics of what you can do to address concerns and what you think discourse should look like between yourself and an individual in the organization, and how to resolve that. And specifically, again, if it doesn't have a resolution between yourself and the person that you have an issue with, you would raise it to your supervisors and go through that process and escalate.
Okay, thank you. I think I've illustrated what I wanted to with respect to this now 50-page document. Is there anything else you want to say about your learning history and the various courses that you took here before we move on?
Nothing particular, no.
Okay. That is already marked as an exhibit as SA 9A. So at this point, Mr. Ridzik, really we'll turn it over to you with your NCI testimony, and please give us your testimony and your evidence.
Thank you very much, and I just want to thank the panel, of course, for having me out to present this. I hope it's illuminating for everybody. I just want to remind everybody here, too, this is a very quick and brief overview of occupational health and safety. I could honestly talk about this stuff and talk your ears off for probably about a week on it. I dig it. I don't know why. I just like safety, but there's a lot more to this. And a question to kind of start with, and this is important for the panel to consider as well as anybody in the audience, is if I was bringing this information to you as a safety professional and showing you that there were concerns both with your liability and the risk of your own life and your employees' lives being at risk, would you consider continuing on with this, because ultimately it could land you in a lot of hot water? And the former pharmacist, I listened to her discussions, and I had to say I agreed with her on a lot of points she was making, and I loved her touching on informed consent. And she asked a question at the end of her interview, and she said, who is accountable for all of this? And this is a question that everybody's been asking, right? So I'm going to share with everybody who I think is accountable and how it all works, and how maybe some of the occupational health and safety laws apply around this. So who's legally responsible for the COVID-19 fiasco? Was it Big Pharma for creating the injections? A lot of people seem to think that. Was it the Public Health Agency for approving the use of the injections? Some people think that. Was it the government for pushing the mandate to begin with? Or was it even ourselves for making the decision to take the vaccine in the end? And I don't know, maybe a bit of this is all true, but for me, it was your employer. It was everybody's employer, because up until the point employers decided to put in workplace vaccination mandates, it was an option for people to take the vaccine. It wasn't until the employer said you had to that everybody did a mad rush to go get a vaccine because they didn't want to lose their jobs, right? This comes back to something that my parents used to say is, if all your friends jumped off a bridge, would you jump too? And what we're kind of dealing with in this situation to a large degree is the Milgram experiment. What we have is an authority figure, and it's not just an authority figure that's providing pressure on you or coercion to do something. It was like it was mentioned earlier, they're forcing you now because they're making it a condition of your employment, and it's affecting your ability to pay your bills, get food on the table, etc. And this ends up kind of what happens at the end of it all when people push things forward a little too fast and they don't do what's expected of them when it comes to occupational health and safety. You start to wonder. So employers, when they decided to put this in place, they should have asked themselves 3 basic questions. Am I actually required to follow this vaccination mandate? Because that's something that's going to come up in this. Is it even legal for me to implement this kind of vaccination mandate? And if I listen to the Prime Minister's request regarding a vaccination mandate, have I completed all my due diligence as the employer? And I can say flat out, no, no, and no. Let's take a look at the Prime Minister's own announcement, and this is right from his own desk. If we take a look at some of the pieces in here, it should have been very evident to folks what this was intended to be, which was a workplace policy that they were implementing to protect you. So as you can see at the very beginning here, it says here that we're doing this to protect the health and safety of all Canadians. And then he mentions, as the country's largest employer, so he mentions he's the employer, the Government of Canada will continue to play a leadership role in protecting the safety of our workplaces. So again, this falls under occupational health and safety in the workplace. Employers in federally regulated air, rail, and marine transport sectors will have until October 30th, 2021 to establish vaccination policies. So he's referring to what he calls his core public administration, which he is responsible for and the boss of. However, Crown corporations and separate agencies are being asked to implement vaccine policies mirroring the requirements announced today by the rest of the public service. So in this sense, again, this is proof that the employers, especially mine at Canada Post, they were never mandated to follow this process. They were asked by the government to follow this process, which means they assume all the legal liability for the process itself. Prior to COVID-19, what was going on? Employers typically didn't try to mitigate flu viruses in the workplace, right? If anybody had the flu, take a sick day, go home. And even back then, I remember if I was sick, my employer would be like, well, come into work. We need you. We need you. Come into work. I know you got the sniffles. No big deal. But then things changed. They did not re-engineer the work environments to try and control viral spread. They did not provide their employees any sort of personal protection equipment to stop exposure. They rarely had any seasonal signs posted in their facilities. Most employers, outside of a few exceptions, like the military and maybe the medical industry, never asked their employees to take an influenza vaccine or any other medical product as a condition of their employment. Employers would never violate the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act by forcing employees to undergo genetic testing as a condition of entering or continuing a contract agreement with that individual. So what a lot of employers were offering were an accommodation process where you would go get a PCR test 3 times a week and keep confirming to the employer that you weren't sick, you didn't have COVID. That's going to be a part we're going to touch on here, and I'm going to explain to you why the employer can't do that. Members of the public were never questioned on health and safety matters, nor were they asked to wear personal protective equipment. So our employers were literally asking people coming into the post office, can you wear a mask? Can you get a mask on, right? And we never bothered any customers with that before, and it just seemed kind of strange we were doing it now. After that, employers, this is post-COVID-19, they decided to try and mitigate SARS-CoV-2 as a workplace hazard, right? They never did the flu before, but all of a sudden they needed to mitigate SARS. They began to build barriers and install plexiglass walls in their facilities, which were completely useless. Employers went overboard with unproven personal protective devices that were never designed to prevent the wearer from COVID. So the paper masks that people were wearing, the cloth masks, those aren't regulated personal protective equipment devices, right? People need to wear very specific personal protective equipment that needs to be designed to mitigate the hazard in question. And paper masks that aren't fit tested to your face, they're not going to protect you against a virus. There's no way. So providing you that is just for show. It's just like, yeah, we look like we're trying to do something. Employers decided to put signs everywhere, constantly reminding people to use chemical hand sanitizers, wear their masks and remain 6 feet apart from one another. And then finally, employers went to the extreme and decided to create vaccination policies. I mentioned the PCR testing, and of course, people were repeatedly questioned and pursued regarding medical status and mask compliance. And this was both, this was at every degree in the company. So when it comes to federal employers, this is a little bit of a flow chart here just to try and explain to everybody how it all works with due diligence. When any employer puts a new process, piece of equipment, or they initiate a new activity in their workplace, they have to roll everything under Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code and the Canadian Occupational Health and Safety Regulations. This is to make sure that they don't harm an employee and then miss something and then go to jail for it down the road. It's really simple. What does this break down to? Well, there's certain aspects of this. There's the Criminal Code of Canada and there's the Westray Law. In the Westray Law, what a lot of people don't maybe know about it, it was a law that was designed to hold employers accountable after the 1992 Westray mine disaster in Plymouth, Nova Scotia that killed 26 workers. In that same situation, we had employers that thought they knew better than the employees that were raising concerns. They thought they knew better than the safety officers that were saying that the site itself was suffering from industrial hygiene issues. And then sure enough, an explosion occurred from all the mining dust, and 26 workers were killed. So then amendments were made to the Criminal Code of Canada that include the employer's liability in this. Other acts that are consideration for the employer while they're implementing the new process are the Hazardous Products Act, and this has to do with stuff like your WHMIS categories, and everybody took that training when they went to the work, right? You take your WHMIS training at the beginning, and then you have, of course, your hazardous products themselves, and these are the ones that are recognized and registered as dangerous goods. And then, of course, with my corporation, we had collective agreements, and these are all what I would call fail-safes of safety, right? The employer uses these to make sure that they're doing all the necessary steps so that they don't get themselves in trouble. And these break down into further brackets, right? So under the Westray Law, you have to consider the duties of the employer, which are all listed in Section 125 of the Canada Labour Code, and they're very specific as to what the employer is required to do. There's informed consent, there's the right to know, the right to participate, and the right to refuse, which is a very, very, very important part of this that everybody was denied, in essence. The definition of danger and the OHS interpretive guidelines that tell you what these definitions mean. Under the Hazardous Products Act and these other aspects here, you have your WHMIS, your GHS, which is your Global Harmonized System, and this is the labels that they put on dangerous products, and they're called safety data sheets. And these are attached, the labels are affixed to the products themselves, and then the employer is required to provide these to employees so that they're aware of the potential chemical exposures in the workplace. And then, of course, under the collective agreements, there's a bunch of safety stuff they need to look into, like the terms of reference. They need to consult nationally with their bargaining agencies to make sure that everything is going according to plan, and the bargaining agencies need to agree with the corporation. They need to provide minutes of all these consultations. And again, there's various articles in each collective agreement that all encompass occupational health and safety. Again, we bring this all back. This relates to due diligence and the duties of the employer when implementing a new process, piece of equipment, or activity. So you have to make sure the employer has to do all of this stuff, look at all these codes, and this is really just scraping a little bit out. They have to look at all of this before they decide to move forward with something, right? Because again, if it's not safe and somebody gets injured down the road and they didn't do their due diligence, they can be held liable. So after the employer has confirmed the legality of their new process, so they go through that step and they go, okay, we can do this. This is legal. What are the next steps we have to take? I won't go through all of these, but this is just a slide that shows some of the specifics around what that project would look like. And just for example, I'll go through a couple points. So the first thing, a primary initial discussion amongst the employer's executive stakeholders to determine if the newly proposed idea has any merit as a device or piece of equipment to protect an employee in the workplace. They would assign a policy holder and somebody that would carry out the project. The project facilitator would then create a plan for the new concept that includes timelines, employee impact, job hazard assessments, health and safety committee reviews, certifications, et cetera. They might need to bring in third parties, other assessors, et cetera. This person would formally create the change request with the corporation and follow the design steps to maximize corporate compliance. So I won't keep going on this, but this just gives you an idea of what, once they determine it's legal, then they got to go through all these other steps, right? And I can say I don't think a lot of this was done, right? This is what I'm leading to. So how does occupational health and safety play into all this? Well, I think it's the piece that everybody's kind of been missing, and I think it's going to help everybody else that kind of has concerns with the vaccines and how their employers and everybody else has been doing things. In my opinion, this is something, like I said earlier, if folks would have taken this process seriously with safety, it should have immediately ended any concept or any desire to implement vaccines. The bottom line is that these legally meet the definition of danger, in my opinion, and we'll get to that. But once the employer saw that letter of informed consent that I gave them, it should have stopped them right in their tracks, and they should have engaged me in discussion to understand a bit more where I was coming from. None of that took place. All right, so what they should have done is that federal employers, when the vaccine mandate was announced by the Trudeau government, and they said, hey, we're asking all you federal employers and crown corporations to do this, what they should have done is the directors and all the senior officers of those corporations, they should have used the labor code. They should have looked at it, put it right back in the Prime Minister's face in a sense and said, hey, you know, I don't know about this. I have a lot of liability that I have to deal with these particular clauses. I don't know if this is a good idea. There may be some concerns that this is dangerous. We're not going to go forward with this yet because we need to do a bit more investigation. So they actually could have used this all to their advantage to kind of halt everything that was going on. So let's talk a little bit about this one particular section here, which is the Criminal Code of Canada and the Westray Law. Since its induction, employers have had to follow their legal obligations listed under Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code. This is not a new concept in any way. In fact, because of the Westray mining disaster, which we talked about, amendments were made in 2004. So Section 217, this was the amendment or the clause that was added. 217.1 of the Criminal Code creates an occupational health and safety duty requirement for all organizations who undertake or have the authority to direct how others work or perform a task to take all reasonable steps, and that's very important to this, to prevent bodily harm to the person performing the work or task and to any other person. All right, and these are just some of the examples of the duties of the employers here. I didn't pull them all out. It's a very long, exhaustive list, but these are some of the key ones. So every employer shall ensure the health and safety at work of every person employed by the employer. Without restricting the generality of Section 124, every employer shall, in respect of every workplace controlled by the employer and in respect of every work activity carried out by an employee in a workplace that is not controlled by the employer, like a pharmacy or a place that you're going to get an injection, for example. So some of these clauses here, C, except as provided for in the regulations, investigate, record, and report in accordance with the regulations all accidents, occurrences of harassment and violence, occupational illnesses, and other hazardous occurrences known to the employer. And I have that bolded at the end there because occupational illnesses and hazardous occurrences were not being measured and investigated. You see, because what ended up happening is a lot of the injuries that we were seeing from the vaccines were chalked up to natural causes, right? So if somebody had a stroke, they said, it's normal, everybody has strokes, you know, people have heart attacks, that's a natural thing. The problem is for the employers is when they implement a device that they're using in their workplace that causes these potential outcomes, every time an employee at that point would have a stroke or a heart attack, it would need to be investigated as a vaccine injury. They couldn't say it was natural causes anymore because it doesn't work like that. They're using it as a device and it's an activity in their workplace. So they have to investigate everything after that to see if it was because of their process. S, ensure that each employee is made aware of every known or foreseeable health or safety hazard. This one was very blatantly violated, in my opinion, especially with me when I asked for my informed consent. I was expecting my employer to come back to me with some studies of their own to show me how they had done their due diligence. Nothing like that had taken place. So for me, it's hard to fulfill that particular clause in the code where you're making every single hazard aware to the employees, and it's a foreseeable hazard too. That's the important piece of this, is that when you have a safety officer present a document with 90 questions and over 50 medical studies and everything like that that kind of shows that these are a danger, you should be transmitting some of those concerns to your employees if it's a potential that they can be harmed, especially if it's coming from a safety professional. T, ensure that the machinery, equipment, and tools used by the employees in the course of their employment meet prescribed health and safety ergonomic standards and are safe under all conditions of their intended use. Right? So the vaccines are a piece of equipment as part of an activity that the employer is using. They're using the vaccines as personal protective equipment. So if that's the case, the equipment has to be rendered 100% safe, because if you don't have personal protective equipment that's 100% safe, you're increasing or you're multiplying risk for the employee. It's really straightforward. Like, I shouldn't put on a safety vest and have a heart attack, right? I shouldn't put on a safety hat or safety goggles and get a stroke. It doesn't work like that. But this one particular piece of personal protective equipment, there were some issues with it, and people were having adverse side effects. W, ensure that every person is granted access to the workplace by the employer is familiar with and uses in the prescribed circumstances and manner all prescribed safety materials, equipment, devices, and clothing. So again, the employer is supposed to make you understand and be familiar with the devices that they're asking you to take. If an employer doesn't have any answers for you as to that device and they're telling you to continuously use it, how do you know it's safe? How do you know what you're doing? How do you know your employer's done their due diligence? So that's how that clause works. If we continue on, this has to do with the right to know. So every employee, and this is like informed consent for safety. So whenever you have informed consent in the medical industry, what's going on is, like, folks are going in, they're asking about the dangers with their physicians of the vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. That's all standard. That's the way it's been forever, right? If you're going to take a medical product or you're going to undertake a medical procedure, it's your physician that's the one that's always kind of telling you what to do about it. When the employers, though, decide to take a medical product and use it as a piece of personal protective equipment, it's no longer the physicians that are required to do it. It's the employer that's required to do it. The informed consent switches from the medical industry to the employer because they're the ones that are using it as their device now. So they need to train you on it, they need to educate you on it, they need to make sure that they know what they're talking about. And they can't provide you your informed consent if they don't know any of that. So as it says here, this is the definition right out of the labor code. You have the right to be informed of known or foreseeable hazards in the workplace and to be provided with the information, instructions, training, and supervision necessary to protect your health and safety. In addition, you are given the right to have access to government or employer reports related to the health and safety of employees through your Policy Health and Safety Committee, Workplace Health and Safety Committee, or Health and Safety Representative. You have the right to refuse. So this is another piece of this that I was just blown away by, and I was so upset with my employer as well as the labor board in a lot of ways because they should have handled this in a much different way. What ended up taking place was when the employers put these vaccination plans in place, their policies, their practices, one of the things that I noticed was that there wasn't any piece in the entire process that spoke to when employees don't want to take the vaccine. It was just like you didn't have that choice, whereas in the past, if an employee refuses to do something that the employer is asking, it's required right away by the employer to diagnose that, like, why are you refusing this work? And it becomes what could be a work refusal. And it's written right in the code that they have to ask that. You see, but in this case, what happened with COVID, none of that happened. It was you're non-compliant right away. And that was the piece that I just couldn't figure out. It's like, well, they're not non-compliant. They're all refusing your process. So you have to investigate every one of these concerns as a work refusal. It's not a non-compliant status. They're saying it's dangerous. They don't want to take it because they don't feel it's safe. So you have to investigate this. But that didn't take place. Everybody was just suspended or fired automatically, which is, again, it's breaking the rules.
And Mr. Ridzik, I'll just advise we're just under the 20-minute mark, so but carry on.
Okay. So you have the right to refuse work if you have reasonable cause to believe that your workplace presents a danger to you, the use or operation of a machine or apparatus presents a danger to you or to another employee, and the performance of an activity constitutes a danger to you or another employee, right? So the activity itself is going to take a vaccine. The corporations made that very clear. Every corporation did, because they wrote it into a policy or a practice, and they asked you to go take 2 vaccines as a result. So that becomes a workplace activity, which again, the employer is responsible to monitor and make sure is safe. This is the definition of danger we're going to get into, and this is why this is so important, okay? So the definition of danger itself is kind of highlighted in the code. But what they do is they provide like a big kind of set of rules on how to read this definition and what it means more specifically, because everybody, when they read it on a first glance, they may have a different interpretation of how it works. The interpretive guidelines make sure that they kind of quash that in a way so that everybody's very clear, black and white, this is what this looks like, this is what the definition means, and this is how it's applied. So a hazard is, as a lot of people learned in safety class, means a source of harm or risk to an employee. A condition means circumstances, and in particular those affecting the functioning or existence of something. So that would be like, let's say a forklift had a battery and it was smoking. You wouldn't want to go use the forklift if the battery was smoking, because the condition of the forklift appears that it's dangerous. It's not in good condition, right? And then activity itself means a task directly related to the employee's duties. And in this case, that would be a vaccination policy. Reasonably expected, okay, and we're going to go through each one of these one by one, does not require that the threat materialize every time the hazard, condition, or activity occurs. So when you take the vaccines, it doesn't, not everybody dies right away, not everybody suffers a side effect, right? So this meets the first point of this. It doesn't need to materialize every single time, okay? So let's keep going. Does it meet the rest of it? It is not necessary to establish precisely the time when the threat will materialize, nor does the threat need to materialize frequently. Okay, so again, some people have immediate adverse effects to the vaccines. They have a heart attack. They have something happen to them in the first 10 days, which is the most common. But again, things could happen down the road at different times. You could develop cancer because of cell mutations, right? You could have a stroke down the road 6 months later. I don't know, right? But nonetheless, it meets the next point of the definition of danger. Let's keep going. Only requires that a person determines in what circumstances the threat could reasonably be expected to materialize. This one's real easy. The threat's reasonably expected to materialize the second you put the injection in your arm. It's not going to hurt you if you don't put it in your arm, so really straightforward. The last one, there is more than one way to establish that a condition, hazard, activity can reasonably be expected to be a threat. Evidence of actual injury in the exact same circumstances is not required. So you don't need to have the same injury occur in the same way every time, right? And if you look at all the adverse events and all these databases from around the globe, there are all kinds of different ways that you can measure this last point, right? There's all sorts of them. And again, evidence of it in the same circumstances is not required. So, I mean, we've met, these are all the points of the definition of danger in the labor code. To me, I think the vaccines completely meet this, but we can build on this even more. There's way more to come. Other sources of evidence include expert opinions, opinions of ordinary witnesses having the necessary expertise, like myself, for instance, and inference arising logically or reasonably from known facts, right? So logically and reasonably, if there are databases of people having horrible effects to the vaccine, maybe you shouldn't carry it forward because it meets the definition of danger, right? Straightforward stuff. Moving over to the next piece of this, and this is another part of this that a lot of folks may not be aware of. Section 125 speaks to the further specific duties of the employer, and this has to do with hazardous products and dangerous goods. And I don't want to dwell on this too much because there's some more important slides about this I'd like to talk about. But what this is basically saying is ensure the concentrations of substances are controlled properly, they're stored properly and handled in the appropriate manner, that if they're also labeled by the appropriate SDS sheets or the product labels, and then the SDS sheets are disseminated to the employee base, et cetera, et cetera. I won't go into this too much, but I'll skip through this. All right. So are there any other, we'll get back to the hazardous products here in a bit, I promise. So are there any acts or regulations of concern for the employer? Yes, the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act, which I had mentioned earlier regarding the PCR tests. So this is written right in the Act itself. It is prohibited for any person to require an individual to undergo a genetic test as a condition of providing goods or services to that individual, maintaining a contract or continuing a contract with that individual. And that's what every employee is in, right? So you're working with the employer. You're in that contract with them. You're under a collective agreement, or maybe your management, you have an individual contract with them. Offering or continuing specific terms or conditions in a contract. So in essence here, what a genetic test means in this act, and they define it very well, is it means a test that analyzes DNA, RNA, or chromosomes for purposes such as a prediction of disease or vertical transmission risks, or monitoring, diagnosis, or prognosis. So when you go for a PCR test and you get that thing shoved into your brain, what ends up happening is they're taking RNA, or they're looking for samples of RNA, so they're literally diagnosing the RNA as a condition of keeping your employment, which is a violation of this act, because B says you can't do that as a condition of maintaining or continuing your employment contract. The Assisted Human Reproduction Act. This one, there's a lot of debate still a little bit about whether reverse transcriptase is real. I consider it very real. I've read a lot of studies on it myself, but I'm not a medical doctor. That's just my own personal opinion based on what I read. But in essence, there is a clause in that particular code, and a lot of lawyers already recognize this, is that the human individuality and diversity and the integrity of the human genome must be preserved and protected. And this is in the principles of the Act itself. But more specifically in the prohibited procedures is no person shall knowingly alter the genome of a cell of a human being or in vitro embryo such that the alteration is capable of being transmitted to descendants. And right now we're hearing concerns of shedding, and we're hearing how some of this stuff might be getting transmitted to daughter cells and passed on through genetic lines. I don't know for sure. I don't have any proof, or I can't say that 100%. But this would be something for people to consider as a concern for the employer and what they were doing and how they were handling things. All right, and this was enacted in 2004. So we keep on going here. The collective agreements. I won't touch too much about this. I'm running out a little bit of time here, but just keep going. So some of the potential consequences of willful and immoral conduct by the employer, and how this all ties back into Westray. Again, we talked about Section 217, how every employer is required to do everything they can. It's a legal duty to take reasonable steps to prevent the bodily harm to a person or any other person arising from their work or their task. And this is where we start to see the definitions of criminal negligence. And I don't know necessarily, again, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a judge, but from my perceptions, I do believe that in my particular case, people were acting negligently when they didn't want to sit down and investigate anything that I was giving to them. Because what I ended up doing was I ended up putting in a work refusal that I sat down with my employer, I submitted them those 90 questions, and I got one response back for every single question, right? To me, I don't think you're proving your point as the employer in your knowledge and your due diligence by giving me one answer and that answer deferring your responsibilities over to a third party that's unaccountable. That to me is unacceptable by the employer, and that's not something the employer can do. They can't just say, I have all these responsibilities in the labor code, but I'm not going to do them for this one particular task. I'm just going to say somebody else can do that. I'll be honest, an employer could do that if they wanted to, but if you decide to do that, you're running the risk that maybe that third party, or maybe they miss something, maybe they don't understand the laws in occupational health and safety because they're from a different industry. Maybe they don't know what the employer is required to do or prove to the employees as an aspect of occupational health and safety. So again, it's okay to maybe defer your responsibilities to a third party or get suggestions for a third party, but I would still be double checking on the third party themselves, and even though they were the Public Health Agency of Canada. I wouldn't want to just be saying, no, they got it, they got it, and I'd be adopting all the liability as a manager or director or something like that, right? So I would still be checking into the PHAC's work.
And Mr. Ridzik, we got less than 10 minutes left.
Criminal negligence, so everyone who is criminally negligent who, in doing anything or in omitting to do anything that is his duty to do, shows wanton or reckless disregard for the lives or safeties of other persons. And the definition of duty is very simple. This is a duty imposed by law. And those duties that we're referring to are all the duties listed in Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code. They're literally called the employer's duties. Duties of the employer. So that's the specifically what they're talking about with this code. So if the employer didn't do any of this and they acted negligently, they could be charged, they could be prosecuted, and they could be serving prison time, and also that they could have a massive fine levied against their corporation or organization. This is about criminal negligence. It's just an extension of 219. So how are these vaccines legally tied to the employer? Because I know a lot of folks would say, well, the employer is going to say, well, these are the public health authorities, or these are Pfizer's, or these are the big pharmas. No. So because the mandatory vaccination policies and practices had been announced as a safety protocol to protect employees while at work, the senior officers within said individual federal entities immediately adopted all liability under Part 2 of the Canada Labour Code. So they can't defer that away. If they're going to use it, it's theirs. It's their device. The employer cannot hand their legal liabilities over to an unaccountable third party in the PHAC. The employer is also required to render the equipment 100% safe to use, right? So if they're going to call it PPE to protect you against SARS-CoV-2 in the workplace, which is the hazard that they're claiming that they're protecting against, better be 100% safe, because that's written right in the law. Employers can listen to suggestions that come from a third party or outside agency, but they cannot defer their duties. I've mentioned this before. If the employer chooses to do this without maintaining their due diligence, then the employer could suffer the legal consequences of relying solely on one external source of information to approve their new piece of equipment or workplace process. The definitions for employer and employee in the Canada Labour Code, as well as the Canada Revenue Agency, make it very clear that the employer is the one that employs or one or more employees and provides you with your paycheck. So somebody has to be liable. And if the employer is going to say, well, we're deferring to the Public Health Agency of Canada, I have no legal recourse against the Public Health Agency of Canada. You see, and that's how I think that a lot of this was kind of being done, is everybody was kind of pushing it to somebody else, saying it was their responsibility, they're doing it, it's their mandate. Maybe folks just didn't realize that when they were adopting it as a workplace policy, it was going to be their liability. Section 125 in the CLC states that the employer must provide every person granted access to the workplace by the employer with the prescribed safety materials, equipment, and devices. So really simple, because they're protecting against SARS-CoV-2, and the employer's written a policy to protect against that specific hazard, that instantly means that the devices that they're using to protect you against become it's their device, it's their liability. And this last point here is the most obvious one. As provincial workers' compensation boards have already stated, employers that implement mandatory vaccination policies are subject to and responsible for managing their injury claim and responsible for covering the injury pay as a work-related illness or injury. The employer will also subsequently suffer the raised WCB premium cost should their injury and claim rate increase due to the employer's vaccination policy. So every province has recognized that the vaccine injuries are WCB related if the employer has put in a policy or a practice that said you had to do it as a condition of employment. If you got injured by that vaccine injury and you get that confirmed by your doctor, WCB has to cover it. Like, there's a criteria for them to follow, but that's showing that the employers are liable. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paying for the claim, right? So they're the ones legally liable for it. It's nobody else. These are some of the bigger complications for the federal employers. So federal employers implemented their vaccination policy practice as a workplace safety activity, more specifically assigning selected vaccines as a piece of personal protective equipment to protect against SARS-CoV-2. And we have to remember, of course, that the equipment they were assigning wasn't even protecting against the virus in question, which was the Delta variant, I believe, at the time. It was only coded, the mRNA was only coded for the Alpha strain. So them even providing that was already showing that it wasn't going to be effective. So it wouldn't do anything, so what's the point of even giving it to people? Because of this following action, the following regulatory clause under Section 12.04 of the Canadian Occupational Health and Safety Regulations, and this has to do with protection equipment and other preventative measures, must be applied directly to their policy thereafter. And this simply states, any protection equipment that is provided or used in the workplace must be designed to protect the person from the hazard in question and must not itself create a hazard. Well, that's interesting. If anybody read the Pfizer's trial studies, which I did, 5% of the adverse effects COVID-19. Huh. I wonder how that clause gets met when the very device that they're saying protects you gives you the illness that they're protecting against. That just sounds like, to me, I just couldn't wrap my head around this one particularly.
And Mr. Ridzik, we've got about 4 minutes left. Why don't we just check in with the commission members just to see, do the commissioners have any questions of this witness?
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for your very detailed and informative testimony. I have actually several questions. My first question is, in your experience as a health and safety officer, would you recommend to use any equipment or protocol for which the provider, the manufacturer, had complete immunity if the equipment doesn't work?
The only equipment that I can think of, sorry, can you re-ask that question just so I can hear it again?
So what I'm saying is that, would you recommend to use protective equipment that you will get from a third party that is providing equipment if this third party has complete immunity if anything goes wrong with the equipment?
So it wouldn't be too relevant in that case because, again, the employer is required to make sure that the equipment itself is safe. I would say that I personally wouldn't be using anything if I knew that the manufacturer had immunity to it. In this particular case, obviously, I'm not 100% sure, but I keep hearing that the manufacturers, Pfizer, Moderna, all these, they're given liability, or they're not given any liability. They're given guarantees that they can't be sued, right? So for me, I would never personally do this. And when it comes to PPE, I mean, comparatively speaking, when you look at, let's say, a biosafety security lab or the laboratory in Winnipeg there, where they deal with, it's a virology level 4 security lab, I believe. Those folks, when it comes to a risk group level 3 human pathogen, which is what SARS-CoV-2 is considered, and that's relatable to anthrax, they wear like the sealed impermeable spacesuits with oxygen filtration or oxygen being fed in. They have the HEPA filter particulates, HEPA filtering particulates, masking, and everything that's included in it. And I mean, to me, if the employers are dealing with an invisible asymptomatic virus and they don't know when or where it's going to attack everybody, and they're going to say it's a danger to everybody and that it's a concern that you need to take a vaccine, then why are your facilities open to begin with? Because you're just constantly exposing employees to something and providing them substandard personal protective equipment the entire time. So you're placing them in danger every time they come to work, especially if it's considered comparable to anthrax.
My other question has to do with, when I read all of these detailed law that I was vaguely aware of, I feel that it's been taught through a thought process to really cover every possible thing that you could face in a working environment. And if these rules are properly followed, I mean, I feel that we're doing the best we can to ensure safety. Why is it then that they have not been followed, and what's happening in terms of accountability for people that overlooked the application of these rules?
Currently, nothing's happening to them. I'm hoping that, you know, maybe with a little bit of information like today, sharing with folks, that they maybe start to pursue some avenues and look at what the employer's been doing internally with COVID. Yeah, I don't know what more to say about it other than there hasn't been any accountability. And I can't believe that, like, because all the testimonies have been about people that are just shocked at, it's like the inverse, the upside down they're dealing with in their industries, where everything has been turned over and you're sitting there going, I don't get it. Like, we've been doing it this way forever, and then all of a sudden with this, it's just everything has changed and thrown out the window. And it was done so quickly and so callously, and either it was people were afraid, or they knew that maybe after they had implemented, like especially with my employer, I was hoping to really shock them with some of the stuff I had told them. maybe they realized that they were guilty, and that's why that they just kind of kept pushing forward, and they just figured, well, if I'm in, I'm in. I can't stop. I don't know. Like, maybe they figured that they were caught, but yeah, nobody's been held accountable in any way to date. And I'm hoping that people start to dig into the safety aspects of their employers, because I know that my employer didn't do anything with this. And further to that, again, when I gave them that letter of informed consent, there should have been a discussion. Like, just give me an hour to talk to you about it, right? They gave me 5 minutes and said, no, we're just moving you along the process, no danger. And I'm sitting there going, wow. Like, I've been working for you this long as a safety professional, and you're just ignoring everything I'm saying. It didn't make any sense.
So there must be other people in your role within the federal government. Are you aware of other health and safety experts that would share a somewhat different view of what you're presenting here and would sit down with you and say, I don't agree with you for such and such reason, and I'm willing to explain to you that you're missing important point?
Yeah. I would say that I was the only employee I was told that put in a work refusal at Canada Post out of 65,000 employees, but I forced it through. When it comes to the safety colleagues and everybody else, I'll be honest, the people I was bringing this up to were all safety brothers and sisters, I guess, at Canada Post, right? Like, I was trying to get them on board with me and kind of explain, like, guys, we got to stop them because what they're doing is kind of, like, it's kind of crazy and dangerous, and, you know, people could really be affected and people could go to jail. A lot of folks didn't want to engage me in the conversation to begin with. The ones that did and that were, I guess you can say, a little bit more amenable to what I was sharing, they absolutely were like, yeah, no, you make some good points. But when it came to the discussions and everything, everybody was dead silent. You know what I mean? Like, I was the only one bringing this stuff up. And every time I did, I'd get threats. Oh, you're going to lose your job. I can't have you do this again. You're going to get disciplined, this and that. And I'm just like, well, yeah, go ahead, you know, because I don't want people to die. So go ahead and fire me, kind of thing. But in the end, yeah, no, I think that a lot of safety professionals, there were some that would agree with me, others wouldn't even engage me in the conversation, and I could say flat out that I think anyone that's a Canadian registered safety professional in Canada, any safety officer, there's no way they could argue anything I'm bringing here. Nothing. They can't. They know it's right.
Maybe one last question. You mentioned that for the genetic test, the PCR test, there is a clear regulation that it cannot be imposed.
Correct.
What about a rapid antigenic test? Is that also covered under the same rule, or is it somewhat different?
I would have to look more into the rapid antigenic one myself to see if it's analyzing for RNA or DNA. I don't know specifically 100%. I do know that some of the PCR testing, like I've looked into that is sampling for RNA, so I would say that is definitely violation of the Non-Genetic Discrimination Act, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. You've spoken about quite a few statutes and regulations, the Criminal Code, the Labor Code, OHSA regulations, and the Genetic Non-Discrimination Act. I'm just wondering if any of those statutes or regulations, as far as you're aware, contain provisions that are specifically addressing vaccines and vaccination requirements with employees.
No, there wouldn't be, because again, employers never really implemented it would have been something I think that the medical industry would have dealt with at the time, but employers typically never asked employees to take this kind of product before or implement it. It was the first time they ever did it. So I would say no. When it came to the vaccine ingredients, and this is an important fact, it does fall in relation to the Hazardous Products Act, because SM 102, ALC 0159, ALC 0315, all the proprietary lipid layers there in all the different vaccines, those are all registered as dangerous goods, literally. Like, they have the signal word danger on the SDS sheets. They carry safety data sheets, meaning they're a dangerous chemical. The employer never gave this stuff to the employees. They never even knew about it when I brought up, are these concerns with them? And as far as I know, they never informed any employee to date that these were ingredients that they were being injected with, right? So the employer would have had to disclose that as one of the pieces of this, but there were no regulations prior to that I think would have really affected vaccines specifically, because nobody did it.
Right, and so then I think I heard you say that what employers were really dealing with were trying to use rules that are not designed for vaccine mandates to figure out whether or not they could impose them, and that maybe they were relying on these, well, I don't know if they were relying on them, but there are rules that say that they have to take reasonable steps to protect the health and safety of employees, which is presumably what employers relied on to impose the mandate.
Exactly.
But it's not really fit for service in terms of this particular category of potential harm in a workplace. Do you think then that we need specific regulations to address this type of scenario going forward?
Well, the truth is all the regulations were there. The employer just blatantly, and they just decided to break every single bloody law there was. That's all I can say. Like, they're all there. This should have never gone forward. The second that the employer looked at Section 2 of the Labor Code, if they did any due diligence into the vaccines, how they work, the technology, the ingredients, no, it would have stopped it immediately. Immediately.
And I think I also heard you in your presentation talk about an employee's right to refuse to work in a situation where they feel that they may be put in danger. And isn't the point of that kind of rule to ensure that you're not going to lose your job if you're put into a situation where you feel you're being faced with a danger?
Absolutely. It's actually part of the process that there is no reprisal in any way from the corporation before, after, during any of it. So you're paid during the whole process, and the employees are entirely entitled to that. It's my perception that they avoided that because there were so many employees that didn't want to take the vaccine, and not only that, it was just easier for them to mark them non-compliant rather than have all these employees, maybe thousands of them, bring forward medical studies and concerns in an official work refusal capacity that would have to shut the process down. And then not only that, if people already went out and took the vaccine as part of the employer's practice, then they would have been held liable. So I think that's why the employers just decided to say you were non-compliant this time instead of saying, well, this is technically a work refusal. Because under 128, they need to, Section 128 of the code, they need to ask that question. Are you refusing under the Canada Labour Code or the collective agreement that you're under? And that wasn't even asked at all. It was just you're non-compliant, suspended.
Thank you. One last question, and maybe I just missed this part of your testimony, but you mentioned that you're no longer employed at Canada Post. How
Correct.
did your employment end with Canada Post?
They suspended the vaccine mandates there in 2022, I believe, in June. That in itself should show that this was never about safety, because it basically shows that the vaccines didn't provide any safety if they're going to suspend the mandates after they told everybody to take it. Sorry, I lost my train of thought.
The question was just, how did your employment end?
Oh, yeah, sorry. No, I originally was suspended, and then after the suspension ended, they invited, I think, some folks back into the workplace. For me, I knew that legally that wasn't a very good decision for me. Not only that, given what I had gone through with the employer and what I had felt was just the most deceit and the most immoral conduct I've ever seen in my life, I wouldn't never go back and work for them ever in my life.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Ridzik, just two final questions here. I just want to establish jurisdiction. Throughout all of this time that you were involved in doing all of this, where did this occur? Where were you? City and province, please.
I was living out of Spruce Grove at the time, and yeah, I mean, the work refusal itself took place in Edmonton at the mail processing plant. So the first part of the work refusal was by Zoom call, and then I think I had a phone call with the LJOSH co-chairs, but yeah, everything took place out of Edmonton, and I was existing or residing in Spruce Grove at the time.
And both of those are in the province of Alberta in the country
Correct.
of Canada, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Final question. Just in summary, sir, in 60 seconds-ish, what is it that you want this inquiry and Canadians at large to take away from your evidence today?
For me, I'll be honest, and there's so much more. If folks are interested, they can always reach out to my community, because we're working with a group called Posties for Freedom. And there's so much more information that people need to hear when it comes to this safety aspect, because this is only 20 out of 80 slides I have that you saw today. Yeah, there's so much that I could talk about with you, and I just hope that folks decide to look into what their employers were doing when it came to safety, look into their national safety minutes, ask their unions why none of this was addressed, why work refusals were never afforded to them, why they were marked as non-compliant. I just want people to start to understand what their legal recourse is and what they could actually do and still do in terms of following up with their employer, because this isn't secret information. It's all written into our legislation. It's been around forever. You might want to question your employer as to what's going on, because I think it's the best way to kind of get some accountability going in Canada for what's taking place, because this is just terrible.
Mr. Ridzik, thank you for your evidence today.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Conrad, could you give us your full name, please, and then spell it for us, and then I'll do an oath with you.
My name is Adam Conrad, spelled A-D-A-M, K-O-N-R-A-D.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony today?
I do.
First off, where do you live and what do you do for a living, sir?
I live here in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, and we run a business, fishing guiding business on Lake Diefenbaker. We have a lodge, and I'm part owner with my wife and my brother, and so basically fishing guide, and I'm a family man.
AV people, are you able to hear him? Oh, there we go.
Sorry, I'll speak up.
Okay. Okay, so you own a lodge at Lake Diefenbaker, and you basically take clients fishing. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And you've done this for a few years, have you?
We started guiding part-time in 2008. We got pretty recognized in the fishing industry in 2007. I caught a world record rainbow trout at Lake Diefenbaker. During that time, I was apprenticing as a mechanic, and became a journeyman mechanic. 15 years. I worked through a few dealerships here in Saskatoon. Yes, so, and then,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've done it for a while.
Yeah. So 3 years full-time. Ever since COVID came in 2020, when COVID came, I got laid off as a mechanic, and I started guiding more, and it just kind of went from there, and we got really busy, and I never turned back.
So your season starts in mid-May, am I correct?
May 5th is opening day.
Okay. So in April 2021, you got your first shot of Pfizer, correct?
Yeah, I believe it was April 23rd. My wife and I went in and got our first shots of Pfizer.
Okay. And what happened next?
Well, we started guiding May 5th, 2021, and I don't know, it must have been about 10 days after my shot. My heart was feeling a little weird. I had no idea why it was feeling weird. I didn't even think anything of it. We've never had any heart issues in our family, and yeah, so it was May 16th. I just finished a day of guiding on the lake, and I was back at Lake Diefenbaker. I was just staying in an RV, and just finished watching a movie at about 10 o'clock, and I got up to get a drink of water and then go to bed. And when I got up, my heart started feeling weird. It was pounding really hard, and I really had no idea what was going on. But all of a sudden, I could feel a really big pounding in my chest. And so I called a friend who came over, and I called a lady. She said I should take aspirin because I might be having a heart attack. So I chewed aspirin as quick as I could. A friend came over and put an Apple Watch on me, and there was a nurse that was nearby that came over and took my rhythm. My heart actually went out of rhythm, and my heart was beating at about 240 beats a minute. Do you want me to continue with the story?
Yep,
okay.
Sure.
So basically, I thought I was having a heart attack. I was having a heart attack, in my opinion. Got rushed to the Outlook Hospital. Felt like a lifetime to get there. I was seeing stars and passing out. And in the Outlook Hospital, my wife got there from Saskatoon, and she drove in from Saskatoon. They put the maximum dose of metoprolol in me to try to control my heart. My heart rate did not come down. It was sitting 230, 240 beats a minute and out of rhythm. And basically my chest felt like it was exploding. I was saying my goodbyes to my family. They had to call an ambulance to ambulance me to Saskatoon. During my ambulance ride there, laying in the ambulance, there's one lady that was, I bet you she was in her mid-30s. She asked me what shot I got, and I had no idea why she would ask me that. I still didn't know what was going on. I basically knew I was having a heart attack, and I told her I had the Pfizer shot. And she asked how long ago I had it. I said about 2 weeks ago. And she said, oh. And I said, why do you ask me that? And she said, well, I had it, and then sometime after, her heart rate increased significantly and didn't come down for over a week, she said. And I still didn't know what was going on. I really didn't care when I was feeling like that. They cardioverted me in Saskatoon, put me to sleep, cardioverted me, and I woke up and my heart was back in rhythm. My heart was at 240 beats a minute for 8.5 hours, and I do have heart damage now due to that. I was prescribed blood thinners, and the doctors basically said, stop drinking so much caffeine. It was probably a coincidence that just happened. So I just continued with my life. I was on blood thinners. I had to take 4 or 5 days off of work and cancel trips to rest up. I felt like I had just ran a marathon. 2 weeks later, I had another attack at night. And my friend was there with me, rushed me into the hospital. And, it just continues after that. Basically, once a month, it was like clockwork. I would wake up at 2 in the morning, sleeping, and my heart would just be pounding out of my chest. I'd stand up, and then my heart would go out of rhythm and peak out at 200 plus beats a minute. And this lasted 7 months. Wow. I think I had 8 or 9 attacks. I was on maximum dose of metoprolol and diltiazem to try to get my heart rate down. Mentally just broken. If you guys ever have heart issues like that, and it happens at night, you know that your sleep goes to zero pretty much after. Moving forward to October 1st is when they put the mandates in where in order for you to buy alcohol, you had to be fully vaccinated. And my father, Otto, he had been an alcoholic for 30 years, and he was very set against the vaccines. He knew what happened to me and my sister in Toronto. Like, they had friends and were pushing him not to get the shots, and he was set on not getting any shots. He was living alone in a condo in Saskatoon, but when you take alcohol away from an alcoholic, they're going to do what needs to be done to get their alcohol. So on October 15th, I called my dad and I asked how he was doing. And he said, he's doing good. I said, well, how are you getting your alcohol, Dad? He said, well, I talked to my doctor and he said it was okay for me to get the shots. And I said, well, okay, well, that's your decision. Everybody makes their own decisions in life. And once your decision is made, it is what it is. I'm a person that, lets people, I learn from people and my father made the decision and then it was his. And I said, okay, well, how are you feeling? I feel good. So fast forward to May 26th. I knew he was getting his shot again in late October. I didn't know when. My brother had called me from Spruce Grove. I'm actually an identical twin. There's two of me. And so he called me and he said, I just talked to Dad. It was 6 p.m. on October 26th. And he said, he just didn't sound right. I said, what do you mean he didn't sound right? He said, he sounds like he has dementia. He couldn't keep track of his conversation. He was asking me over and over again why Sean called him when my dad called him. And I just told Sean he's probably drunk, He said, well, he didn't seem drunk. He just seemed different. And I said, well, whatever. I was dealing with my family, my issues, business, my heart. I had just talked to my dad on the 25th, so I didn't really think anything of it. November 1st was my last day of guiding for the year as the weather came in. So I finished a day of guiding November 1st. I drove in from Lake Diefenbaker. I got home at 9:30. I was happy the season was over. I was in a good mood. I was doing great. I sit down at 10:30 and my heart flips out of rhythm again. And I just was mentally broken. What do? You feel helpless. Hospital again cardioverted back into rhythm. And I laid in bed at home for 4 or 5 days and recuperated again. And on November 6th, I was wondering why my dad hadn't called me. And I called his phone, and it went straight to voicemail. And it never goes to voicemail because he always answers on his first and second call. He doesn't have much to do. And when I call him, he's always excited to talk. And I knew that something was wrong, so I kind of blacked out. My wife took over, and excuse me, and since he was in a condo, we didn't want to go in. We called the police, and they did a wellness check, and they found him laying on his floor, dead. And I'll just fast forward. They pegged his death to October 27th or 28th. He had been laying on his condo floor for over 10 days, dead and decomposing. So they recommended me not to look at the body, so I didn't. We never did. And after, I was just out of the hospital too, so you got to stay strong and you got to keep moving forward, right? So we made preparations. We weren't allowed into the condo about a week later. I feel like it was November 10th. Things were very blurry at that time. Walked into the apartment and you could smell the smell and never get rid of that. And I reached out and his wallet was on the countertop, so I pulled his wallet out, and in his wallet I pulled out a vaccination card that said, "Congratulations, you're now fully vaccinated." And after that, I just blacked out and broke. And that's when I...
Do you have any formal cause of death on your father? Or?
No. They said we can try to do an autopsy, but since he had been passed for such time, it would be difficult, and we just opted not to. So they just wrote it off as natural causes.
Okay. And are you still having your monthly attacks?
No. Fast forward from the November, I was scheduled for a cardiac ablation. I had a cardiac ablation performed on February 1st of 2001. And ever since that, once my heart healed up a month or two later, I was having slight palpitations. But ever since that, my heart has stayed in rhythm now.
And I'm assuming you have not had your second Pfizer shot.
No, about that though, I did call and I sent in an adverse reaction request for me and one for my father. I did get a call back eventually, and the lady was kind of explaining to me at the start that maybe I had a problem with an MNRA or something. I have no idea. And she said maybe that I recommend getting the Johnson & Johnson shot. And then I said, well, okay. And then by the end of the conversation, she told me that it was a coincidence and that if I hadn't got the Pfizer shot, I would have been worse off. And I told her, what's worse off than almost dying? And I'd rather not take that chance. So it's just, she says that it's a coincidence, but before she said it could be from an MNRA. And again, I don't study anything. I'm a fisherman and a mechanic. It's just weird how they would consider that a coincidence. 2 weeks after a shot, I have a heart attack. You know, I'm a healthy person. I played soccer my whole life. I eat healthy. You know, I do drink alcohol. I don't anymore. I stopped, actually, after my first attack. I stopped alcohol, but nothing seemed to help. But anyway, it's just weird how they can write that off as a coincidence, and my dad's death as natural causes, even though I pushed and tried to call people, and nobody really seemed to care.
Is there anything you think the government or anyone in this scenario should have done better, in your opinion?
You know, like, I'm not a professional. I know that COVID is out there. I know that there are people that have died from COVID. You know, for me, the only thing that I live my life is if I'm doing something and it's not working, I wouldn't continue doing it. Like, if I'm a fisherman and I go to a spot and there's no water in that spot, why would I fish there? If it's not working, why do you continue doing it? Somebody, like, nobody's taken accountability for anything, and it's just nobody's ever provided me answers to anything. It almost seems like they really just don't care. They make their decisions and they're sticking to it, but like, things aren't working out. In my opinion, if something's not working out, why don't you pull back and do more research on things instead of injuring people over and over again? It doesn't make sense.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for the witness? Anyone? Okay, well, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you very much for coming and giving us your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Could you give us your full name, Elodie, and then spell it for us, and then I'll have you do an oath.
My name is Elodie Cossette, E-L-O-D-I-E, Cossette, C-O-S-S-E-T-T-E.
Do you promise that the evidence you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Where do you live, Elodie? I live in Estevan, Saskatchewan.
Okay. And were you living there when this whole COVID mandate thing unfolded?
Correct.
Tell us what you were doing for a living at that point.
I was a direct care support worker for a group home. There were several group homes. I worked particularly in one for the last 3 years.
Okay.
There was 2 ladies in that home. They had different challenges that made it so there was only 2 in that home. I excelled at my job. We were given kind of parameters as to the rights of the clients, the rights of us, and the rights, and we were told to never treat them as kids. We were given, you know, the training every year. We were told they had to consent to things. I started to see things come down that weren't consistent with giving them the right. One of the things that I noticed was the clients did not want to take the vax, and so what they did is they asked their living family to encourage them to get the vax. When that didn't happen, I was told they made them make a doctor's appointment and then encouraged them to get the vax.
How long had you been doing this kind of work?
I did that for 10 years. It was my passion. I absolutely loved it. I loved those 2 ladies. I found that they would do anything for me. I asked them, could you do this, could you do that? In meetings I found they were not treated that way always, or they didn't feel safe with the other workers so much as they did with me. I would sit in meetings and think, man, you know, are these 2 people that I don't know of, because I never had any difficulties with them. I was passionate about my job, and it was very difficult for me to lose my job. I had seen inconsistencies for a while. I was not always an anti-vaxxer, but I had been encouraged by my company to start getting the flu vaccines. I started to get that flu vaccine. When I got the flu vaccine, later on I got an autoimmune skin disease. When I checked with a doctor, a specialist, I said, I think from what I find that is a result of the flu vaccine not being tested properly, and she agreed. I said, I don't think I should take the vax. She said, I agree. My boss had, in a group setting, in a team meeting, mentioned she would never get us to that place where we had to be vaxxed. I was quite happy with that. Lo and behold, I'm not too sure how it came down, whether it was the board or her, but they started to implement the need to be vaxxed or to test.
Okay.
At that point, I began to try and educate her and let her why I didn't want it. She asked me if I could get this doctor to sign the exemption for me. I believe she liked me as a worker and knew that I did a good job. I had up to that point no problems with her. And so I tried to go back to that specialist. She was scared for her job and said, no way, I'm not. That's up to you, you know. So at that point, I had had a mask exemption as well, and was not allowed to do that. I worked nights for 10 years. It was totally nights. So I had been wanting to get a daytime job in that home because I liked it so much, but there wasn't an opening. And by this time, the mandates came down from my boss, and as of October 30th, I had to come to work and either present a test or my vaccine. No, that's not true. The vaccine, she gave me a religious exemption, and I think it's because she knew I was a good worker. I have submitted an evaluation of me that was of excellent report. But then she said I didn't need the vaccine, but I needed to test. At that point, I knew family members that had believed the science, that had tried to do the test because they're a teacher or something. They tested positive. They stayed home for their duration, never had any symptoms, and I didn't want to become a statistic. Plus, I knew there were different people that if you had the COVID shot, you could still get COVID. So therefore, if I came exposed to one of my workers who was vaxxed and allowed to be at work, I would be off 2 weeks. There was just no reason why I was going to play that game.
So at some point you were terminated. You tried various options.
October 30th of 21.
Yeah. So I assume that had some effect on your financial situation?
Yes, I've been one who pays her bills the day I get them. I hate being in debt. I hate it with a passion.
Yeah. Did you try to apply for unemployment insurance? And what happened there?
Yes, I tried. I exhausted. Pardon me. I exhausted every road. I went up 4 levels and was denied the last one was the I can't think of the name of it. I can't think of the name of it, but I had not a tribunal.
Okay.
But
so you went to more than one level of appeal,
yes,
and you were denied.
Yes, I went up 4 levels.
Okay. But you never did get the vaccination, is that correct?
No.
Okay. Yep.
No. After I saw what the flu vaccine did, I wasn't going to do that.
Okay. So you tried to get other employment?
Yes, and it was stressful for me, so I decided my passion was people, so I started my own business. It was slow going, taking off, as any business it has its beginnings. I did everything I knew how to get my name out there. It was difficult, so I tried to take on other jobs that weren't my passion, and consequently was still taking money out of my retirement, and had pretty much gone further than I was hoping with that.
Did the COVID situation cause you any problems with your children, your family?
I'm passionate about my kids. God is first in my life. And work and my kids and my brothers and sisters, they're at the top of the list. I had as a parent, they're all adult kids. I've got 7 wonderful grandchildren.
Okay.
They're all adults, and I had trained them to excel at getting education and making their own decisions and whatnot. I believed they could make the decision on this. If my kids ever asked me advice, I look at it as a privilege to give them advice. But I feel they are adults now, and I am there to support them. So consequently with that, they make their decisions. In light of that, I care about it. I've spoken up as much as I can, but I will not sever any relationship because of my belief system. So I tried to win them, and they. I'm proud of all of them, but they have their belief system that I don't cross unless they open the door for it.
Were your siblings vaccinated as well? Was there any problems there?
Some of my siblings were vaccinated, some weren't. I had a sister that she believed what the media had said to do and felt she was right to get fully vaxxed. And I had a sister-in-law that was fully vaxxed as well. And within a while, both of them, their livers shut down. And with my sister, her stomach would get to about a 9-month pregnancy. She would have that drained, a 6 to 7 hour procedure every 10 days for a long time. She ended up passing November 11th of 21. And then my sister-in-law also started to have her liver shut down, and her legs would go twice the size. And it was painful with the water not draining. And she passed February 12th of this year.
Okay. Did you ever catch COVID yourself?
Pardon me? Yes, I
ever-
did.
Yeah.
I did catch COVID. I started to notice that it was getting difficult, and I knew if I didn't act fast, it would be me going into the hospital. So I phoned a couple of reliable friends who knew what to do. One brought me ivermectin. Another one got me an antibiotic and a nebulizer. And within a day or two, the tenseness was gone, but the lasting, and I stayed home for, I believe, 10 to 12 days. And then I had a lasting cough for a couple of months and another physical ailment that I had to do exercises for until it was for a couple of months, and then I was back to normal.
Okay. Is there anything final that you would like to comment on with respect to the COVID scenario?
I guess the thing that hurt me most in light of our Prime Minister is that he made it so that people were looked at as uneducated and stupid. I don't know his words. I don't have the memory of it, but for not being vaxxed, and that is a stigma that I just had a problem with. And so I gave a lot of leeway to people who were struggling with things because of it. I don't know how to say it. Yeah.
Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Thank you for your testimony. Do you consider the EI decision to refuse you benefits as a form of institutional segregation that made you an outsider to a system that you had no choice but to contribute to throughout your working career?
I'm sorry, I did not follow that. Could you repeat that?
It's my voice today. Let me try that again. Do you consider the EI decision, when they refused you EI, to be a form of institutional segregation?
Correct.
Where you had contributed to this EI program throughout your working career, and then but not by choice because you have to.
Yes.
And felt like an outsider?
Yeah. And what happened to me is I had bought the science at first as well. I started masking. I started doing the things at the very beginning, before all this. I started to buy it from the media. About 2 days after I was fired, I went up to the Parliament buildings in Saskatchewan to protest peacefully. I won't be involved in bullying or lying. So I was a part of that as well. And when that night I went home to watch the news. It said that there was several hundred, possibly 1,000 of us there, and they said there was a few dozen there, and they felt unsafe, and they went indoors. The province did. So that's when I stopped the main media, and that's when I gave grace to family members that don't get it.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the commissioners? Okay, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you for your testimony today.
And I want to thank you for allowing me to say it.
So we're just going to take a 10-minute break just to let everyone stretch their legs, and then we'll pick up in 10 minutes.
As a result of the government's mandates, I was affected on many levels. Financially, I lost 2 streams of income immediately. I'm a musician, a performing musician, and that went away immediately. I would perform in seniors' homes that closed down. I would perform in public places that ended abruptly. And I'm also a yoga teacher. And once the mandates hit, I was unable to enter the studio to continue to teach. So those are immediate impacts that I felt financially. Personally, emotionally, it was devastating. From the beginning of the pandemic, it was devastating for all of us. Once the narrative began about vaccinated versus unvaccinated, then it got really dark for me because I chose to remain unvaccinated. And from September of 2021, when the mandates came down that the vaccine passports, all those requirements, it became suddenly a very dark time for me. I was ostracized at work. I was shamed and blamed by colleagues, by family, by friends. And there was a point in my darkest days, I actually considered taking my own life. I was in so much personal pain. It was the most difficult pain I'd ever endured. I had been through a divorce, but I suddenly felt like I was being divorced from my family. My siblings, 3 out of 4 of them would have nothing more to do with me. They called me names. They called me selfish. They told me I most definitely had made people sick and I probably killed people. And I was in a very, very dark place. And it was so exacerbated going out to see those signs on cafes and stores, food fairs and malls, where suddenly we were the damned. We were vilified, and it was just never clearly explained. And it was devastating how many people totally just believed that. And my family, my friends, my colleagues would just step away when they would see me. Like suddenly I was this dark, contagious, nasty person. So it was emotionally a very dark time. So it hit me financially, it hit me emotionally. And I certainly noticed that I'm a different person now. I view the world through a different lens. I'm no longer as optimistic. I struggle sometimes just to see the overall good. I'm different. And I don't like the way that I am different. I struggle to see things as positively as I used to. So it had a huge impact. I don't believe the government gave us any options health-wise. It was A or B. Well, it was really A, get vaccinated. As a person who's always been very focused on health and wellness. I struggled with the fact that there was no instruction or information about how do we build our immune system? How do we become resistant? How do we become a healthier society? What can we do? How can we eat better? How can we become stronger and more resistant as a society against this situation and others? How can we lessen the burden on our healthcare system? There were never any options or any other information offered. It was get vaccinated, period, or suffer the consequences. Well, this all hit in March of 2020, and it was all new for everybody. Everybody was taken aback, and everybody was asking questions, what do we do now? From the beginning, I don't believe there was information about let's just all get healthier, get stronger. Whatever this is, and we don't know a lot about it yet, let's get ourselves healthier. What can we do to become stronger, to build our immune systems, and honor our body's natural protection, its natural tendencies to want to stay healthy? I was never personally fearful of the virus. I wasn't afraid of getting it. I knew that I was healthy and strong enough to handle whatever would come at me. But I was fearful of the fear. It was the fear that was breaking down immune systems and making people less healthy. Fear will do that. Initially, when it all came down in 2020, I wasn't afraid, I was confused and in disbelief. When we heard the schools were closing, I was like, no, that can't happen. And then I work in a school. We said goodbye to our students that Monday, I believe it was a Monday. They went out the door. We fully expected to see them again. We never saw them again. The grade 9s were out the door. We never saw them again. And I was never scared. I was just so confused and baffled. And as time went by, when I saw how things were being handled, how it almost turned into like living in a police state. It was dystopian. It was like a dystopian novel that sits on the shelves of our library at school. It was unbelievable. And then the measures that were taken as it all progressed into the fall of 2021 and even into the spring of 2022, it was horrifying. And that was frightening. I was never frightened of the virus. I was frightened of the behaviors that I was seeing around me, frightened of the government's actions, frightened of the police state, frightened of what we had become as a society and where we might be going. One of the most difficult times has been, during this whole time, has been, I have a nephew who's been so dear to me since his birth. We've been so close. We've been each other's confidant. And last spring, he wrote me an email basically just again saying that I had certainly made people sick. I'd probably kill people. And he wouldn't cut me off entirely because of his mother. However, he has, I have not heard from him since. His father won't speak to me. This relationship between my sister and I, his mother, is so strained. And the things, the barbs that have been just shot at me, they're still in the air and it's still not healed. So it is just always just a stone in my heart that this relationship has it ended? I hope not, but it's certainly on hold and I don't know how to heal it until they are willing to look at things through a different lens and perhaps consider that there are maybe different layers of truth here. And because I made a decision doesn't mean that I'm a bad person. And as opposed to what Prime Minister Trudeau said, I'm not a racist, I'm not a woman hater, and I'm not one of those people. But that's the narrative that was presented, and sadly, some of the people dearest to me believe that. And seemingly they still do. That's very painful and continues to be painful. I have 2 kids. They're currently 20 and 22, and they're doing okay. It was hard and confusing. Neither of them had a school graduation, which was really hard. They both managed as best they could through that. As a mother, it was very hard to see. They both made a choice to get vaccinated, not because they wanted to, but because they wanted to live their lives. They wanted to have jobs. They wanted to see their friends. And I think they were both just very confused about that. Now, they're both very strong individuals. I'm very pleased and blessed with that they have come out seemingly pretty strong and not as affected by it as I see some other young people being affected by it. But it was just very confusing. The messaging was so confusing. And they did something that they didn't want to do. Healing. How are we going to heal as a society? I think as a society, we just need truth. We need honest truth. And the government admitting that, hey, mistakes were made, decisions were made without perhaps a lot of thought or research or data or evidence. Healing happens when people say they're sorry, when people admit that maybe they made mistakes, when they ask for forgiveness. And I think as a society, within families, with our government, if we can just be honest and have open hearts, ask for truth, ask for forgiveness, not being afraid of having a fierce conversation, asking hard questions, and being open to whatever the answers might be. I think that's the road to healing, is honesty and truth and transparency. Maybe some tears.
So we're going to get going again, so if we can get everyone to settle down, round up some commissioners.
It's still really hard.
Welcome back to the National Citizens Inquiry. Our next witness is Stephen Flippen. Stephen, can you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. My name is Stephen Flippen, S-T-E-V-E-N. Last name Flippen, F-L-I-P-P-I-N.
Thank you. Stephen Flippen, in your testimony here today, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Stephen, you're a pastor who was faced with several government restrictions and mandates that affected your church body as well as your congregation. How did your church react to the initial period of lockdowns and restrictions?
Sure. So 2 weeks to flatten the curve is what we were told. Fellowship Baptist Church here in Saskatoon, we're completely willing to follow the guidance of Saskatchewan Health, giving them the benefit of the doubt that they had some science to support the idea that a short-term shutdown would be beneficial to helping maintain our healthcare system. We closed our doors in March of 2020, moved our services, our teaching to online. We quickly realized that 2 weeks was going to be a significantly longer period of time. 2.5-year nightmare, really, of this COVID disaster. And there was very little, if any, science involved in any of it. And this was our biggest problem. We found that people were falling prey to the repercussions of isolation. So anxiety, depression, loneliness, uncertainty, distress, hopelessness. And we soon began questioning the wisdom behind these decisions of our government and mandates. Our services remained limited to less than 10 people in person until June of 2020, when we finally decided that we could no longer impose such limits. We did try to meet other requirements as we could. We've got big wooden heavy pews. We moved pews out of our facility to accommodate social distancing. We provided masks and signage and hand sanitizer and arrows on the floor to control the flow of traffic and everything else that we now know is absolute and utter nonsense. We canceled our children's ministry. We did everything we could to try to comply. We segregated families as best we could. We canceled social events like potlucks and weekly in-person studies and nursery. But what we could no longer do was limit our service to 10 people. Frankly, what we found was that our people's mental and spiritual health were being far more threatened, as was everyone in society, by the COVID lockdowns than they were by COVID itself. To our delight, in June of 2020, the restrictions eased, giving us more capacity for in-person attendance. This would be enough to accommodate, at that time, the people who wanted to attend in person. We breathed a sigh of relief at the time, but we knew come the next flu season, those restrictions would be returning. And so our membership met and discussed the issues. We decided that should those restrictions return, we would not be imposing capacity limits at all. That the problem for us is that the king of the church is not Scott Moe, and it is not Dr. Shahab, and it is not Justin Trudeau. The king of the church is Jesus Christ and him alone. And so Christ orders us to regularly gather together as a local assembly. Christ orders us over 30 times in the New Testament to practice what we call the one another's. And you cannot practice those commands of Christ apart from gathering together. And so Christ's commands were far more important to us. Christ's commands are non-negotiable. Christ's commands are not subservient to public health, nor will they ever be.
And so also your concerns over the well-being of your congregation's mental state.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one of the other restrictions that was placed on churches was the prohibition of singing. The problem is our Christ commands us to sing. And so I probably don't need to tell you where we landed on that command. In the fall of 2020, restrictions did tighten again, back to 30 people in person, and of course that was plus staff and volunteers. The interesting thing for us at that time was that the local Costco here in Saskatoon was permitted to have 818 people in their store at that point at one time, and they were able to rotate new people in and out of the store all day long, while our church was permitted to have 30 people. We simply did not have room in our mandate from Christ to accommodate such limits, because Christ welcomes all who come to him. And as his ambassadors in this world, we are expected to do the same. Our church was not in any way flaunting our choice of disobedience. We were simply going about our business quietly, peacefully, and allowing any who chose to come in person and worship with us a space to worship.
Stephen, can
yes.
you give a little bit more information on the process that your church went through to reach that decision? Was it a board? Was it a congregation meeting?
Yeah, we have elders of our church who make all spiritual decisions for the church. We did consult with our members of the church, and we came to an agreement, fairly unanimously.
Okay.
So we simply could not, we had canceled a ton of services for our people, but we could not compromise the Sunday morning worship. And we began to grow as a church as a result of people finding out that we were allowing all who would choose to worship to come and join us. They were being neglected by their churches, and we gave them a place to find teaching and fellowship. We would not turn them away, because for us to turn people away from worshiping our Christ is for us to flagrantly disobey our King. And we couldn't do that. So we quietly continued peacefully gathering. And by the way, our COVID numbers, as far as spread within the church, weren't any worse than the world around us. In fact, I would say, because we left masking decisions up to the individual, after all, each individual in Canada has the right to personal bodily autonomy guaranteed them in the Charter. And so we left those decisions to the individuals, and because most of our people chose not to wear masks, not to place a COVID collector over in their respiratory path, I would guess that actually our sickness in the church was far less than the world around us. That's science, of course. I believe it was in early December that I received of 2020 that I received a complaint from Sask Health that someone had levied against us. We responded truthfully, letting Sask Health know that we were doing everything we could to accommodate the mandates. And we were. Everything we could. We heard nothing further until mid-January of 2021, when we received a second complaint. The following Sunday, we had a constable from the Saskatoon Police Service visit. He had received a complaint regarding the number of cars in the parking lot, wanted to give us a warning, but his supervisor insisted that he come in and do an investigation and report to Sask Health. He arrived after our service had concluded. We proceeded to allow him into our facility. He looked around, made his observations. The following week, we were visited covertly by a health inspector with Sask Health. He arrived as our service was already underway, and as he tried to enter, he didn't identify himself as a representative of Sask Health, but it was fairly easy to spot. We informed him at that time that the Criminal Code of Canada, Section 176, prohibits the disruption of worship services or disturbance to the solemnity of worship services in Canada. Allow me, if you would, to read from Section 176 of the Criminal Code. It says this: "Every person is guilty of an indictable offense and liable to imprisonment for a term of not more than 2 years, or is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction who, A, by threats or force, unlawfully obstructs or prevents or endeavors to obstruct or prevent an officiant from celebrating a religious or spiritual service or performing any other function in connection with their calling, or B, knowing that an officiant is about to perform or is on their way to perform or is returning from a performance of any of the duties or functions mentioned in paragraph A, assaults or offers any violence to them, or arrests them on a civil process or under the pretense of executing a civil process. 2, everyone who willfully disturbs or interrupts an assemblage of persons met for religious worship or for moral, social, or benevolent purpose is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. 3, everyone who at or near a meeting referred to in subsection 2 willfully does anything that disturbs the order or solemnity of the meeting is guilty of an offense punishable on summary conviction. I read those words because I think it's very important that those words be entered into the public record. Those words have meaning. They're not difficult to understand. You do not need a law degree in order to recognize what it is that statute prohibits. Yes, it does apply to law enforcement. In fact, that statute was put in the Criminal Code of Canada specifically to protect the church from the state. It is statutes like this that separate Canada, or are supposed to separate Canada, from communist and totalitarian states. We have the freedom to worship in this country. And yes, Section 176 does apply to public health. They are not to disrupt, obstruct, prevent, interrupt, interfere, prohibit, disturb in any way. Bringing police officers into the service to check for social distancing and masking and capacity limits and hand sanitizing, yes, most definitely that does qualify as a disruption to the solemnity of the worship service. It moves people's focus from our worship of God to the happenings of the world around us as imposed by the state. It's also, we could also think of what other aspects of the Criminal Code of Canada were absolutely set aside for public health. I can think of none.
So, Stephen, what was the outcome of these investigations by the police and public health?
Yeah, so SHA did, they weren't allowed in our building, which they tried a number of times. We would allow them in after our services concluded, but not during our worship service. So a number of times they tried gaining access. Eventually, we were given a number of tickets. 3 tickets, two given to individual elders of our church and 1 to the church as an entity for obstructing a lawful investigation. And frankly, that's laughable because a lawful investigation does not violate the law in order to investigate. That's number 1. So 3 obstruction charges, 1 ticket for $14,000 for a mass gathering, and 3 charges to individuals in the church for failure to wear a face covering as per the SHA requirements.
And what were the amount of these fines?
Well, there was the $14,000 public, the mass gathering. The obstruction charges written to the 2 individual elders of the church could potentially be as high as $75,000 apiece, I believe it was. And the obstruction charge written to the church as an entity could have been as high as $250,000. So, yeah. The other thing that's interesting is we were the only corporate entity in Saskatchewan that I'm aware of that was ticketed by SaskHealth and not reported to the media. And I think that's very interesting. Why would they not fully disclose the fact that Saskatchewan Health was targeting churches, was targeting worshipers for simply coming to worship and practice their faith? My guess is they didn't want the public to know, and we'll leave it at that. They were probably ashamed. They should be ashamed.
So what happened with these tickets?
So, well, I would say our government spied on churches threatened churches, imposed huge financial penalties on churches for worshiping. We, of course, were fully aware there were pastors in Canada. Like, this is Canada. This isn't China. Pastors in Canada went to jail for worshiping. So, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, which is supposed to be the supreme law of our land, recognizes, and that's an important word, it recognizes. The government of Canada does not give us our rights. If we read the preamble to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, we recognize that our rights are granted us by God himself, by the sovereign God. And that's very important for us to understand. The province, in order for the government to limit our rights in Canada, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms requires them to demonstrably demonstrate that the things that they're putting into place are needed and reasonable for limiting such freedoms. They hadn't even tried. They just assumed that because we say so, that means it is what it is. So, and the problem is the courts of our land gave them carte blanche access to do that. There was no accountability whatsoever. Our day in court finally did arrive, September of 2022, and the prosecution extended to us a deal at that time, which our lawyers urged us to accept based mainly on the obstruction charges. We were told that no court would ever read Section 176 of the Criminal Code the way we did. Now, it's important that I read that for you. It's not difficult to understand. If a court can't read that document the way we did, then the court is not capable of reading. It's that simple. That statute is clear, exceptionally so. So the government sought to amend the charges from the church as an entity to myself as its pastor, and which they did. And again, seeking to limit the government's exposure to the public, knowing that they were targeting and financially penalizing a church. In the end, our church, or our pastor, which is the same thing, we were fined a total of $19,600 for obstruction, a mass gathering, and those were both given to myself, and then 2 face mask violations, which were given to individuals of the church. So in total, $19,600 for worshiping in Canada. By the way, this today is the first time that those fines are being exposed publicly. The government of Saskatchewan never exposed the fact that they charged our church. It was reported in the newspaper, the mass gathering, at one point about a month after it happened, but other than that. So.
And Stephen, another thing I wanted to bring up is, as well as you being forced to take responsibility personally for these charges in the deal, you also had a very unusual quarantine experience when you and your family contracted COVID.
Yeah. So in March of 2021, my wife, we had 3 foster children in our home at the time, along with our 2 sons. And one of the foster children contracted COVID from school, and we know that because of the contact tracing and all of that. And of course, it made its rounds through the whole house. We were all contacted by SHA, ordered to quarantine and all of that, which we did. Every day throughout our quarantine, we were contacted by SaskHealth, and on the last day, we were called, each of us individually, by SaskHealth to release us from quarantine. It was about 3 or 4 days later that I got a call from the public health inspector who had been harassing our church. I would ask, one, how did he get my personal health record? Because legally he had no right to my personal health record. He's a health inspector. So that's number one. He called me and he informed me that he was, of his own authority, rescinding my release from quarantine because there was a new variant of concern and there was a new protocol put in place. The problem was he didn't rescind any other member of my family's quarantine. The kids were all back in school. My wife was back at work. Everything was fine for them, but I was to remain in quarantine for another, I think it was 7 days.
And what was happening during those 7 days coming up?
Yeah, that was the interesting part. It happened to be the Easter weekend of 2021. And we had 3 worship services planned that weekend. And this health inspector was trying to shut down the worship of our church during what is one of the most important weekends of our year as we celebrate the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus. So why does all of this matter? The church in Western culture has always been seen as of benefit to society, and for very good reason. Where the Christian gospel flourishes, crime and poverty are reduced. The gospel message that man is sinful, that man is answerable to a holy God who must, by nature of his character and righteousness, punish sin and sinner. And of course, our problem is that we are sinners who can expect nothing from God but wrath and punishment. But God, being rich in mercy, with great love that he had for us, gave his Son. He sent his one and only Son, that whoever would believe on him and his payment on our behalf to cover the cost of our sinfulness, that we would be saved from that vengeance of God. Those saved are given a new heart, a new direction to love God and to keep his commands. I mention all of that because our Canadian law is actually based on the moral law of God, or at least historically it has been. Therefore, where the gospel impacts men and women, society is bettered. Allow me, if you would, to quote from the first president of the United States who said this: "We are persuaded that good Christians will always be good citizens, and that where righteousness prevails among individuals, the nation will be great and happy." Now, sadly, a pastor here in Canada, Pastor Steve Long, a Canadian Baptist minister who met 3 times with Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, our Prime Minister instead referred to evangelical Christians in Canada as the worst part of Canadian society. Hopefully, as I read those 2 quotes, you can spot the difference between a great leader and someone that history should wish passes quickly and is forgotten just as quickly.
One more thing I wanted to ask you, Stephen. You mentioned that your congregation grew over this time. How much did your congregation grow?
So we, pre-COVID, we were running about 90 people per week in in-person attendance. And we lost a few during COVID. By the way, we didn't lose any that I'm aware of because of fear of COVID. We lost a few out of fear of losing their jobs if their employers were to find out that they attended that church. We lost some because they didn't feel like they could bear the financial penalties that could come upon them should they continue to attend our church. But while today we're running probably an average of about 220 people at Fellowship Baptist. So God has blessed us a great deal.
I'd like to turn it to the commissioners to see if they have any questions for you.
Thank you for your testimony. You
You're very
made,
welcome.
I just would like some clarity. You made a comment about disobedience, and I'm just wondering, is it peaceful civil disobedience, or as you allude, obedience to a different king?
Yeah, well, I would say both. Number one, within the church, we have a responsibility to be obedient to our Lord. That's what matters in the church. But we are also citizens of Canada. And as our government infringed upon rights that are guaranteed to us in the Charter, unless they are demonstrably demonstrated to be needed to be curtailed, we have the right in Canada to submit to our conscience and uphold those rights.
In 2015, the PM also said that Christians need not apply. And that was, I think, before he was PM. Do you remember that comment? And did you see the writing on the wall for his personal bias towards Christian churches?
Yeah, I mean, I think the writing on the wall has been clear for some time, certainly.
And in Ontario, where I am from, one of the questions we often asked is why it was only the Jesus-believing churches that were being targeted and the police were surrounding. So in other words, what we found in Ontario, and it might be just because it's a greater metropolis in the city of Toronto, is that the other churches were not being targeted, the non-Christian churches, so that would be the atheists, the mosques, etc. And you may not have had it because of population here, but it was something that was happening there. Do you have any reference points or thoughts on that?
Well, I think, yeah, I don't know why that is. I think that we believe fervently that obedience to our King is necessary, and that should we be placed in a situation where we are forced to choose between obedience to Christ and obedience to our government, we must choose obedience to Christ, and I think we're unique in that fashion. Yeah.
My next question is, you alluded to having moved all the furniture and tried to implement all the mandate measures within the church building. And I'm just wondering, if you were to turn the tables a little bit, would the government or the health authorities allow you to go to their bulletin board and put a sign up that said, Jesus loves you?
Yeah, my guess is not. Yeah.
And you referred to the court. The lawyers had advised you not to pursue this in one way. I'm just wondering what that legal precedent will do going forward, if you had chose to go the other way, or the fact that you made that decision.
Well, it's interesting because I believe it was in 2017, the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party of Canada sought to remove Section 176 from the Criminal Code. That's interesting to me. What we found in the last few years is that because the reason that statute was not removed from the Criminal Code is because there was an outcry from Canadians saying, no, that's important that it remain in our Criminal Code. And so rather than remove it from the Criminal Code, we just ignored it. And what precedent is set when the courts ignore the fact that it's in the Criminal Code? I think that's very dangerous. What other sections of the Criminal Code of Canada will our courts decide they can impose if they choose to? That's dangerous.
And that comment segues into my final question. What recommendations do you have for the courts when it comes to dealing with our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, our ability to have the right to worship, or to have a conscience, to believe, thought, all of those freedoms and rights that we have? What recommendations would you give to the courts and the institutions that are in this country that might facilitate less, maybe facilitate more understanding of freedom of religion in Canada?
I'm not a lawyer. But I will say, reading the charter and watching how the charter has been manipulated and ignored. Number one, get rid of Section 1. When the government is allowed to determine what freedoms we should, how we should limit freedoms willy-nilly, which is exactly what happened here. I mean, there has been no evidence given whatsoever that masks work. So why are masks imposed? What's the evidence showing that Costco should have 800 people and the church should have 30 people? There's no evidence for that. It's all arbitrary. What's the evidence for 2 meters of social distancing? All of this, none of it was needed. None of it was helpful. So, number one, get rid of the Section 1 of the Charter. I don't know. There's a lot we could say, I think.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Pastor Flippin. You said that prior to COVID, your congregation was around 90, and now it's around 210 people, something like that, attending Sunday service?
That's right.
Canada, some people would say that Canada is becoming more secular, and as such, some people in this country might not understand exactly who your congregation is made up of. Can you comment on what kind of people go to your church?
Wow. We have a very broad spectrum of folks at our church. We have a lot of young families. We have, and our congregation spreads the entire age gamut. We have a number of people who have in the last 10 years immigrated to Canada. We've got, you name it. We've got it in our church.
So you would say that it's a broad spectrum of everyday Canadians
Absolutely.
From all walks of life, all backgrounds,
Absolutely.
ages.
Yep.
So kind of a representative slice of Canada.
Certainly.
Can you describe the nature of the relationship between your congregation and its pastor?
And its pastor?
And its pastor, yourself.
Well, I would say the relationship between the church and myself is a very close relationship. The church relies on the service that I provide in teaching and counseling and just being there for them. I'm not sure what else you.
Well, what I'm asking, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at is that you serve a community support.
Absolutely.
So you've created community. You're supporting community. You're trying to, if you will, provide a social fabric in which your congregation can live and prosper in.
For sure.
During the lockdowns and during the times of isolation, was the government doing anything to promote that same social environment, that sense of community amongst people, to give them hope that you were trying to do?
No, not only were they not doing that, but they were pressing further. They were threatening. I mean, we, as a church, my family, our congregation, we believed sincerely that I was going to be going to jail for keeping our church open. And so not only was our government not filling that void, they were threatening to jail those who were.
I'm not from Saskatchewan, but I did hear you say that during the time that you were under lockdowns and that you were restricted, Costco was open and were liquor stores open?
Yes.
Were marijuana stores open?
Yes.
But churches were under restriction, were under inspection?
Yeah.
How many people in your congregation died from COVID-19 to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, we had one individual who died with COVID, and I would question whether it was COVID that killed them.
Thank you, sir.
On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to thank you very much for your testimony today, Pastor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Garrett. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Charlotte Garrett, CharlotteGarrett.
And would you prefer to swear an oath or solemnly affirm today?
I'll swear an oath.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this National Citizens Inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Garrett, what city or town do you reside in?
Saskatoon.
And how long have you lived here approximately?
About 18 years.
And what is your profession?
I'm a teacher of English language.
Okay. And are you currently employed?
I am.
And have you been employed throughout the evidence that you're about to give here today?
Yes, I have.
So in your own words, please tell us from start to finish what brings you to the National Citizens Inquiry, and then afterwards we'll go back and ask some specific questions. The floor is yours.
I feel that many people do not know the inside stories of schools or occupations or the punishments that many people suffered through COVID. And I would like to be able to contribute to the truth.
Sure. No, go ahead, Ms. Garrett, and just tell us why you're here today. You can start from start to finish, and then we'll come back and ask some specific questions.
Okay. So I'm here because as a language teacher, I teach refugees and newcomers who, my particular bunch, are illiterate. And I have a responsibility to be honest and truthful with my students. And then when COVID came, my family was absolutely convinced that I needed to have a vaccine. I had one, and work was also a great deal of pressure to have one. So I had AstraZeneca in April of 2021, and I was sick for 3 days, and then a few days later I developed tinnitus quite rapidly. It was just like a tap turning on. It was very strong and deeply uncomfortable, very hard to focus. Does that answer your question?
Sure. Yeah. No, you bet. Let's just start then in April 2021. There, you said that you received the AstraZeneca vaccine, and did you do that, willingly? Were you happy to do it? Had you thought about it? What was the process that you went through?
Thanks. No, I was not happy. I did not want to do it. I have 3 adult children and 5 grandchildren, and between my family and my work, I felt totally pressured to do it. I really didn't want to, but I did.
Okay. And how did you feel after that?
You mean physically? How did I feel?
Yeah. Was there any reaction? Did you have any sort of symptoms or anything, or were you just fine?
Well, I had the flu-like symptoms. I was achy and I had a fever for 3 days. I was in bed. And then about 14 days later is when the tinnitus began. So that was, I can't say it's painful. What it does is it's a noise in my brain, and it interferes with being able to think or focus.
Okay. And how long did the tinnitus last?
Well, I actually still have it.
Okay.
But it's not quite as strong as it was in the first year and a half.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you had your first shot in April of 2021. Did you have to take any time off of work as a result of any of this, or did you work straight through regular?
In May, I took 2 weeks I was teaching remotely, and I needed to be able to just rest, so I took 2 weeks. And then later, last year, actually, I took 2 months away from work.
Okay. Now, at any point, did you consult with your family physician? What role did your family physician play in all of this, if any?
He was very doubtful that my reaction was the vaccine, although later I found that many, many, many people had the same reaction. He still wanted me to continue getting vaccines, but he decided to get me tested to see if there was something that could prove that I had a reaction to it, although I don't know how, because they didn't know what was in the vaccine. And I wound up having to, I refused to get further vaccines, and didn't want mRNA in my body. And I decided to ask my doctor if he would support me to have an exemption. And he did. He didn't do it. I guess the ability to get an exemption in Canada is very limited. You have to have a severe allergic reaction, anaphylaxis, or myocarditis. I didn't have either. But he said he would give me an exemption based on that I wasn't ready to get more, and that he would recommend testing. So my employer actually accepted it.
Okay. And as far as masking, what was the role of masking at your place of employment, if any?
It's an absurd policy that my employer, in fact, he wears two still. It was it's so intense at my work that people are still wearing masks. My employer will not drop the mandate for our work, for our students, even though the Saskatchewan government made it very clear that we didn't need them anymore. And he won't accept that.
And can I ask you, Ms. Garrett, you mentioned earlier that you had been teaching remotely. Are you teaching remotely now, or are you back in the classroom?
No, we're
or?
back in the classroom.
Okay. I want to ask you about when you were teaching remotely, and are you able to give us any rough dates or any rough timelines as to when you were teaching remotely?
So remotely began, as with all the schooling, in March of 2020. And then we went back to the classroom in a very limited manner almost a year ago. But so I was teaching remotely for almost 2 years.
And while you were teaching remotely, what was happening with the so-called vaccine mandate?
Well, it didn't matter whether I was teaching remotely or not. I still had to have the vaccines, which meant that I had to, even though I had an exemption, I still had to test. And even in order just to go into the building, even if it was empty, I would still have to prove a negative antigen test. So I would have to go into the building in order to prepare mailing materials, to do photocopying, to check some materials there. So even if there was nobody there, it didn't matter. I still had to have the antigen test.
Okay. And I understand that at your place of employment, there have been regular bi-monthly meetings on Zoom. Is that correct?
Yes, and they still continue on Zoom.
And what was your experience, or what can you tell us about those bi-monthly meetings and your response or reaction to them?
It felt like I was sitting in the middle of a propaganda campaign where the employer and the employees were it's all safety jabber. It's all about keeping everybody safe. It's all about how dangerous COVID is. It was about encouraging the students, insisting that the students get vaccinated. I was actually had to record how many vaccines the student had, when they had them, which I thought was illegal. I asked my employer. He said, no, it's fine in this circumstance. I felt like I was complicit, that I was committing a crime. I hated it. So the Zooms continued. They're still continuing. Last week was the first meeting in 3 years where we did not discuss COVID first for at least half an hour.
Okay. And as you described this, where you felt you were committing a crime, essentially on behalf of your employer and whatnot, how did that impact you? How did that impact your own mental health, your own physical health?
I was deeply demoralized, actually. I trust the Nuremberg Code. I think that my job as an educator is not to insist any kind of medical practice, but to support the students as best I can in their learning journey. Can you repeat the question again? Would you mind?
No, that of course. Just how you're enforcing essentially the mandates. You're asking the students about their medical status. You said that you felt like you were committing a crime, and I wanted to ask you a follow-up: is how did all of that impact your mental health? How did that impact your health?
Well, at the time, and still is, I'm quite discouraged by it all, because the students trust me, and they trust me to give best information. So other teachers were teaching people how to do the antigen tests. One teacher was doing demonstrations online. They had programs up for vaccinations, and I felt that that was not my purpose to do that. I felt that it was a violation of my students' trust. So it still bothers me. I still feel during the online classes, I would have students coming into a Zoom class huddled in blankets or lying down, and then I'd say, maybe go to bed. Or a young woman came to me secretly 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago to tell me that she had had 2 miscarriages. I was just so heartbroken by that, because I know that at the time I wasn't her teacher. She came to my class a little bit later, but I still felt that we were doing the students a disfavor. We weren't helping them. I knew that in my research that the vaccine could cause all of these consequences with fertility and with damage to the fetus and with future problems, and the spike protein going to the womb and going into the ovaries, the testes. We don't know what the consequences are, and yet part of my job supposedly was to tell the students to go get vaccinated. I was appalled by that.
And Ms. Garrett, since you were the one asking them about their vaccination status and whatnot, then you were in a position to know when they were vaccinated. Did you observe anything among the student body as they were getting their jabs?
I noticed they were more tired, less focused. As I said, some were sick. As far as I know, not one of my students, maybe actually that's not true, 2 had COVID. The rest, nobody did.
Okay. I want to ask you about your decision with respect to the jabs. Did you feel like people respected that? Were you what was your response vis-a-vis other people? And we can talk about your friends and family, an invitation to family events and these sorts of things.
2 of my children live outside Saskatoon, one in Ottawa, one in Calgary. They were very displeased that I wasn't getting more vaccinations. They didn't understand it, and we actually have very damaged communication for the last number of years because they felt that I needed to do it. I've lost friends. Most of my social circle has changed completely. People at work at first did not know that I was not vaccinated. In fact, it only came up actually a week ago. Everybody I work with has 5, so that's pretty appalling. I was invited for Thanksgiving dinner, for Christmas dinner, and then immediately an hour later I was uninvited because I hadn't had more vaccines. One of my neighbors is quite angry with me, but she's tolerating me. It's been incredibly challenging, very demoralizing, very isolating, almost a sense of like I'm a carrier of disease or something and people don't want to associate with me. Very, very painful.
And those who were in your circle of trust prior to, shall we say, what was their response when you shared information with them that questioned, shall we say, or undermined the COVID narrative?
They become angry with me, that they think that I'm a conspiracy theorist, even my own family. When my son told me once I was crazy. My son-in-law refused to speak to me. It's terrible.
And Ms. Garrett, you mentioned earlier, I just want to get a sense of how this factors into your analysis, but you mentioned the Nuremberg trials earlier. Can you just tell us a little bit about how did that impact you? How did that impact your decision-making throughout all of this?
Well, I'm older than a lot of people in the education field. And so when I was a very small girl, my father introduced me to the Nuremberg trials. We watched something on TV. I think we were 6 when we got a TV. So I remember him explaining to me what was right and what was wrong, and the sense of medical experimentation on human beings is not right. And that has stayed with me. I really feel that people need to have autonomy and to make their own choices, and that we need to be honest with each other and not impose laws that limit our freedoms and our expressions, which is what's happened across Canada for 3 years and is continuing. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. Now, Ms. Garrett, I'm not sure if you wanted to maybe explain to the Commission that you also had some exemptions from your family physician regarding masking and whatnot, and there was a bit of an exchange between you and your employer. Are you wanting to go into that or read anything into the record, or have we covered it?
Actually, I'd like to.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead and just explain to the Commission what you're doing.
Sure. So, as a teacher, one of the things I did was I questioned all along, well, why were we doing this? Why are we doing that? I'm not accepting it. I filed a grievance. I filed an update to a grievance. I gave a PowerPoint presentation on science and what was happening statistically in Canada. And I did wear a mask at first, but I discovered that there was something happening with my breathing, and I went to see a specialist and found out that actually when I had fallen as a child, I had broken my nose and nobody knew it. And so breathing was difficult, so putting a mask on was torture. And so I had several, my employer basically has accused me of being an incredibly difficult person, undermining the health and safety of our students, because I keep questioning, when are we going to drop the mask mandates? I mean, as far as the government is concerned, we no longer need them. So he has actually sent me some rather difficult things. So he said to me, maybe I'll just read this. He said, I am sorry to hear that you have a medical condition that causes discomfort. However, I need to point out that since the start of the pandemic, we've had a lot of communication in written form where you've questioned the necessity of steps designed to provide reasonable protection in line with expert and public health guidance on a repeated basis. whether that is masking, vaccination, or other means of reducing the threat to others. This dialogue, including over issues not related to breathing at all, creates great concern that you are bringing into the workplace the whole of a body of thought based on resistance to measures designed to protect our clients.
And just to be clear, Mrs. Garrett, that was part of an email exchange between you and your employer where you were providing your employer with your medical exemption from your doctor,
I got
correct?
my mask mandate and he was not accepted. He still does not accept it. I emailed him again on April 18th and said, in light of the change, we are stopping now, I would expect. And he responded not even with a hello, just nope.
Okay. We are running short on time, Ms. Garrett, so I just want to check in with the commissioners. Any questions?
Tell us how remote learning affected the students' education, mental health, or social wellness.
Could you say that again? I couldn't quite hear you.
Can you tell us how remote learning for 2 years affected the students' education, mental health, or social wellness?
I would say for one thing, it delayed the learning process. It slowed that down. The other thing, though, is that if I did group lessons, then nobody missed them because they were desperate for contact. And so the lessons became more important than just about anything, because then they even on a WhatsApp call, then I might have 8, and they're able to see each other and speak to each other, and that was a good thing. But it was so hard for them because they're new in the country, they don't have that many people that they can see, and so they're isolated. So they were also demoralized. It was hard on them, and I felt terrible for them.
And you mentioned that the school asked for a record of the students that were vaxxed. Where would that information go? Just to the school? Did it go up to the health people?
No, as far as I know, it just went to the employer, because what they were doing is they were trying to figure out how many students would be coming back into the classroom when we opened. They would have to have the minimum of 2 vaccines to get into the building. So as far as I can tell, it only went to the employer. And then I deleted my files. I was so embarrassed to have them, so I just got rid of them.
What was your employer's response to the students who were still not vaxxed?
They couldn't come to school. They would have to do some kind of online learning.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming today to give us your testimony. Did you say that you taught English to newcomers to
Yes.
Canada?
Yes.
So these are people who English is clearly not their first language,
That's
it's
right.
second or third. And when the mask mandates came in, you were teaching English with your mouth covered?
Yes.
Do you think it's important when learning a new language to see the speaker's mouth?
Let me share my experience. So if you can imagine a fairly small classroom with a whiteboard behind me, an air cleaner directly to my left, if this is my table, an air cleaner and the smart board, and a fairly small room. And in order to access the laptop, I have to stand over right beside the air cleaner. And then the students all are masked. They're illiterate in their first language. So speaking is hard. So then they put their mask on and they mumble to begin with. So then they have the mask on and they're mumbling. And I get desperate. I ask them to pull their mask down to speak. I make sure the door is shut so my employer can't see it. I pull my mask down and I explain my lips. This is how you make the S. This is how you do the TH. It's hard. It's really hard. And my employer has no understanding of that. Does not respect it at all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms. Garrett, I just have 2 questions left. We're almost done. So, second last question. In summary, in 60 seconds or so, What would you like this inquiry and Canadians at large to take away from your evidence today?
That it seems that employers, I think it's because of the federal government and the Saskatchewan government and the way that they put through their mandates, they made it possible for an organization such as mine to do whatever they wanted. If they want to continue on with isolating students, they will. If they want to continue on with mass nates, well, they will. It's almost arbitrary. Well, it is arbitrary. And I find that deeply insulting, and I think, and dangerous. Masks are not healthy. So I think it's really important for Canadians to know the extent to which people were affected, even the English language learners, how hard it is for them to be in a classroom right now.
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like to share with us today?
I don't think so.
Okay. Ms. Garrett, thank you very much for your evidence here today.
Thank you.
Krista, can you hear me?
Yes.
Our next witness is Krista Hamilton. Krista, can you please state your name and spell your first and last name for the record?
It's Krista Hamilton, Krista
Thank you. Crystal Hamilton, in your testimony here today, do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Krista, you were forced to take COVID vaccines in order to keep your job. Can you tell us what you did to try and avoid that?
I went to my family doctor for an exemption, and he told me I didn't meet the requirements to be exempted.
And what was your health condition that you thought would qualify for an exemption?
I have a lot of allergies, so I just was kind of hesitant to take it. So I thought that would be enough, and I also have asthma, and that wasn't enough.
Okay. So what did you do then at your employment?
I did end up taking my 2 vaccines. Sorry. I did take my 2 vaccines, and I just had to show proof, so that I was able to continue working.
You did hold out as long as you could until you felt you were forced or you were going to lose your job.
Yeah, I was hoping they would roll out an exemption, or but you didn't have to have one to go back. And they didn't, but I went on my very last day that I could to have my 2nd vaccine. So I waited as long as I could.
Okay. And how did you react to those vaccines?
The first vaccine, I had 0 symptoms. And the 2nd vaccine, on my 2nd day, I started to have chest pain. And I couldn't inhale all the way. And I couldn't get out of bed without help.
So you were immobile. You couldn't move all parts of your body or a portion?
I couldn't move my torso. So if I was in a standing position, I could walk slowly, but I couldn't move my torso at all.
Okay. And at that point, did you seek medical care?
Yes, I went directly to the ER. So from there, I had a bunch of tests, and they thought I could have the beginnings of pleurisy or indigestion. So they told me to go home and rest for 5 days because all my tests panned out okay.
Okay.
So I had vitals, X-ray, kind of your basic stuff, and the ER doctor wasn't really sure, she said.
And they were aware that you had recently had the COVID vaccine, your 2nd?
Yes.
And they made no link between your symptoms and that vaccine 24 hours before?
No.
Okay. So you went home for your 5 days of rest. How was that?
I was in a lot of pain. I was shallow breathing for 3 days, in and out. Like when I inhaled, it felt like sharp stabbing pain in my chest, upper chest. So it was really hard to inhale. I was fine when I exhaled, but just each breath hurt, and it took about 4 to 5 days to go away.
And what about your ability to move? Did that improve?
It did. So for 3 days, just from standing to sitting or sitting to standing or getting in and out of my vehicle was very, very difficult without feeling a lot of pain.
Okay. And were you developing any other symptoms during that time?
I developed like my voice, as you can hear. I lose my voice a lot, and I have to clear my throat often. And I also had like a dry cough with that.
Okay. And did you have any mental symptoms? How was your energy level?
Well, mentally, I was okay. I just was a little scared on the unknown, like what was happening, because I've never had those symptoms before. So like just house cleaning or mowing my lawn, like I felt like I couldn't do a whole lot. I had to stop and take lots of breaks. Whereas before I felt I could do quite a bit, whether it was mowing the lawn or house cleaning or whatever I was doing.
Okay, and you're a mother and you work full time, and before this you were doing all of those things without problem.
Yes.
So after your 5 days, things had improved some. You still had symptoms. What did you do from there?
After 5 days, I started to feel better. I could move my body, but I was still having sharp stabbing pains in my upper chest and my left side. So from there on, I had a second, about 4 weeks later, I had another attack similar to this one. Went in for a second visit to the ER, and they thought I had a blood clot, which turns out I didn't. And they sent me home and told me I had a pulled muscle to rest for 5 days. So I went home, I rested, started to feel better. But then the pain continued after that, like just randomly, and for minutes to 20 minutes at a time, but nobody could really explain it.
Okay, and were you able to return to work during this period of time?
After about a week, I returned to work. And then I did a follow-up call with my doctor. And when I went in to see my doctor, he told me the x-ray from my second ER visit showed spots on my lungs, or my x-ray, sorry. And he sent me to a lung specialist, which showed it led to sarcoidosis. So I was, diagnosed with that.
And can you tell us what sarcoidosis is?
Actually, I don't really. It's like an inflammation. I think it's spots on your lungs. So I have nodules or spots on my lungs, they called it. So I have several tiny spots and 2 larger spots.
And are you being treated for that condition?
They said eventually I could take prednisone, I believe it's called. I said no to it at first, but I think they're just going to keep an eye on me and to see if I need it in the future.
Okay, and still no connection made by medical that this may relate to your COVID vaccine?
No, nobody said anything, no.
So also then you were never provided any information on how to report what you thought had caused this or make any claim for compensation?
No.
Okay. So do you have anything else you want to add about your diagnosis and your condition, how it is now, and your treatment with the health system?
I just know, I just found it really funny that I do have asthma prior to my vaccines, but I just found it really odd that I was like stopped in my tracks, or it wakes me up from my sleep. Even a year later, I still feel the effects. That no one can really say why. Maybe it points to sarcoid, but I don't know. I think the other thing I had was eye inflammation for 4 months after my second vaccine, which is, I don't know if it's related, but yeah, often I have shortness of breath, even after taking my regular puffer. But I can't explain the sharp stabbing pain and not moving my torso, which is really scary. So nobody can really explain that to me.
And your pre-existing conditions with the allergies and asthma, have those worsened as well?
I would say I can't really tell because I take a puffer once or twice per day. I would say shortness of breath has worsened, and just the random sharp pain that I feel, and just being tired. So those three mainly.
Now, you also had a son that had an adverse reaction that required hospitalization. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, so my son Liam, who was 21 at the time, he took Moderna. So his second shot of Moderna, he, I guess, was having heart pain, and he went into the hospital. He ended up in Halifax, the QE2, for a week because his enzyme levels were really high. So yeah, they did believe it was the shot, and told him not to take any more. They'd advised him that. There's not much I know about that because I don't really know much, but he was on 3 months of medication. It was called Colstream, Colchstream.
That was the medication?
Yes. So they prescribed that for 3 months, and then he went off it, and he had a follow-up. And I think that was about it. They kind of released him.
And what was his diagnosis?
Myocarditis.
Okay. And they did, in his case, admit that was directly related to the COVID vaccine?
They did, yes.
Okay. And was he provided with any information on how to report that or make a claim for any compensation?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. And another unfortunate incident related to COVID you had was your father passing away.
Yes.
Can you tell us how COVID impacted that?
At the time, the nursing home here in Nova Scotia that he was at, it was December of 2020, and so each patient had 2 caregivers. I was one and my mom was another. So my brother at the time was working in Winnipeg, and so they told us my dad had less than a week left before he passes. So my brother flew home from Winnipeg, and he had required a permission to see his father, like a letter to get into the nursing home. So he got the letter. I think he arrived, went in, and then after he seen my dad and said goodbye, my dad was alive for another 6 days, and he was not allowed to go back and see him.
Okay. And it wasn't like he was easily admitted to say goodbye to your dad, is that correct?
Yeah. They told him he had to quarantine for 14 days after seeing my father because he flew back as an essential worker.
And did they also firstly try and prevent him from coming in because he was not one of the 2 designated caregivers?
Yes.
And he just ignored that and decided he was going?
Yes.
Yes. So what do you think could have been done better in your situation, your son's, your dad's?
I think for myself, who I didn't want the COVID shot, I do, even though I have 4 kids and they're all vaccinated, all the way to 18. But for me personally, I did not want the shot, and I feel like I should have had the choice and continue to work if I didn't have it, and just wear all the precautionary measures. For my son, he just wanted the shot, so, definitely his choice. And as for my father, I just think that, if someone is dying and it's their last days, I think all families should be able to go in, especially immediate family.
Right.
So I think that was very unfair.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And with your son that had the reaction, you said it was his choice. Do you know what his choice was based on?
I don't. So he did his own research. I don't know where he got his information, but I think that he chose to do it because he was around his grandparents a lot and he didn't want to make them sick. So okay. I think he was thinking of his grandparents more so than himself.
And was he working or attending post-secondary schooling that also required that?
He was working from home, so he lives on his own, so at the time. But he was really afraid because of what he heard in the news and whatnot, that he was afraid that he would make his grandparents sick. So he chose to get it.
To protect others.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you'd like to add before I turn it over for questions from the commissioners?
No.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Can you clarify something for me? You said your 4 kids are vaccinated. I'm wondering, were they vaccinated after you've learned about your adverse effect or before?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I should clarify. My children so I have 3 over 20 that live on their own. And then I have a daughter who was 15 at the time. So she wanted to get her vaccine. Myself and her father told her to wait a few weeks to learn more about it. We provided her with information. She still chose to get her vaccine, but this was all before I had mine. And she chose to get it. As far as my other 3, they went and got it. So there's nothing that I can do. But they didn't learn about my symptoms and what happened to me until after they got theirs.
So did they believe that you were actually injured by the vaccine, or they're not sure?
I guess they weren't sure. Yeah, but I did feel like, within 2 days of me taking the second vaccine, I felt like it was an allergic reaction, that it was something more. But
thank you.
Well,
on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I'd like to thank you very much for your testimony today, Krista.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Bridget Hunjay, Hounjet.
Ms. Hunjay, would you prefer to swear an oath or solemnly affirm?
Oath, please.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in this National Citizens Inquiry will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Hunjay, what city or town do you reside in?
Saskatoon.
Okay. And how long have you lived there approximately?
About 20 years.
And I understand that you worked as a federal public servant, is that correct? Sorry, could you say that again?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
And how long were you so employed?
It's been going on 16 years.
Okay, and are you still so employed?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, Ms. Hunjay, in your own words, please tell us from start to finish what brings you to the National Citizens Inquiry, and then we'll ask some further questions after that. The floor is yours.
So I guess my story starts, I gave birth to my son in 2019, and so I started maternity leave August 2019, and things are great on maternity leave. Come March 2020, the world starts going in a bit of a panic. We don't finish the first swimming lesson. That's kind of when things started to happen, March 2020. And then fast forward to August 2020, when it's time for me to return to work. And my first day was, already at that time, they had started working from home. So I went into the office to pick up my laptop and kind of ease back into work and catch up on a bunch of emails and that sort of thing, and then proceeded to work from home from there. There was not really too many rules in place. We were supposed to stay under a certain capacity in the building, so we weren't forced to work from home. We weren't forced to go in the office, just that we couldn't be more than a certain amount in the office. I personally chose to work out of the office full time. I was pretty much the only one who chose that, and then others would just come in as they needed to do certain tasks or that sort of thing. And then I believe that went on for the rest of 2020. And then kind of at the beginning of 2021, the guidelines were changing, that sort of thing. Masking came into place when you were in the office. And then we were going to start setting up a schedule to do a rotation in the office. So half of us would work from home and the other half would work in the office, and we would kind of do a rotation every month just to kind of allow equal workload type of thing, as only certain duties could be done in the office. So just to kind of share those tasks, that sort of thing. So we did that for a while, working from home in general for a year. And then there was some chatter about, as the vaccines were being developed, chatter that there was a possibility that they would be mandated in our workplace. And that's when my anxiety started to go up, because I knew just the little bit I had read, and I continued to read, that wasn't something I was ready to rush into. There were things unfolding, information was still coming out. For me, there were a lot of red flags just surrounding the vaccines, so it was certainly something I did not want to rush into. But there came a point where my employer was mandating these vaccines. So I think that came into play, I think October 19th, somewhere around there. the kind of rules came out that we needed to attest to our vaccination status by a certain day. And sorry, my memory on dates is not great, but somewhere around there was a date in October that we needed to attest. And from there, there was about if you weren't fully vaccinated or if you did not disclose your vaccination status, you had about 2 weeks to either get vaccinated or submit a request for accommodation. Now, the requests for accommodations were based on either a medical exemption or a religious exemption or a human rights violation, essentially. So I knew there was medically nothing that would stop me. So I knew, and I had heard, doctors weren't just giving exemptions medically willy-nilly. So I knew that that was going to be impossible. Religious, yes, I do have a faith background, but there was nothing there that I felt I could work with. Human rights, I had little knowledge to how that all really worked, but I tried. I tried to go with a human rights discrimination, and so I put in a request for accommodation for the human rights ground of sex, being a female, and I had not ruled out having more children. And prior to having my son, I had suffered a miscarriage. So for me, there was nothing that I wanted to do to my body, not knowing how it could affect my body, that I didn't want to take a chance that if I did choose to have another child, I did not want to take the chance that something I inject in my body could have a negative effect. So that is the route I chose to do discrimination against sex. And honestly, reading the human rights and kind of how it's laid out, I was pretty certain that that's not what they meant by sex discrimination. But I tried because what do I have to lose to try? So I tried, and I sent my request for accommodation to my manager. It had to go through a process, and it then had to go to nationally for the committee to review and that sort of thing. So in that time frame, while it was being reviewed, we continued to work from home, work from the office, and it was taking a little bit longer than anticipated to get a response, and it was going to be in December 2021, my turn to work out of the office. So at that time, as the vaccine mandates had come into play, they requested that I do rapid tests 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Didn't matter if I was at work or not. Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I had to test. And I didn't have to show the result. I just had to text my manager and give the result. And so I did it because, I did it. I wanted to keep working. I love my job, and I wanted to keep working to support my family. So I did it. And on December 23rd, I got a response that my request for accommodation was not supported. So that was a great Christmas gift that year. So on that letter telling me that it was not supported, they gave me till, I believe it was January 5th, 2022, to either change my vaccination status, and they allowed, I believe, 2-ish weeks to then again either go get vaccinated, so that my status has changed and that I could go to work, continue going to work, or I would be placed on unpaid leave starting January 19th. So January 19th came, and I received another letter saying, you are being placed on unpaid leave. January 20th, I meet my manager outside our office. I hand over all my work, computer, and that sort of thing. Really felt like a criminal handing over everything. It didn't feel great. And I was on unpaid leave for 5 months until June 20th, when the federal government decided to get rid of the mandates. It was really bizarre. I mean, our provincial government had already done away with mandates. I don't remember the exact time, but certainly months prior. So why it took that much longer for ours to be lifted, I don't know. But through those 5 months was the worst time of my life. I was in a really dark place, and it was really hard. And so June 20th came around, and I messaged my manager saying, okay, I see in the media that the federal government is doing away with mandates. When can I come back? And she had not seen it at quite that yet. There was no kind of communication that had come out for her to be able to reach out to me first. But anyway, so we made that communication, and I did return to work shortly thereafter. I had taken a few weeks off just due to family commitments, but and I did go back to work. I am still at work. But I forgot to mention, as part of my request of accommodation, I did, express to my employer that I am willing to, continue testing as I had been done, and it had been working, and there was no reason why all of a sudden it would not be acceptable, or continue to work from home. I was still so very willing to continue working, and it wasn't good enough, and I was placed on unpaid leave for those 5 months.
Thank you, Ms. Hunjay, for that account. I wanted to ask you a few follow-up questions. You mentioned that you put in an application for an exemption, and you were denied ultimately, but are you aware of anyone at your workplace, and I mean personally aware of anyone at your workplace who was granted such an exemption?
I am aware of one person who was granted a religious exemption.
And are you able to advise, or do you know what religion that person belonged to?
I cannot 100% say which religion, no.
Okay, that's fine. I'd like to ask you about, even though you're back to work now, nonetheless you were on unpaid leave for a while. How has that affected you still today? Like in terms of, let's start with mental stress. How's your mental health doing today, even though you're back at work, but yet you had that LWOP?
It's not great. I still have a lot of anger and bitterness, resentment. I see my counselor a whole lot more regularly. And I have breakdowns, I would say, quite regularly. I mean, the greeter was nice enough to greet me here today, and I broke down. So it doesn't take much. I break down at work. It's kind of embarrassing, but it is what it is. It's my reality right now. But yeah, my mental health is not great. I'm working on it. I guess to add to that, in 2021, I play adult rec hockey, and I had signed up for the 2021 season, and that usually starts in September. I played 2 games. They made us mask while we played, skated on the ice. It was the worst thing ever. And then shortly thereafter, the mandates came into play, so my season was cut short. And that for me is a big, that's what I do for my mental health. That's my physical activity to help with my mental health. So that was taken away. So yeah, things were taken away, those kind of supports, but thankfully, between my family and some friends, I was able to get through it. But yes, my mental health and finances, obviously I depleted my savings to try and support my family during this time, and I continue to have to pay back my pension, some benefits, so I'm still financially hurting from it. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Ms. Hunjay. And because the Commission doesn't necessarily know you from how you were before, I just want to be clear. When you say that you break down and, you know, even the greeter was nice and you broke down, just to be clear, that's different than how you were prior to all of this? Can you just clarify that?
Yes, certainly. I did not break down near as much. I know after having a child, your hormones are different, so yes. But like weekly, every other day, something triggers me. I could be driving in my vehicle and tears start flowing. It doesn't take much at work, certain conversations will trigger me, and I sometimes have to remove myself to go have that moment, and that was not the case before that.
Thank you for that clarification. Can you advise, Ms. Hunjay, how has this experience impacted your trust in government and public health authorities?
Yeah, certainly. I've lost a lot of trust in some of those institutions. Simply lost a lot of trust. I questioned a lot of things, which doesn't feel great to question some of those things you used to place a lot of trust in. But yeah, sadly, I do question a lot of things.
And how about your impact on relationships and, you know, all manner of relationships, family, friends, workplace? Has this impacted your relationships at all?
Yes, it certainly has. As I explained, I have anger, and sometimes, unfortunately, that gets taken out on my family, my close friends. When you have your friends and family, you know, tell you that you're different, that you've changed, it's hard to hear.
You're doing great, and we're almost done. Let's just hang in there. At this point, I just want to invite the Commission members if there are any questions. So 2 more questions, Ms. Hunjay, and for those who've been around a while, they know what they are. In summary, in about 60 seconds or so, what would you like this inquiry and Canadians at large to take away from your evidence today?
I guess, and I was one of these people, like, read for yourself, do the research, be open to other views. Don't just be quick to take what is thrown at you through media or friends or family, even for that matter. Sadly, until it affects you directly, we don't fully understand. It's hard that it has to get to that point, but just have an open mind, and let's be there for one another so that we don't repeat this sort of thing. I think as myself as a high-functioning person in life, and if it has affected me this much as a high-functioning person, I can't imagine those who were affected medically and in other walks of life. I can't imagine what our society as a whole is going through, and let's try and move forward in a positive direction and not let this happen again.
Thank you for that. Last question. Is there anything else you'd like to share with us today?
I don't think so. I just want to thank everyone. This, for me, is part of my healing, to be able to tell my story. So I thank everyone for being inviting, welcoming, and open to hear my story.
Well, on behalf of the NCI, we thank you very much for your evidence today. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm short.
Kelsey, could you give us your name, please, and then spell it, and then I'll do an oath with you?
My name is Kelsey Travis, KELCYTRAVIS.
And do you promise to tell the truth today, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I promise I do.
Thank you. Due to the late hour, I think I'm going to lead you a little more than I might otherwise. You suffered certain negatives because of the COVID situation. Could you go back and tell us when it started, and perhaps tell us what financial impact it had on you,
Absolutely.
as well as on your children?
Mm-hmm. I have 6 children. We're a blended family. We had our daughter December 2019. I believe we had a COVID infection. I cannot prove that, but I believe we had a COVID infection in the hospital at that time. I was then pregnant again, and I had our son in 2021. Being pregnant through this and seeing some of our systems from a different angle has rocked my world forever. I won't ever be able to look at things the same because I saw evil and I saw corruption and I saw a lack of transparency and accountability at all levels. The voice that I sent you, my story, I sent across the world. I sent to the United States, I sent to Dublin, I sent to municipal, provincial, and federal levels. I sent to the Minister of Government Relations, and I was ignored. I was told it would be better by the end of the year. I was unable to watch my son Archer in Taekwondo. Because I was pregnant and nursing my other son, so I had to make that choice. And I wasn't allowed in recreational facilities. Mm-hmm.
So you did not get the COVID shot?
I did not.
Okay. And
my OBGYN at the beginning told me she understands why I can't trust the science because it is too new. Halfway through my pregnancy, I was told by public health, as I was there with another older child for an immunization, that I should get the COVID vaccine that day, but I would have to sign a waiver. Right. I'm experienced with nonprofits and waivers, and I know when someone's trying to indemnify themselves, and that sent off every warning flag in my body. My partner did get the vaccine because his grandma was dying. So he got 2 doses of the Moderna vaccine, and I'm still scared for him because I can't lose him. What I've seen, the good and bad in humanity, has shaken me forever. And I can't unsee what I've seen.
Okay. So you weren't able to attend your child's activities, and you didn't want to take the vaccine because you were pregnant, and that had an impact on your ability to earn.
Yes, during COVID, my work was basically shut down. So to try to get maternity leave, I had gotten another position in a similar field. And I was so scared being 8 months pregnant and training and going out into the community. And I kept seeing all the articles from Ottawa of these pregnant women in ICU. And
I didn't know if I knew I was making the right decision, but I was still scared for myself and my baby. And after I went through all the training and did a skin test, then they put a vaccine mandate in place at the job that I had started. So I was never able to get my hours for maternity leave. The last 4 years have been extremely difficult in all senses, not just because of COVID, but largely. And I didn't realize how much I needed people. I didn't realize how depressed I was.
Okay. And you have a fairly large family, so you weren't able to attend your child's activities to begin with.
No, and we were 1 day away from eviction. My partner got laid off, and my work refused to give me shifts. I was testing once a week on Monday at one of my positions. But what if I got it on Wednesday and carried it through the place? It didn't make sense to me.
Were you able to go to medical appointments with your family?
No, my partner missed the ultrasounds. And I thought, I'm not a new mom. I'm not a first-time mom. So I felt really bad for the first-time moms that didn't get to experience their pregnancy in the way that they should have.
Were medical and health appointments a problem?
Yes, they were missed. If they were non-emergent, we weren't to bring them in, and I'm still dealing with cavities and things that wouldn't be there if I would have been able to take them in. And a cavity is small, but all these things add up.
Okay. Did you have any problem getting maternity leave while you were pregnant?
I did not get it. I didn't qualify for even the reduced hours because of the vaccine mandate coming into effect at the new job that I had found at 8 months pregnant.
Did you consult your doctor about getting the vaccine? And what did
I
he
didn't. I had family who had consulted our doctors, and I pretty much knew it would be a losing battle for me, so I just stood my ground, and I just waited it out.
When were you able to get pretty much back to normal?
Now?
Have your children, are they behind in school in any way?
My son Archer was about to start kindergarten, so that's why I put him into Taekwondo, so he had some form of socialization outside of his sibling interactions. And that was really good for him. And the day that I was first able to go watch him, I cried in that gym to be able to see him and have our other son, Atlas, in there with us. This picture I just found last night, and my 10-year-old drew this. One house is like a happy house, and the other house in the smoke, it says alone. And she is 12 now. Okay. And she's suffering because she's so social. And I homeschooled multiple children because I was scared of them getting sick. When I did get COVID, I thought I was going to die. I had to do my will quick. I was going to leave my babies without their mom. I was so scared. And I think they used our hearts against us.
I think I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions at this point. Then I'll come back and wrap up. Are there any questions, commissioners? No? Okay. If there's anything that you could change about the COVID situation you went through, what would it be?
It would be to have some accountability and some transparency at every level. In all of our institutions, at all of our workplaces. That's what we deserve. We pay the bill. In more ways than one, we pay the bill.
Okay. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Chantal, if you could give me your full name and then spell it, then I'll do an oath.
My name is Chantal Kona Beretta, so my first name is Chantel, middle name Kona, last name Beretta, Barreda.
Okay. And do you promise that the testimony you'll give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay. You were teaching at an Indian band in Lac Orange, I think prior to COVID, and then as it came on. So could you tell us what happened at that point?
So at the time when COVID began, I was teaching grade 7, and we all had to go online, and then so we finished the year kind of like that, doing homework packages and home visits. And then at the beginning of 2021, we were back in the classroom, and we had barriers, which were flimsy plastic. We had to wear masks and try to stay 6 feet apart, but if you know kids, that's not going to happen. And then, so things were going pretty good. And then I got an email. Well, all of us got an email. It was sent out on September 14th, saying that they had a new vaccine passport mandate, and that it would be effective on September 20th. So we had 6 days to get all of our ducks in a row. The policy stated that if you did not get vaccinated, that your employment would be terminated. And that's what happened to me.
Did they give you a time period to comply?
Oh, they did, yes. So I was given until October 18th to comply with the mandate, but I was not planning on getting vaccinated because I felt that it was an experimental procedure that wasn't a real vaccine. And I started to, I like to do research. So I just noticed that the definitions started to change with what a vaccine is. Anyway, so things started to change, and I thought that, well, that's weird. And then Oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think your last day at work was September
Right.
17th.
So yeah, my last day of work physically was September 17th. The mandate came into effect on the 20th. So just to backtrack just a little wee bit, my daughter was also attending the school that I was teaching in, so she had just started grade 7. And so we were suddenly out of a job and out of a school.
Okay. So
as of that Monday.
You were basically not working after September 17th. Did they call that a leave without pay, or was it a termination?
Yes, I was put on a leave without pay.
Okay. So you were allowed about 6 weeks or so to comply then?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then in that time, so I had till October 18th. In that time, I did end up getting COVID. I ended up getting very sick. But somebody saved my life, gave me some ivermectin, and I'm here today. I believe strongly that we have an immune system, and a lot of the research was saying that only those with really elderly or comorbidities were really at risk. So I just kind of wanted to trust that.
So it was in October, I believe October 18th, that you received a letter saying that they had terminated you or you lost your job, something along that line.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I received my termination letter. In the meantime, I started the EI process, so I applied for EI. They changed that too. And so I was denied my claim. And then I put in a human rights claim. And I think that was changed too. So that was denied. So things kept changing, including the science. Yeah, so there I was, no job. I had natural immunity because I just had COVID and recovered, and still not able to work.
Okay. And your daughter was going to that same school you were working at, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And what happened after you were terminated? Did she continue to go to that school?
No. So I had to pull her out, and I enrolled her in online school. So basically, for the rest of the year, she was stuck in her room.
Right.
By herself.
And what grade was she in at the time?
She was in grade 7.
Okay.
I think our mental health at that point started to decline because when I started getting the rejections from EI and the Human Rights Commission, started to lose hope.
What effect did that have on your daughter?
She became depressed. And then so we were we got her counseling. I'm not sure if that worked. I don't know.
Okay. This is when it started that you couldn't go to restaurants or various stores if you were not vaccinated. Is that correct?
That's right. So we weren't allowed in restaurants. We weren't allowed in certain stores. We weren't. I started to get worried. I had to. I enjoy some wine at times, and I had to get people to go buy me wine.
And where were you? Where physically were you in the province at that time?
Yes, I was in Saskatchewan.
Okay. Did you try to get another job at that point?
Oh yeah, I was applying for jobs.
Okay.
Anywhere I could. One thing when you're applying for jobs in education, so if you're applying for a job at a bigger school division, you have to fill out, I think it's a 26-page online form. It's called AppleTrack. And there is a section in there, and it asks if you have ever lost your employment, and I have to say yes. And then I have to explain why. There's a little box there where you have to explain why. And I feel like once they see that I'm unvaccinated, that I'm discriminated against.
Okay. What qualifications do you have in teaching?
I have a Bachelor of Education and a Master of Education, which I just received.
And I presume a teaching certificate from Saskatchewan?
Yeah, I've got a valid teaching certificate, no criminal record.
And with those qualifications, you're still having trouble?
Yeah.
Okay. What about health issues?
I think the biggest thing is mentally. Like I feel like I was getting into quite a depression. I felt isolated. I felt alone. I lost friends. Like my relationships with so many people changed and disappeared, and it was a very lonely time.
Okay. Did you get any kind of employment at all after you were terminated?
Yeah, I did get a job. So.
Okay.
And they didn't.
And what was
I didn't have to disclose my whole medical history.
What was that, a permanent or
No,
part-time job?
It's a It's like a
temporary
contract. Yeah.
Okay. So is it fair to say you were largely unemployed after this happened?
Yeah, I've been employed, except for last summer, which.
And
let's go to school.
Is your daughter's mental outlook still rather dark, or has it improved, or?
She's back in school physically, and she's doing better. Like, she's not stuck in her room day after day.
Okay.
And she's got friends, and so things are improved.
Okay. Are there any thoughts you would like to leave us with respect to this whole scenario and how things could have been better?
For sure. The first thing is when I tried to talk to my chief and council about what was going on, I got blocked and ignored. And I don't think if you're in a position of leadership that that's appropriate. I would like for people to use their critical thinking skills and to stop being afraid to stand up for what's right. I try to teach my daughters to stand up for what's right. And one other thing is that I tried following the science, but it led me to the money. And so I just want to leave with Mark 8:34-38, which is, "For what shall it profit a man if he shall gain the whole world and lose his own soul?"
Okay, I'm going to ask the commissioners if they have any questions now, and then I'm going to come back and I'm going to go through the documents that you're going to leave with the commission in case they're useful. Okay. Any questions from the commissioners? Okay. I think that's a no. Okay, you have given me some documents which I'm going to leave with the commission. They include on Lac La Ronge Indian Band letterhead, and you've labeled it "New Policy" given to you on September 14th, 2021, and it's entitled "Workplace COVID-19 Vaccination Passport Policy." You have some correspondence relating to your request for an exemption with HR. There's a notice of liability that you gave to your employer back then. There is a Public Health Act, an affidavit. So it's a Xerox of part of the Public Health Act and your affidavit with respect to vaccination. There is a Saskatchewan human rights complaint relating to violation of Section 13.1, the right to education. There is your complaint form to the Canadian Human Rights Commission. There is your termination of employment letter from the Lac La Ronge Indian Band. There's your record of employment from Service Canada, which you would need for unemployment insurance. And there's your witness release form. So those I will hand over to the Commission on your behalf. On behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, thank you so much for your testimony today.
Thank you very much.
So we'll call our final witness of the day, Mr. Lee Harding. And Lee, can you please state your full name for the record, spelling your first and last name?
Lee Andrew Harding, Leeharding.
And Lee, do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Now, my understanding is that you have a Bachelor of Arts in Journalism from the University of Regina.
Yes.
You have a master's degree in public policy from the University of Calgary.
That's true.
You interned as a reporter for CBC and then CTV in 2004, and then worked as a casual reporter and cameraman for Global.
That's right.
You are a research fellow with the Frontier Centre for Public Policy.
Yes.
And you're a regular contributor to the Epoch Times in Canada and also Western Standard online. Now, my understanding is that you had an interesting experience as a reporter during the COVID-19 pandemic, where you got to know our law enforcement people a little better. Can you tell us about that?
Sure. Well, there was a freedom rally in Victoria Park in Regina, and I was there covering it as a journalist. I'd gotten there a bit late in the event and heard Laura Lynn Thompson's speech, and then they were walking away, her and other speakers, to travel together, and I believe it was to Saskatoon, because there was going to be a similar event that immediately followed. So I did an interview and talked with them as I was walking in that direction, and the police were there at the parking lot of the Hotel Saskatchewan to issue tickets. So Laura Lynn Thompson got one, Maxime Bernier received a ticket, Mark Friesen did, and R.B. Winteringham did as well.
Right. So, and what was the amount of the ticket?
It was $2,800. And I think they had actually increased the amount that they were eligible to receive just shortly before the event. It was a little bit of management, I think politically probably more than health-wise. And at the time, there was no outdoor gathering of more than 10 people that was allowed. So the entire gathering was against the public health regulations.
Right. Now, but my understanding is that you had identified yourself as a journalist.
Yes, I did. Yeah, I spoke to them.
So can you tell us about this? And the reason why this is important is because the police their attendance, it's more than 10 people by them attending there. So, and I would assume that journalists are allowed to go and report on things that are happening that are important to the public. So I actually think it's important for you to share this part about you being a journalist.
Right, yeah. I had said to them, I'm a journalist, and I'm covering this as a journalist, and I want to know if I go back there if I'm going to be ticketed. And I received an indirect answer. They said, well, you probably shouldn't go back there. So as everyone had left, I heard a rapper who was performing there, and I thought, I want to interview this guy. So I walked back into the park, talked to him after his performance. I had an idea for a photo because Victoria Park is right at the edge of the towers downtown. I thought I'd take a picture from below. It'd be a nice backdrop for his image, an urban image in behind. When we got to the edge of the park, that's when the same policeman who had been there with his partner at the Hotel Saskatchewan parking lot served me a ticket. And he also served the rapper a ticket. And I was upset because I said, look, I'm very clearly here for this reason, and I made that plain to you. And that didn't make any difference. And I'd had some people say to me later, well, if you were with CTV or Global, they probably wouldn't have done that. And I tended to think they were right, but maybe they thought, well, maybe you're activist media, maybe you're part of what's encouraging this. I really don't know, but I got a ticket for $2,800 as well.
So you're just raising an interesting point, because I just, at the back of my mind, I seem to recall a Rebel News reporter being arrested or ticketed, maybe in connection to the trucker protest. Are you aware of anything like that, or am I?
That kind of rings a bell. I think that happened. I mean, we saw lots of double standards with all of this. If it was the Black Lives Matter protest, everyone's there, and they're not social distancing. But if it's anything else, no. So I mean, some things got a complete free pass, and others got the full brunt of the law, whether it was reasonable or unreasonable.
And just because there will be a lot of people watching this internationally who won't be aware of when the Black Lives Matter protests were happening in Canada, but they were basically happening around the same time as freedom protests.
That's true.
And so just for the international community, so the Black Lives, you could have large protests. We had Mr. Abbott, I think it was, who was Edmonton police officer, commissioner at the time, and he entered an exhibit literally of Edmonton police on their knees saluting the Black Lives Matter protesters. Nobody's getting arrested or ticketed, but if you had the next day a freedom protest, people are going to be getting ticketed or photographed and ticketed later.
Oh yes, we saw the Premier of Ontario and the Prime Minister, lots of public figures that were involved in this getting on the bandwagon.
So you seem to be suggesting, perchance, that there was a double standard. I think you even said that. Are you aware of any mainstream media people, CTV, CBC, any reporter such as that, being ticketed or arrested?
I'm not aware of any that were. I just think that's something they probably wouldn't want to do because they know how bad that is. But I think there was a perception that the alternate media was something else.
Okay. Now, you also, like, we all had different things that kind of we became concerned about. You became concerned about contact tracing. Can you share, first of all, again, maybe perhaps for the international audience, what we're referring to and what your actions were?
Sure. In this province, they had something going where if you went to the restaurant, not only was the capacity limited, but you had to be socially distanced and the tables were apart and you couldn't have more than 4 at a table, which was sort of inane because as if we wouldn't breathe each other's air as we walk out the door, this was silly, but anyway, we were all doing this. But they also had something where they said, you have to write down everyone who's come and their phone number and maybe their email so that you can contact them so that if anyone had a COVID case, we could go back and track all these people, which to me was very overbearing. This is more of the realm of a totalitarian state and a surveillance society, and that was one thing that I actually did talk to the Premier's office about to express my displeasure with the way this was being done. I remember one time, though, at a McDonald's, I was sitting there and the lady took her obligation. What is your name? I said, I'm Dr. Shahab. Oh, she says. And what is your phone number? 306-555-1212. So, sure, if you have all these spurious test results where they're cranking up the PCR cycle so high you could find anything in anyone, and then what? We're going to be found, oh, you were there when someone had it, now you're all locked down. Like, this was a complete joke. And of course, she knew that I wasn't Dr. Shahab, so I'm not really deceiving anyone. Everyone just going along, doing all these silly things that we're being made to do.
And just for those that aren't in Saskatchewan, Dr. Shahab was the public health officer.
He was the public health officer in this province, yes.
Now, I want to switch to experiences you had in trying to get stories out during the COVID pandemic. And my understanding is that you made some early attempts, so early on as the pandemic's unfolding and the vaccine is rolling out, to warn about the vaccine. And can you tell us what your experience as a journalist was? And then I'm going to ask you, so you might as well answer it too, had that ever happened to you before on any other topic?
Sure. Well, I had a YouTube channel, and there were some reports coming out very early that there were some very adverse reactions to this vaccine. That did not surprise me because we had some people that were warning of such, and those people were getting suppressed and dismissed and censored and everything else, so many people didn't get to hear about them. Well, somebody compiled a whole lot of public accounts of this. So this was social media postings, people telling their stories. It was some articles that did make either the alternate press or perhaps even the mainstream press in some places in the world, and put them all together. I did nothing but read them online for 3 hours. And I didn't even get through them all. That site was taken down. I cannot recall to you right now what it was. My YouTube posting was taken down. The thing that was really astonishing to me was some people went through some absolutely horrible experiences with their first shot, and they were still thinking about taking another one, or saying, I'm going to get the next one, but I sure hope it's not as bad as this. And I couldn't believe that people would keep going when it was so plainly evident in their experience how risky it was for them.
And I'm sure they would say they weren't anti-vaxxers also.
Oh, there's lots of labels going around.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, early on, you were also trying to get some stories published about, the testing on the vaccine. And what happened with that?
Well, I had an article early on that was talking about how the process was rushed. It wasn't as thorough as it should have been, that the mRNA technology had not really been used in a mainstream vaccine, and there were a number of problems with it. I had an article that I tried to submit to Frontier Centre first, and the feedback that I got, and I don't know if this was internal feedback or if it was people within the circle of our organization that they drew upon to assess submissions that were made, because I was writing policy commentaries. But there were 3 sources there that were dismissed. So one of them was RFK Jr., Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He was dismissed as a legitimate source because he was an anti-vaxxer. Another one was RT.com, which is Russia Today, and they said, look, this is a Kremlin disinformation site. Well, the doctor who had submitted this article was Malcolm Kendrick, and Malcolm Kendrick had a column in The Guardian, and so for whatever reason he couldn't get this printed in The Guardian. Russia Today would print it, so they did. There was a third one, Michael Yaden, and they said, well, he's an anti-vaxxer. Michael Yaden was the VP of Science at Pfizer in the past, and there's no way you can have that position and be an anti-vaxxer. So you had these authorities that were being dismissed, and I'm happy to say since then we've run articles on RFK.
But I'm just going to slow you down. So you've submitted an article, and you're an investigative journalist. You would have done your research, and you're reporting on how this was rushed and about the testing standard. Is that basically what you're writing on?
Yeah, now there were aspects I think that maybe if I'd climbed that mountain a different way, I might have been able to get through. But the problem that we kept having was that everyone who was raising an alarm about this had the big tech censorship, had the authorities at WHO and at the FDA and whoever else and Dr. Fauci that were all dismissing them. So now it's hard to get credible voices. You can't get credible local voices because if you spoke out about this, you were risking your medical license and you were going against your board. And a lot of people just wanted to keep their heads down because anyone who stuck them up lost this game of whack-a-mole. And you stick your head up and this hammer comes.
Yeah, and you're making such an important point. I don't know if you listened to the opening this morning, but we were talking about labels and how we actually had witness after witness after witness yesterday who are clearly concerned about the current COVID vaccines, and yet they would volunteer in their evidence, but I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer, I'm not an anti-vaxxer. So this concern about that label, and so I just find it interesting that you mentioned that 2 of your sources, RFK and then Dr. Michael Yaden, but my understanding is he was VP of Pfizer for like decades in the UK, that he would have brought vaccines to market, but because he's now being labeled as an anti-vaxxer, all of a sudden he's not credible.
Right, yeah, and so if you ever took a surface kind of view of these things, that's what you would get. You would Google it, you'd see this person's name, and you'd see a whole page of denunciation, and you would conclude that in the sum of human knowledge that this person was no good. It took somebody who had some discernment or had been exposed to some of the things before the narratives had formed. in order to have enough open-mindedness to look deeper to see the other side of it.
Okay, and now my understanding is you also then did a story, you tried to get it published in the Western Standard, where a lady's husband had died within 3 days of their second Pfizer shot.
I did get that one in. I wanted to say with the other one with Frontier that I couldn't run, also Western Standard turned it down, and they said it wouldn't be good for our brand. So that's their prerogative, that's fine. Now, when I tried this later story, I did get a couple of stories in. One of them was just as you had mentioned with this couple in Saskatoon where the wife had deep concerns, did not take the vax. The husband took the vax and he died 3 days after the COVID shot. I did that story. Then someone else that I had acquaintance with.
But can I just slow you down? Because there's something else important about that story, and that's, cause of death.
Oh, yes. Well,
and so can you share with us, because, you
Sure.
dug this out as a reporter, and I think it's important for you to share it here.
Sure. Yeah, the coroner had said that, mentioned that they'd taken the vaccine. The emergency people that came to take away the body had mentioned that. But they could not get a doctor to say so. And the MD, their local doctor, said, well, I'm going to talk to the smartest person I know about this and see if they think that that's possible, that there's a connection. And the so-called smartest person they know said, well, I haven't even heard of any adverse reactions, so no, it couldn't be. And so they went back, and she would not attest that it was that. And at that point, my interview subject said, that's when I stopped trying because I knew they were all lying.
Right, okay. And then I had interrupted you because you were then sharing about a subsequent story.
Sure. So after that, I did a story of a vaccine injury, someone who developed Bell's palsy, and that one was acknowledged by the doctors. And then Carrie Sakamoto, that you'll hear from here tomorrow, she had done, I talked to her as well, and she said to me, I looked all over, and you are the only one who has run a vaccine injury story in all of Canada. So I talked to her, but in the meantime, something else had happened, where I had tried to do a story for Western Standard saying that we should not be vaccinating the under 12s, and how people like Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, I hope I'm not butchering his name, had said that if you looked at the odds, it was worse to take the vaccine than not, for the small risk that acknowledged already of vaccine reactions versus your chance of getting a serious case of COVID. So I was told, look, by the publisher, look, I'm not a doctor. I can't have you write a column like that. I don't know how to vet a column like that. And I said, well, it's the same way we draw in any other field of experience. We look at the witnesses and see what they have to say, and is it reasonable, and let the reader decide. So then I had done a story on so this was another one, and this was a breaking point, where there was a lady in Alberta who could not get a double lung transplant because she would not get the COVID-19 vaccine. So I did a story on that, and the publisher said, hey, I know from experience with my family that you need to have your shots because you're in a very, your immunity is very vulnerable in this transplant. So it's important to have them. So this is not a nothing issue. So find a doctor who will talk to you about this. Well, Dr. Hoff had gotten back to me finally after an earlier request. I talked to him. I bounced it off of him. He said, well, it's absolutely absurd that they're asking her to do this. This is an experimental vaccine. And anyway, the article went up, and then when the publisher saw it, he yanked the article. And
so the article actually went up.
Yes, it did.
So
we
have a retraction here.
Yes. So, but I wasn't told that it was taken down. And then I found out, and we had a conversation, and I was dismissed. I patched it up, maybe 3 or 4 months later. I'm very proud to be writing for Western Standard and for Frontier Centre. We've been able to talk about a wide variety of things, much wider than the mainstream. And I'm just telling you some of the experiences so that you can have a firsthand, when the rubber hits the road, how do these things work themselves out? So eventually, actually, I did an article on Carrie Sakamoto because her vaccine injury claim was accepted, and she's getting some compensation, and we ran that story. The reason it didn't run the first time was
I was dismissed right then on the basis of the other thing, so that one never got in.
Right, so how long was it that you were kind of dismissed?
Well, I mean, it was indefinitely, but I made an overture maybe 3 or 4 months later. And so what happens now is I'll submit it. Most of the time it works. If it doesn't, I'm not going to put up too much of a fuss. And that's a working arrangement we can handle. The only time I had one lately that was not allowed was in January when Dr. Fukushima was a Fukushima reactor of his own against the Japanese Ministry of Health. And I ran a story on that and how other Japanese scientists were finding spike proteins in skin lesions of people who had taken the vaccine and had some very strange growths. And I talked to a guest editor and I said, is that story going to run? They're like, no, they're not going to run that one. And he says, the same thing happens to me sometimes. There's some places where they're hesitant. So journalistic institutions feel they have a moral responsibility. And if their coverage is going to influence a person's choice one way or another, that's something that they think about. The other thing I know from my work with local news is that it's not just that they're a media outlet, they consider themselves a community partner. And a lot of their advertising dollars come from crowns and government organizations, come from unions, and that's in the back of their mind. I remember one time I filmed a nice little event for the kids that SaskTel was putting on, and they said, when the tape is done, give it to sales. So maybe they could use it for a commercial for SaskTel, right? The anchor at the time said to me, he says, you know, we used to have a brick wall between sales and news, and right now it's paper thin.
Have you done any investigations into the amount of money that the federal and provincial governments and the pharmaceutical companies have spent on the media in the last 2 or 3 years?
Well, the $600 million of tax relief from the federal government for media institutions is well known. There was also something called the Local Journalism Initiative that came out around the same time. I think started in 2018. So they will pay local papers through this thing. I remember one time doing an interview with Brian Peckford, and he had been called an anti-vaxxer by one of these local journalism initiative journalists. I think he was writing for the Halifax paper, and it had also run in the Toronto Star. And later on, the journalist found the article. It took him quite a few months, and he says, hey, you could have talked to me first. And I'm like, well, we're talking now. Would you like to say anything? And he says, no, I'm sure I'd just be speaking the mind of my corporate and government overlords. So we had that sort of sarcastic response. I said, anyway, there was another exchange, and I said, you may have come by your convictions sincerely. And he responded, it's not just my convictions, it's the convictions of the medical authorities. And ivermectin is a faux cure, and all you have to do is a simple Google search to find that out. And you didn't challenge what Mr. Peckford said, and you allowed him to say all this stuff. Well, we were getting enough of the mainstream message dismissing these people. Let's hear about the other side. So, you know, he doesn't view his work as being influenced unduly by this money, but I think in the back of the minds of these publications, when they know their survival may depend on it, and probably the organization that sucks up to Trudeau the most will get the most money, I mean, why wouldn't they be falling all over themselves? That's why Western Standard, we applied for the money to see what they'd say. They acknowledged that we were a legitimate journalistic organization, and then we said, well, thanks, but no thanks. We're not going to take it, because we're not going to be influenced by this money. The bureaucrats weren't so happy.
Now, I'm going to have to cut us short because we've got a hard stop at 6:45 for an auction, but I'll ask the commissioners if they have any questions. Okay, so we're just about at 6:45. So, Lee, on behalf of the National Citizens Inquiry, I sincerely thank you for testifying. You've given us some really valuable information this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone, from the volunteers to the commissioners, to you, to the audience here, for being here. It is very difficult to hear such awful truth go hour after hour, but this needed to be done.
and we're going to make an impact, and the whole world's watching. You know, in the pandemic, we heard a lot of people say, be safe. It's not time to be safe, it's time to be bold.
Yep. I think that is an appropriate ending to our day. So we will adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the third day of hearings in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan of the National Citizens Inquiry.